Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Trader TV Live. Futures all in positive territory with the NQ, the ES, and the Dow all starting green here with the Russell 2000 up 1.33%. Big move up, but we have a lot of economic numbers. Derek, go ahead.
We have so many economic numbers, guys. So non-farm payroll is actually better than expected here, Sharif. 147,000 versus the previous print of 139,000. Consensus here of around 110,000. Now for unemployment, 4.1%. versus 4.3% expected. So unemployment a little bit lower than we were expecting, and that's also lower than the previous print of 4.2%. U.S. trade balance a little bit lower than expected. Initial jobless claims here also lower than expected, 233,000 versus 240,500 expected. Average earnings year over year are a little bit lower here, 3.7% versus 3.8%. expected, and private payrolls lower than expected, 74,000 versus 100,000 expected. That's kind of the main numbers. At 9:45, we're getting S&P Services and Composite PMI, 10 a.m. ISM Services PMI.
All right, guys, there is a lot to talk about today for a shortened day. DataDog, oh boy, almost up 10% here in the pre-market as it is being included in the S&P 500, as well as Bitcoin coming up to that $110,000 mark, looking to take that out. Meta, Tesla in focus as well. Meta with an upgrade today. Tesla's Germany sales a little bit weak, actually 60% year over year week on the quarter. Baba looking to raise money there. They have an offering, and then Hood and TripAdvisor as well. We'll get to those all on the rundown for today. Last day in for Neil. Obi in with Sean. Good morning, boys.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, good morning, Sharif and Darren. Good morning to everybody. Today is a shortened day, so the market closes at 1 p.m. We're going to be looking at a few interesting names, obviously, to play. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Wow, the market's starting to pop up right now. What is Donald Trump talking about? Do we need rate cuts? Apparently, we do not. The job market is super strong right now. It looks like we get unemployment coming through, U.S. jobless claims. I mean, everything is right here, as Adara just mentioned. Again, there it is, the unemployment rate, 4.1 versus 4.3. And then we bump up here, and we see the initial jobless claims, 233 versus 240. So that's also good. And then we get that jobs number, 147 versus 144. And we get the market going boom. So, I mean, now if we get the rate cut, where exactly does this market go? I mean, we are really starting to get excited here. Once again, taking out some nice levels. Look at the TQ, or just look at the Qs right now on the Nasdaq, breaking through the weekly highs right now. And we're off to the races. I think you can now go long and, wait to see if this half day is any kind of movement. We're getting movement right now. So maybe wait for a little bit of a pullback. But yeah, good number there. Happy early 4th of July. I mean, we're going to be switching up the show a little bit here today. You and I are on till 10, then those guys 10 to 12. Then you and I back from, I guess 12 to 1-ish. And then we'll figure out if we stay a little bit later, do a little bit of a quick recap. And then we're out of here, man. We're out of here. I said this to Adara yesterday on the recap show.
Yes.
I said, if you were getting invited, because a lot of people picnicking, barbecuing, things like that. Yeah. So if Obi got an invite to go to a barbecue, what would you bring?
Sandwiches.
Yeah, okay.
I'm bringing sandwiches.
Immediately.
Yeah. I'm bringing sandwiches.
Is it any particular? Are you looking at the ham and cheese? Looking at a little.
So I like turkey.
Okay.
Turkey. Yeah, a lot of turkey. I think turkey is very picnicky because you're outdoors, you're relaxing, and maybe a little bit of turkey. Sandwiches
earlier. Adara yesterday on the recap show said raspberries.
Okay, yeah, a little bit of fruit.
I mean, I think you got it. I mean, I think raspberries are nice because just quick little. I was thinking afterwards, make a good potato salad. I like macaroni salad as well.
Yes.
Yeah. So, anyways, let's get that talk going here as we get excited for July 4th. And by the way,
you're going on a picnic this weekend, or
no. Those Blue Jays 3 in a row against the Yankees. The Jays were up 8-0. Yankees came back to tie it 9-9.
Oh boy!
And then we wound up winning in the 8th and closing it out in the 9th. But yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, I said that yesterday too. I said like Doritos. I said like a nachos thing. But you don't want to have nachos and cheese if you're out there in the hot sun.
Yeah, I don't want to have
that's what I was thinking. Like then the Doritos get on the hands and this and that.
I think I
don't know. I also said
fruits,
the liquor,
vegetables, sandwiches, drinks.
Yeah, I could bring like a 2-4, something like that.
Yeah.
That was my initial thought was 2-4. And then I was like, I have Google ripping through 130, 179 right now as a trade that I want to take right here on the list. But the problem is it's going right now. And there goes Google right through 179 again. I wanted to trade. Well, bangs on there. Who was that? Oh, yeah. What's up, Sharif? Yeah, for sure. There goes the momentum yesterday in Google. So I wanted to try to play something momentum high side today. And yeah, Google there breaking yesterday's high. So we'll have to wait for maybe a potential pullback over there. We're going to have Luis Barbado coming through from Barcelona. That should be a lot of fun coming out pretty soon on the show. And then we have Tesla right here as well with a big move back up through 320. So we're looking to break through 320 yesterday, breaking through those highs. So some of the trades, afternoon highs, some of these trades are off right now. Nasdaq up nicely, ES up nicely. Yeah, man, this is going to be a nice 4th of July celebration if you're long, it looks like. Let's see if we can hold this.
Fireworks have already started, Sean.
The fireworks have started early. Yeah. And
absolutely crazy, yeah.
The other thing about all of this too is like we've seen numbers get faded before.
Yeah.
I mean, so that's the one.
You already know me. You know what I'm looking for.
Yeah, you're looking for that back end.
Oh, I'm looking for the back side.
Right.
There's a difference.
There's a difference.
There's a difference.
There's a difference, yeah.
Back end is like, it's just like an end, maybe like a wall, but back side.
Okay,
it's
right.
got
it's like there's more to it there. Right,
some.
Okay. I get it, Obi. I get what you're throwing down right now. But yeah, really excited again to be trading here today for everybody. We'll have some great ideas hopefully coming through from Luis, talking about some small cap runners. We're going to go over everything Centene moving a little bit again today. And then we get the, we don't have anything for barking. I think we do have a barking dog thing because today DataDog gets the word of the S&P, right? So they'll be entering the S&P 500 and there goes DataDog. Wow. Like just,
Yeah, it's going now.
This is the thing about investing in the S&P 500, right? I mean, you're buying companies that are, the S&P is putting them in for you, but you're getting companies that are working. And, DataDog would not be something that I would have in my portfolio. I mean, maybe I should, but now I do because it's going to be an S&P constituent. So there it goes nicely up to the upside there, DataDog. You had mentioned what Coinbase was doing during its
I just looked at the past few editions that I have on my record. There was Coinbase, there was Palantir, and then there was also Hood, which kind of did the other way around, where it was like it was in anticipation and nothing got added, and then that had a little bit of distinct price action. So yeah, it was just like historically speaking, the most recent S&P 500 ads. How have they gone on day one? Are we looking for the same coming in on DataDog? Maybe. The other thing is you do want to preface that with it is a shortened week. It's a holiday as well. You don't know if you're going to have the same kind of liquidity or anything like that. But I don't know. Let's see what the market has in store. DataDog definitely. When I saw that chart and when I was like S&P 500 ad, and I was like, all right, definitely straight to the top of the ideas there. I got a few others as well.
Okay, good. Because I was going to say for me, it's a little light. We do have data S&P services PMI at 945 as I look, and then ISM PMI at 10. So there's two data sets coming through still. And look what's happening in the futures, Obi. I mean, as if we're predicting that right now. This is what we're trying to talk about every day. Like we've seen these moves before, and then they just get faded right back in. So the sort of the algos and the sort of exuberance hits and people are like, I missed it. And then all of a sudden, profit taking hitting right now a little bit on the Nasdaq and the ES. But you can see right here, we just faded off 110. So we're gonna have to watch out for Coinbase and Bitcoin. IBIT, great day yesterday. So did ETHA, had a great day yesterday as well. Ethereum trusts up over 4% there yesterday. Excuse me, here comes IBIT pulling right back in through 6250 again. So we're going to have to watch out. That 6250 high right there. Yesterday's sort of afternoon bottom of 62 is coming into play right now. Maybe Bitcoin takes a little bit of a turn here. I don't know. I was talking with Sharif about this yesterday. It's like Bitcoin's great. We all love it. But it's not taking out hot. Like Nasdaq is every day seems to be wanting to push. Yes. And we're just going to wait to see if Bitcoin wants to follow that trend, because if it's going to be a laggard right now, there's a little bit of pickup that has to go. I think this thing should be at 120, in my opinion right now. But, we'll wait to see. Strong dip by opportunity there at 100. We've seen that over and over again.
Yeah.
All right.
I think I was talking to Joe about this on the walk in. I was like, yeah, every time, like it's looking pretty decent. It's looking like it's wound up. And sometimes what I told him, I was like, sometimes you got to remember right before it gets ready to do a big move, Bitcoin has been known to do a little bit of a liquidity grab kind of action, with a bit of a shake and bake as well. And maybe you want to, sit, maybe you have some building into the position. Maybe you want to sit on the sidelines for that confirmation to be like, all right, that's what I want to see. Lick grab, boom, let's go. Let's see if we can really take it back through those highs. I think that'll be a good look. But yeah, markets
we're not too far away now, man.
I think the markets kind of came in. There's still constituents that are lagging behind, haven't really met their all-time highs. We see Apple is finally starting to take a run. I think Softy's almost. Softy's been kind of grinding up there. Alphabet's almost there. Amazon's almost working its way there as well. But yeah, the constituents kind of slowly trailing behind. Let's see if we actually get some support and some continuation on these futures off of prior all-time highs, and we get a nice solid base that we can build off of. I think I'm definitely going to be looking for some opportunities on the continuation if we see what we're looking for there.
So I tweeted out earlier today, good morning traders, looking for some quick opportunity here on a half day. Oh, what's up? Good morning. We are in Toronto right here. That's the Scotiabank building right there. Who is this? I'm going to say good morning to you. Good morning, D-Gen. Yeah, what's up, my guy Divine over there? Let's connect. But, okay, here's Sebastian. If I love money, you're going to love silver. Okay, so he's looking at silver over there. We're looking at Oracle. I haven't even looked at any of these yet. Palantir, we like energy transfer there as well as we continue to go, and then the bots start to hit. But what I was going to do right here is the screener again. So let's start the voting game right now.
Okay, yeah, I think
so that way I can show this when we get back from Luis. We can have the screener up. We'll start the poll right now. Now, you guys, if you put something in the chat, like I'm going to put BBAI right now, and we'll push OK. And then now this will start to populate, hopefully, and as we get some more submissions coming through. It doesn't seem to be working right this second, but Fabian not in yet. But
we're hitting it again.
I did. I hit start. Okay, now start. It needs 2 tickers, so let's see if we get them. All right, so people are starting to put them in right now. I will hit OK, and it does not appear to be working. I've hit refresh a whole bunch of times. So, okay, sometimes it does take a minute to work, so let me check on that in a little bit. But that's a pretty cool game that we want to get going, and that way it allows us to sort of focus and then go back over and look at that. So we'll see what's going on. But look what's happening again, man. Here come the futures one more time, making that move back to the downside. So we're going to wait to see what's going on with the Nasdaq today, maybe a little bit of a pullback, giving us those opportunities that we're looking for. All right, let's go back over to the desk here and see what the... Again, I'm always stuck on saying like Brendo and Sharif, but of course today, once again, Adara filling in for Brendan and Sharif on the big desk. So let's go back over and find out some more big stories.
All right, with all those economic numbers this morning, Sean, we should probably talk about the interest rates now that we obviously know. It's heating up between Donald Trump and Fed Chair Powell. Here's a quick look at the Fed rate tool, guys. We're looking at a possible 75% chance of a hold for the July meeting that had previously been 90-some-odd%, but with the economic numbers dropping a little bit here, Dare. But we are looking at for a possible. Sorry, I was showing you the July number there. Now we're basic. Sorry, I was showing you the September number. We're looking at a 95.3% chance of holding the current interest rates in July. When you go out to September, though, we're looking at a 74.1% chance, Adara, for cutting rates.
Yeah, this July number went from it kind of rapidly went from 90%. So as of 1 day ago, 76.2% we're expecting a hold in July. Now, as Sharif mentioned, we're basically at 100% expecting no rate change. Don't know how well that's going to go over with President Donald Trump, who we know really wants that cut. I suspect he'll be happy about the economic numbers, but maybe not so happy about the implications, especially now that we also have Bill Pulte, as I mentioned yesterday, who leads Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. He's also now, I guess, called for Congress to investigate and try to fire Powell. So lots of tensions there for sure.
Let's look at Alibaba as well here, Dara. They're looking at raising $1.5 billion on an offering for cloud and global expansion. It's 12 billion Hong Kong dollars, about 1.53 billion US dollars. It's going to be for exchangeable bonds. The proceeds will support cloud infrastructure upgrades as well as the expansion of global commerce operations. They're supposed to be, the bonds that is, are supposed to be exchangeable into Alibaba healthcare technology shares, where Alibaba owns about a 44% stake. So interesting look here, Adara, but the market already selling it off here to the tune of 2.5%.
Yeah, usually this type of catalyst does not tend to go super well for the company, at least on day one, though sometimes when these are completed, especially if it's like a smaller cap name, they can rally after the fact. It's worth noting, I guess I'm reading here, apparently there's been increased investor interest in Asian credit markets, so that could potentially have a lot of interest for this offering for Alibaba. But yeah, apparently they're trying to fund their cloud infrastructure. We'll have to see how that goes. Interesting stuff.
All right, guys, from the May highs that we put in on the 15th of May, we're down now 20% here on Baba. What's the look?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sort of, maybe I'm channeling my inner Brian Shannon here, but yeah, I don't trust Chinese stocks as far as I can throw them. So I don't, I just, you know, you've had huge moves up there. Again, off that low, we had a monster run in Alibaba earlier on in the year as it just kept on ticking up higher as we all thought that DeepSeek was solving everything, and then now I haven't even heard DeepSeek, anything about DeepSeek. It didn't affect any of the hyperscalers' numbers or anything. And you know, all we're hearing now is Nvidia, AMD, and all these chips. But you get a high, you get a high, you get a high, you get a high. The trend is definitely a lot lower right now. Trying to break underneath the 200 period moving average today. You're already underneath the 50 period. We've struggled to really get by that. Obviously, we get a nice little bump up there in May as the whole market started to go, and then boom, right there back into the downside right now. So this is looking a lot different than those major cap tech names here in the United States. So until there's an official deal with China or anything like that, and you can sort everything out, I don't trust Alibaba down here. I don't know enough about this Alibaba health technology, what exactly that's going to mean. But I'm not excited about it. I would say you fade this name. You're now underneath the 200 period moving average. For me, Alibaba is a short. I don't know. I mean, what else can we really say today? If you're going to look for momentum in a name, you want to look at the futures, by the way. Like when the futures made this move and it went thrown back to, I mean, this got thrown back to us 10 minutes ago. And I was like, well, wait for this fade to happen. And this is like exactly what's happening. So we're going to go awesome on that call if anybody went short there. I did not, but there it goes to the downside right now as these numbers become real. But yeah, Alibaba, I'm not, not that interested in this level right here. Would be looking for something to break lower. So we always look at pre-markets. I mean, this has been pretty negative here, considering the market's been hitting all-time highs daily. So yeah, I would say this is a break below 107 or so, 108. Whatever the pre-market low is, if we can get like a consistent pre-market low, maybe it's just 107.50. I would say it's a break short in all of that. And yeah, of course, as we said there, the only thing that could possibly have turned Powell, and he had talked about this with the market, was the rate, was the jobs numbers, and they came out pretty hot right there. So I don't think that there's going to be any reason. I mean, as the SPY, I mean, we have a president that has claimed to be president of the markets.
I mean, he told us to buy, Sean. Did he not tell us to buy?
Yeah, that's my point. Is I didn't, Joe Biden, everybody, we don't hear too much about the stock market, but right into there, and I know Trump's not really focusing too much on the market, actually, not as much as he was the first term, I feel like. But there it is right there. This is that high that we had made back in February. And as Sharif had mentioned, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight up days basically right here for the SPY. So yeah, you're continuing this jump higher. What a move, man. It's been great switching over my accounts into many index plays. There it goes, man, SPY upside. So I don't think the market needs any sort of a rate cut right now unless the data somehow turns. And with July imminent, right, you got 3 more weeks. It's July 30th is actually the rate cut date or the rate decision day. And I don't think there's going to be a cut. So, earnings are coming in the next 2 weeks. Next week starts banks. They're going to be strong for sure. They're planning to be strong anyways with that new deposit minimum there that they got the other day. So we're going to wait to see here what's going on. But I think if the rates stay put for now, then we get a September rate cut, which is, even though it's only 74%, I think that's almost going to be 100% that we're going to get that cut. And then we go from there. I don't, the weak dollar is the one that's worrying the markets right now. I think if the dollar was a little bit stronger, you'd see all of these tech names really, really at highs. But for right now, yeah, Mr. Too Late doesn't really need to worry
Did you hear what he said yesterday about how, like, if it wasn't for tariffs, we probably would have cut earlier or something like that? I think he made some sort of statement like that. But yeah, no, I think it's interesting that you mentioned the banks, because almost every day I'm having banks show up on my daily scans, and if you look at some of the weeklies, like, have you seen like some of the Canadian banks? Have you seen TD? at all on a weekly?
Oh, not on, well, I don't,
like
you look at the
daily?
weeklies, but I was
Like-
impressed with the Canadian.
Like,
I had no idea what they were
banks
doing.
are going crazy.
They're
Like
going
just the
insane.
bank sectors in general are going are pretty.
What's BBAI
strong
doing?
right now? But yeah, no. In terms of Alibaba and China. Again, I think we've made lower highs. I got some anchors up here as well, but lower highs kind of coming back in, pulling back in, giving back a lot of that move there. You can see lower highs, lower lows as well, kind of coming back into some of these prior levels here. So yeah, it's not that I don't necessarily trust China stocks. I trust the price action over everything else, and that's what it's showing me right now, showing me a little bit of a downtrend in the short term, of course. Again, bigger picture, we have been, if you go to a higher time frame, like a weekly, you can see that weekly's been looking pretty decent in terms of a little bit of a curl, but we're pulling back into some prior resistance levels here on BABA. Now, of course, when you're looking at the Chinese stocks, I obviously want to go look at FXI, or maybe even better, go to the Hang Seng Index, the futures, to give us a little bit of direction. I remember last time I was here. Yeah, look at that. This was the stimmy bid. Remember the stimmy bid that they got? So we're still making higher highs and higher lows on the Hang Seng since the stimmy. So that's something I'm really looking at as a strong piece of information. If we continue to make higher highs and higher lows off of said event, I do kind of like that as well. But yeah, interim chop in the constituents and other products like BABA, I don't know anything about that.
We have a big mover in biggest of the bears of AI names. Big Bear AI right now, again, another 3% up today. Looking to take out yesterday's top. So I'm going to be going long on Big Bear AI, breaking through $8 here today. So watch out for Big Bear. Possible dip buy opportunity into 750 as well. This name continues to work. This has been a hot name for the markets over the last little while. We'll continue to look at Big Bear AI. I don't see Luis Barbado today, so I'm not sure he's going to be on today, unfortunately. So 8:52, let's go back to the desk.
All right, guys, let's talk a little meta here. Catching an upgrade, Adara, from Needham and Company. I don't want to say a backhanded upgrade, but it's not exactly a glowing endorsement from underperform to hold by Needham here, saying driven really by strong Q2 sales and exceptional labor productivity metrics. They see kind of the upside here from Meta from what they call globally scaled software only model. We know that that's a high margin business. Despite all that, Adara, they do speak a little bit here about the concerns that they have about how Meta's spending money.
Yeah, well, that's why they went to hold and not to a buy, because they basically said, they called it their strategy diffusion. They said it's waste capital and it actually adds a little bit more risk to the company. They're concerned about some margin and free cash flow pressures. Of course, we know Meta's CapEx is a little bit wild. This has been discussed pretty frequently. And the other thing, too, they said, because apparently a lot of analysts already have buy and strong buy ratings, they're actually worried the stock is, I guess, overbought or over-owned, which is a really interesting argument. You know what this kind of reminds me of is yesterday's Jefferies upgrade for Apple, where they upgrade from underperformed to neutral or hold, and there's maybe more risks than there are benefits.
Feels like that way, guys. All right, Meta's throwing around a lot of money, not just at Reality Labs and AI anymore, but into salaries, boys. What's the price action look like?
Oh boy.
Okay.
That has been
a
crazy one.
Hard to get a second to breathe over here. Meta, yeah, good story here on Meta again. I mean, there's just so much happening. Once again, I mean, taking out some of those highs, you're up 1% here, $720. There's the highs from yesterday. You know, you always want to look for, see if past resistance can again become support. So for me, 720 here. We talked about some of the laggards in the market. This is a leader. So, you know, Meta's taking out all-time highs. We just bounced off of it right there at 740. So I would want to, pardon? Yeah, the game. Yeah, we could try the game again. All right, so there's 740 right there trying to break that high. So I would say we want to wait for that. I'm not getting super excited about Meta. Like, we have a name, Nvidia, that is at its highs and looking to break through. So for me on Meta, I think that we talked about that yesterday, about how much money Zuckerberg's throwing around at this AI project, and it just seems to be a lot for me. And I don't know. He's lost his way a little bit here. Do you want me to refresh this? Let's refresh. We'll refresh this one as well. So here, okay, well, So far, not the greatest there, Andre. So we will wait to see what happens. If this gets going, I will figure this out. But right now, we have a dead game. So Andre not working there, which is fine. But for me, for Meta, I'm going to wait. I don't really have too many trades on it. There's what, METU, I believe we do have. Oh, no, MET. What's the, is it X? There's a, yeah, I don't know which one it is. It's none of these ones. There's a lower price ETF that you could hit off on Meta. But for me, I'm just going to wait. I don't have too much excitement for this name, although we're up 1%. I would just say look at 720 if it comes in today, but that probably comes in pretty quick. Look at the market just bouncing off VWAP right there. So maybe we'll play VWAP 719, something like that on Meta. Not super excited about this name, to be honest with you. I mean, I love the name in my portfolio, but I really haven't traded in a while. Just too expensive.
FBL is the one.
Oh.
FBL Granite shares 2x long. Probably from Facebook, right?
Yeah.
But yeah,
$43.
so
okay, not bad. 24,000 shares so far.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. But yeah, I'm just looking at it here on the weekly. It, again, showed up on a bunch of scans over the past few weeks. Maybe not for the past. I guess these 2 weeks didn't really do it. But yeah, strong weeks. It's usually showing up on my scans here, and then finally kind of clipped those all-time highs this week, taking a strong pullback as well. So going down to a 15-minute chart, let's see how that kind of followed through. You can see that selling coming in right here yesterday actually day before yesterday on Tuesday, that aggressive selling 740s all the way down into 714s. Again, this was not one of the only names that sold off aggressively like that. We got that VWAP test later on in the day for that bleed off that did come in later. I think we saw that there was a few stocks that kind of reflected similar price action. But yeah, I'm kind of watching this. It's still very, very strong trend. As we saw on the weekly, the trend technically has not broken. So yeah, sure. I think in between the weeks you can have, in between the months you can have weeks that kind of don't really get anywhere. But overall, bigger picture, this thing has been ripping all the way back up to all-time highs. So can't stop, won't stop. Market tailwind is definitely on its side as well. And with all these developments coming on as well, if they start pushing out any sort of significant news or anything like that, then you know how the sentiment has been like, and you know how sentiment can be like when markets are pushing all-time highs. So that's more fuel to the fire on a trend that's already been trending pretty strongly as well. So that's the look on Meta.
All right, so we do have this game working now, so you guys can put it in. We have BBAI so far with 4 mentions, WinT right now with 2 mentions, Tesla with 2 mentions. So as you guys start to put symbols in here like CL, there we go. So Tesla just got put in again. So here we go. Now we're starting to get, there's Webull adding to the list right there as we see it, IREN. So we're all changing now. Webull's tied. Here we go. Look at this live racing right now. AMD, Tesla, Webull, Big Bear AI. So let's go there. Oh, Webull leading the way. What is Webull has been like, we're long at $11 on this name. What is it at right now? $15, Webull. Wow. Another mover here today is Webull going nuts on the day one more time. Wow, this is a great trade there that we have on for Webull. So we're pretty happy with the way that one's moving. BBAI definitely running it right now. BBI, Tesla, Webull. So this is awesome for me because I'm writing the sticky note right now, and I have BBAI on there. I do not have Webull. Maybe we'll add it as we go to look to see what's happening right here. But yeah, Big Bear AI. This is a name that looks like it's going to get the most love and the most traction here for us, but this is trying to break through $8. I like that level. I like that level a lot. You might even want to take it right here at 785 on that early break. So I think 785 break on Big Bear AI might be pretty good. I'm going to try to wait to see until we get some volume in it, because yesterday, in the pre-market, we had a kind of a downside move, and then pop goes the weasel all the way to the upside right there, and excluding breaking that $7 mark, and that we had this long all the way up to 780 there, in fact. So right now, Big Bear AI getting the Trader TV Live pump right now for sure. We just started talking about it, and there goes Big Bear AI. So good. The board is working. We'll look to address that as we start to talk about some symbols, but make sure you grab the watch list. Make sure you scan that QR code. It's Origenics time. Again, pretty excited here. We got a little coffee going on. Randy's not here today. And it's a happy 4th of July. Those were fireworks going off in the back right there. I just heard like a little bit of a crash, which is why I did that odd facial look there. So, all right, let's go back to the desk. It's 9 o'clock.
Let's have a look at the futures over here, where we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract at 62.75, guys. So we've cleared that hurdle, that 62.50 on a closing basis now. So we will now use that 50-point area as our support level. And now we're looking to that next 100-point area, 6,300 as resistance. In fact, the overnight high, 62.96. All right, guys, make sure to get the watch list every day. Adair prepares it and we all use it. It helps you organize your day, lets you know what's moving and what the major stories are and which stories are the more important ones. So make sure to get that. It comes right into your inbox. All right, first story here, DataDog being added here to the S&P 500. I'm going to let you take that one over and then we'll talk about some of the S&P requirement to get included into the index.
Yeah, let's talk about this. So we know we had Coinbase was the other most recent addition here to the S&P 500 because another company left. That would have been Discover Financial. Well, DataDog, the exact same situation, Sharif. Juniper is leaving the index as of July 9th, of course, with that HPE acquisition, and then DataDog is going to step into their place. So again, prior to the opening of, or I guess as of the opening session here on July 9th, 2025, DataDog will be added to the index. Now, a couple interesting things here that I want to note. For one, this is, as I mentioned, the second time in a row that a company is replacing a company that's leaving, not being removed, but leaving for other reasons. We know we did not get any changes to the index for Q2, right? So that's pretty interesting. Also, Robinhood and AppLovin are still not being added to the index. If you saw both those charts at a little bit of a spike down on the inclusion because they've been valid for quite some time. What makes these companies valid for the index?
Yeah, it's interesting. So first things first, Adara, you got to be a U.S. company. You have to have a minimum $14.5 billion market cap. That's as of 2024. The liquidity also, you must be traded on a U.S. exchange. The domicile, so you got to be located in the United States, and 50% of your float has to be available for public trading. You must also be financially viable, so must have a positive as reported earnings in the most recent quarter and over the sum of the 4 trailing quarters. You got to also represent a certain sector. So you got to have to fit into one of their sectors that they've outlined. And you got to, as I mentioned, be headquartered in the United States, amongst other things, just to give you an idea of what the requirements are to be included in the S&P 500, boys.
Thank you very much, Sharif. Yeah, no, we got a super chat here from Jedi also asking, what's your opinion on the DataDog swing as well? So yeah, if we're going to be talking about the S&P 500 ad, I was just about to type in. I'll finish typing it a little bit in a little bit. But what I was going to say was my opinion on DataDog. Well, the thing is, it's gapping up. It's pretty strong. We saw how the market kind of took that news in. And holding some of these pre-market levels, 152 halves is a pre-market high. Some of this pre-market consolidation lows coming in at 146 halves as well. But I guess my opinion on DataDog would be to go back and check the past, 5 to 10 S&P 500 ads and see how they performed going forward. What sectors were they part of? What was the market cap? What kind of volume? What kind of action did they do coming in on day 1, day 2, day 3? And then maybe you can formulate a little better of a decision off of that. There we saw, again, some examples I can give you off the bat was Palantir and Coinbase off of their S&P 500 ads. You can go in and check what those did in the following days after the news came out. But as of today, I got that anchored VWAP on off of the event from yesterday. And then let's see what price does in and around there. I'm also going to be watching VWAP as well. We're trading above both of them right now, but let's see if that strength can continue any further, going to a higher time frame. Let's just go up to a weekly and see what we got in store here. Oh boy, gapping up pretty aggressively here. So you can see already trending. So that's pretty good. We were already trending and we were already up 66% almost from April lows on DataDog. And now we're getting that continuation, that push with that S&P 500 ad, and we're holding some of these prior highs. So this weekly right here is very interesting because, again, that was an earnings week as well from the last earnings report in 2024. That high is sitting at 149. Currently trading at 149. So let's see if some of that resistance where those sellers stepped in at the end of last year, let's see if that resistance can turn into support with this positive news catalyst. We've already shown on the chart that buyers are willing to step it up all the way from a low of 81 to a high of 135, and now gapping up even higher off of the S&P 500 ad. So I think this one is definitely a very strong look on the day today.
So Big Bear AI, we're in it. Right now, I just took out that high of 785 again right there. I do want to push longer if and when we do break through $8. So Big Bear AI on the sticky note about to come out in just a minute. We're just long here at 86. It breaks at 85. We talked about that. So let's go. It only went to 89s there or something. So we're going to, again, looking at not a big position. If it breaks 8, we'll be in a real one. But for now, let's see if we can play the momentum up, make a couple bucks here on BBAI. Look, I mean, I don't have anything else really to say about DataDog other than it makes me think about what Adair mentioned, we have Hood on here anyways, but Robinhood did the downside on, again, another miss into the S&P 500. So you already went over all the data points for DataDog, and I think that, you know, taking the long there is the right play. So either way, yeah, you want to just, you know, continue to play the trend on that one, obviously being added into the S&P 500. The way that chart looked on the daily, it kind of feels like, you know, it's already in the right direction there. Now you get this extra little bump up. So yeah, DataDog continues to be a winner, that is for sure. Just here looking at Big Bear AI, just in case some of you took it with more shares than I did right there, I would always like to think about VWAP, especially early on. You know, it's done a lot of volume already, almost 7 million shares. So if it does pull back and we do break down through, like, even, you know, VWAP, all these lines are pretty close, 770, 765, 760. I'm going to use 760. Let's lose 25 cents on this if we have to. If there is a pullback, that wouldn't surprise me right now, as there's been going to be some profit taking again. There's going to be a lot of traders that are long Big Bear AI. And looking here at a daily chart of BBAI, I mean, we're almost double right now on this trade. Being long at $4, it's up at 8, and right there, you know, this is why we're looking at this level. This is 8, 7, and this is basically where we're at right now, 790. So this little top there. And I was saying the next sort of extension up here, I do think is at least 9. I mean, if not the high again. So yeah, I don't know. It's kind of clearing through everything. We get that gap up there. So all gaps get filled. That's not true, but that is possible back into $6. So we're going to have to be careful with Big Bear AI. If it does fall below 760, I'm going to get out. So we're going to watch out for that. But yeah, we're long BBAI. Let's go find out about Tesla.
All right, guys, Tesla today, a bit of an issue with Germany's sales. We know that they've been suffering out in Europe as the European consumer has been looking more towards Chinese electric vehicles as an alternative. I'll let Adair cover that. What I'll tell you guys about here is the Goldman Sachs upgrade today. Well, actually, not even an upgrade. It's a price target increase. They maintained their neutral rating, boosting the price target from 285 to 315. Basically after the reported deliveries yesterday of Tesla, which were up 14% quarter over quarter. But when you look at it year over year on the quarter, it was a 13% drop. So an interesting look here, Adair. And just to note that Goldman was one of the rating agencies that was actually expecting a marked miss here on the deliveries. They were gauging 365,000 with low investor sentiment. It obviously didn't work out that way.
Yeah, that was on the lower end of the guidance. I know you and I were talking about what people were expecting there. But I want to talk here about their sales across the world. China, actually, nice little increase here, 3.7% year over year increase in China sales for the month of June, up about 59% month for month. But let's talk about Germany, where things are not nearly so rosy, Sharif, down 60% here for their June 2025 sales. And that's even as Germany's EV market share actually increased. So they had a 8.6% overall rise in battery electric vehicle registrations. But of course, Tesla making up less and less of that, which is interesting. They're still doing well in Norway and Spain, though. So certain areas of Europe are, I guess, still purchasing these Teslas.
Speaking of Norway, a really interesting data point coming out of Norway yesterday. Elon Musk jumping all over that. 97% of the car registration, boys, in Norway for the month of June were electric vehicles. Elon Musk obviously taking that opportunity to let us know and then saying, as Norway goes, the rest of the world goes. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I mean, Norway, world leader in many aspects. I don't know. Okay, so yeah, just pulling back in. I was going to say, like, again, you're doubling the market right now on Tesla. The problem with Tesla is such a headline-driven name, but yesterday it wasn't really, like, that move. There's been so many, you know, that deliveries number there that was lower than expected, ripped the market. Ripped on Tesla, not the market, but ripped Tesla. And then we came all the way back in, only to hold the 200 period and then hold it the rest of the day until the close. You know, whatever happens there at like the last 20 minutes of the day, we know there's shenanigans there. Then you get that little bump up there on the imbalances and that kind of stuff. So I'm not going to worry too much about it breaking right there, but I am going to say if you're going to go long, the 200 period right here at $316 does have support. So you have support right into here. So yeah, if Elon's positive about the direction here of electric vehicles in Europe, then yeah, Tesla's going to make the way here. They're the only name that can make electric vehicle profitably, right? So that's not happening. That little tick down didn't just happen right there. So right here, we're going to watch out for Tesla 318. That's just a bad dark pool. So this is where Tesla's still at, so it hasn't moved. If we do get a wick down like that, I think that's a decent long. So 315, we always look to say, where was yesterday's closing price? Well, we got a huge volume candle to go find it easily, and that's at 315. So if we do manage to drift down into there, 315, I think that's worth trying. And then why not just give it to that bottom, 313? I don't think $2 is that crazy of a hold on Tesla. So for me, I mean, again, I like the company here. I think, holding, and I'm just talking about it holding off this $300 mark. I think we do have a chance to get back to the upside. On the daily chart, you're trying to break through this 50-period moving average, taking out 320, looking at 330 again. So yeah, it's not super exciting. I'd rather trade it on more of a headline than that. But if you're going to look at for something that has momentum attached to it, Tesla does. So that's a name here where we should be looking for longs, I would think, rather than shorts. So, but 320 would be the break long for me.
Yeah, no, I definitely like that. Again, that 320 is a great look. Just looking at some of those prior day levels, that reaction, deliveries reaction high, sitting at 322.60. So yeah, if we're pushing through that prior day or pre-market highs through 320, we're definitely poised for a little bit of a push through the 322s as well. And something I kind of want to point out. I know whenever we talk about Tesla, the chart goes crazy here. But yeah, we're kind of coming into and starting to chop this anchored VWAP from the highs. I know it's a big mess, but this is the one bolded line that is interesting to me. And another thing, some of these anchors from these lows from March and April of this year, prices finally started to kind of reclaim those. So we're getting that like pinching action there of some of these anchored. So interesting stuff there. But yeah, no, I like again, that's a lot of noise, lots of lines. Some of them maybe holding a lot more confluence and merit than others in the given specific situation that we're at right now, just based off of the price action. I do kind of like the levels that we're holding. We held that 300 pretty well the day before the deliveries. Let's go down to a 15-minute chart. You can see that nice little push. I remember getting long here being like, oh boy, we're actually going to hold this. I really like this. We didn't really follow through until the deliveries number. So maybe the follow through coming in now as we're kind of consolidating above prior day's highs on Tesla. So yeah, I do like it for the continuation. Let's see if it comes in though. Again, holiday shortened week, shortened day today as well. Let's see what Tesla gives us. Hopefully we're looking for that continuation if it'll have us.
Guys, Bitcoin next here, moving up nicely above 110,000 momentarily anyway, going to about 110,341. That is the overnight high. Here's what the real look is. So we had about $250 million in short positions that were liquidated in the past 24 hours. And the open interest climbed, Joseph, up to 8.71 to $74 billion, renewing or signaling renewed speculation. This was really what caught my attention, though. IBIT, so BlackRock's spot Bitcoin ETF, actually generated more inflows in less time than the SPY, than the S&P 500 ETF. Also, greed sentiment rose sharply with your crypto fear and greed index, Adara, moving up to 73 from 63.
Yeah, and even also moving up here are these crypto-related stocks. MSTR, yesterday, low of around 379, high of day around 406. So, like, really what the rally for some of these names. But we also have some catalysts in some of these. We talked about Hut 8 yesterday getting some contracts. So this morning, IREN, this is another one of those mining-related names. They announced the purchase of 2.4 thousand Nvidia Blackwell units here for roughly $130 million. This was on our Trader TV Live watch list. So yeah, interesting stuff here for IREN. Lots of, I think, growth in this crypto space across the board.
The crypto market, guys, climbed to about $3.36 trillion now. That's a 3.5% move in 24 hours.
Oh boy.
I just heard Obi mutter the term 200K.
No, I'm looking at the weekly, dude, and I'm just like, oh boy. Yeah, so I was just like, look at how beautiful this weekly is. Holding structure. This breakout was so clean. I played this breakout on Bitcoin. It was absolutely beautiful here, the 70,000 push. Right there. It's just a simple trend break that came in right into prior highs right there. Nice little consolidation down here as well. This is a weekly chart. We're coming up from these lows from 2022 when Bitcoin was all the way down, I wouldn't say down in the dumps, but testing $15,000, currently trading at 109s and some change with a high of 112s. And oh boy, again, just looking at some of the trend that could potentially be coming out of this, I think that this is a little bit, okay, well, that's too ideal, right, obviously. But, you know, the stair step up is pretty nice here. Again, honestly, I'm looking for the next kind of a push back in. You can see that through Bitcoin cycles, we have these crazy run-ups, and then we take decent pullbacks as well. So I want to be along for the ride on both sides when it comes to that move. But Bitcoin definitely front side of this bigger picture weekly move here as structure just steps on top of it itself. I'm curious to know, do we take out that 112 and continue to step up on this Bitcoin? We know that it's been adapted and adopted by a lot of big players, including governments and governmental agencies as well. Now, not to mention some of the bigger funds around the world as well. So I think it's definitely something that is winding up, but price action will always stay king, especially on something like Bitcoin for me.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, you just looked at Bitcoin itself, so I was just going to quickly look at IBIT because something very similar. That was a great dip buy opportunity right into that lows of yesterday. So, you know, $62 looks like we're going to be able to get an opportunity to trade that today. So that would be definitely something to look at. And then what about just the momentum as we are looking for something to trade into a long weekend here? What about just a break of 62.50? I think I mean, the sticky note, first of all, it's now out. I did want to I'll put that link in the chat because people are looking for it. But 62.50 right there on IBIT, I think that's a go. Sharif just mentioned that 10,300 or so. If we retest that, then obviously it's going to be a break of this. So yeah, I think Bitcoin right now with momentum for the rest of the weekend, why not just go long Bitcoin? I mean, everybody hangs out. It's 4th of July. They're talking stocks, portfolios. I don't know. I mean, I kind of do that. Maybe Bitcoin is on top of people's minds, and we get a little bit of an action there because remember, you're not going to be able to trade IBIT for 3 days. So, you know, get ready to potentially go long through this name, especially if we do think that there's going to be a run into the all-time highs this weekend with the Nasdaq breaking all-time highs, S&P breaking all-time highs. I don't think you want to be short IBIT, and I could see some covering happening, especially if we take out this 62.50. I am now adding IBIT right now, 62.50 onto the sticky note. I'll probably take a picture of it and send it out because I like this break right there on this name. Not crypto, but Bitcoin, obviously at 109 and change right now, looking to do well. We did have yesterday a look at some of the major coins in the environment, in the atmosphere, 3.5 trillion right now, coming back in 3.46 today. There's Bitcoin 109 and change. There's a little bit of a drop down in Ethereum, but still 2.6 is really nice. Ripple and XRP 229. Solana's kind of the lagger right there. Dogecoin 17 cents. A lot of these are still pretty low. Cardano 59. Cardano got as high as 112 or something, or 120 on that announcement. So you're almost down 50% on some of these altcoins. Stay with the king, man. That's what we keep on saying. So I would be buying Bitcoin hand over fist at some of these levels. And we've talked about that. I'm getting longer, man. I bought 105. I bought 103. Oh. Like, money is where my mouth is on this one. You're welcome. Again, Timmy Tran, thanks again for BBAI. You are welcome. I mean, it's made a difference in my account and to, you know, my holdings, I guess, as an investment side of things. So you're welcome for Big Bear AI, man. I mean, I'm glad that I was talking about this thing, you know, down when it was at $3, down when it was at $4, talking about buying it, talking about why I liked it. And it's really nice to see that it's working out. We had Steve Tileman on yesterday from Trade the Pool, and he was saying, you know, why not just go back into another AI name? Why not just C3 AI? He also likes Sound. as well, SoundHound. So S-O-U-N there as well. So it's a couple of different AI names if you're looking for it. But then, of course, he also goes Big Bear AI, but I gave him Big Bear AI a couple weeks ago or months ago. But we really like Big Bear AI. SoundHound could be another one to go. I haven't done enough work on that. But we also don't have Palantir on our board today on the list. And that's also with a huge momentum upside right here in the pre-market. So, yeah, I'm going to get longer on IBIT, I think. And yeah, don't sell it when it collapses. It will come back, says Rich Buddy. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to sell anything on Big Bear AI. I've been getting some out. I'm already out of 20% of the position, but I do want to hold in case it is something special, right? I mean, we're holding Webull. We're long Webull at $11. That's at $15 right now. So that's obviously working out as well. But some trades, you got good. Some trades don't go well for you. So, you know, those predictions that you make, and you just hope that they can hold true. All right, it's 9:20. Let's go talk about China.
All right, guys, next on the list here, Chinese, U.S. lifting chip software export ban to China. So the U.S. Department of Commerce has rescinded recent export restrictions on the semiconductor design software to China. So you have companies like Siemens, Synopsys, and Cadence all received letters from the Department of Commerce saying that the license requirements have been removed. The restrictions, the DARA, had been originally implemented on May 23rd and had been kind of a roadblock there for critical chip development. Yeah,
and I wanted to specify as well, it's specifically with chip design software. That's why these companies like CDNS and SNPS are moving. So yeah, again, they let them know back May 23rd they were basically required to obtain licenses before they start sending the software off to China. There's been a lot of export control tightening, but now if we see this loosening, I want to know what's next, right? So keep an eye. We know Nvidia guided that $5.5 billion, I guess not loss, but lack of revenue due to China. We know they rely very heavily on China. Their H20, which they made for China, they couldn't sell. So if we keep seeing this rollback of exports, that could be a really good sign for names like Nvidia, I would say.
All right, guys. So the U.S. For their part China for their part has started allowing the conditional release of rare earth materials, elements, metals, whatever you want to call it, to the United States. Critical, guys, for chip development.
Yeah, I think it's only honestly good news from here if we're going to start making deals and start easing things up. And again, forgetting about the fundamentals for a second, the chart itself looks pretty much primed here as well. And again, I'm just going to look at the Hang Seng and just point out, I kind of noted this earlier on in the week, pretty much a little bit of a range here, a little bit of a double bottom there on that 15,000 in the middle of the range currently. And I think that if we're going to kind of just do more of the same, when we start getting some better news, maybe some better sentiment, the market starts taking it a little bit better as well. The question becomes, do we have, what are the chances of us revisiting the top of the range? Does price action confirm? Are we seeing what we want to see? Are we seeing kind of buyers step it up? Do we see overall structure kind of holding higher and higher for that? And then, of course, do we see the confluence of those fundamentals that will bring in bigger players and give them the confidence to buy up higher levels relative to what they've been at recently. So I think those are all things to consider, all things to kind of keep in mind. But in terms of the price action, again, we were kind of down in the dumps when it comes to the Hang Seng there, and a beautiful recovery we're getting as of right now, about 50% back into the range we've been doing for over almost 10 years now, it would seem. So that's the look I have on China. I think short term, again, a lot of noise, a lot of chop. A good example is our own markets. You can see the Nasdaq and the ES. We've had so much political turmoil and uncertainties, maybe some tariffs. So what say you? Everything just got bought up. Everything was just noise in the bigger picture of things, and that's what I have to remember in terms of price action. Always that everything else that happens in the shorter time frame, even though we're here day trading, it's all going to be just noise. The bigger picture is definitely where it's at.
Yeah, bigger picture. I was going to look at FXI. It's down 1% right here today. If you're going to look at the China 100 or the China large cap stocks, FXI could be something to look at again, but you're just bouncing off 36. So I think that's going to be a level if you want to look there. I want to go back to Alibaba, the name that was actually moving around a little bit today, as they were looking for some funding for their Alibaba healthcare unit. So do that in the form of stock, so you get that little dump down there as they raise. But it's making a move back up, so we might be wrong there about thinking to trade the bottom here through for Alibaba. But that doesn't mean that we're not going to look to say keep it short today with BABA. Look at the market right now, looking to take out those highs. So look at the bounce off VWAP. How perfect is that on a light volume day? Like, absolutely perfect. Now holding the 50-period moving average. I think we almost have to add the Nasdaq to our long trade today as well. But since we're on China right now, I'm looking at Alibaba up here and thinking if we can get up to 110 again, that's right into this level. There's 110, that's 110.30. Short, just start playing that short in case we do bump back up. But I don't have too much to go here in the Chinese space. I mean, NIO has been a decent long as well, off $3, I think it was, or even, was it even a little bit lower there? No, yeah, so 350 actually, which is where we were at right now. We've been like doing nothing for a while. Yeah, there's the $3 long that I'm talking about. But yeah, that's going on. Sharp link right here, SBET. Again, these guys are doing the Ethereum trust, and they're starting to go right now again as well. They got into, yeah, wow. So that is that name there that they were building up. Their board approved, I think it was $250 million or something like that, private placement or something, and absolutely went hard on that move to the upside. SBET right now looking to get going again. If you are into this name, there's that gap fill. So you're looking at $22. It's amazing to say something's at $14, but watch out for SBET right now, $22.12. That top could be a play. And then just real quick, let's just check out what SBET's stats are. So here's SBET. I think this is always the best thing to do when you're looking. Short float, 8%, is probably a lot higher than that. Float only 66 million. How much have we done so far today? 6 million. So yeah, this name, maybe it's going to be a little bit more under control than it had been in the past. Let's wait to see what happens here with SBET. Remember, $22 is that gap fill level. So that would be something that looked to fade if we can get back up to there. But it is really hot fire right now. There it is, Tisha in the chat. Make sure you guys hit the like and the subscribe. You want to get into the chat. Thank you again, Timmy, for your $20. I mean, that's a lot. Thanks for us. So thank you so much for that. For BBAI, you are welcome. So awesome on that one, and happy 4th to you as well. Gapping over 1425 has room to 30, right? So who knows where it will go? That's right, Tisha. But yeah, you've nailed that one for sure. Good call on SBET trying to get back up to the upside, man. I mean, you know, money's made every day on random stuff, and right now today we weren't necessarily expecting SBET. So I would say look out for that. I always look at the 200 period. We always talk about that when stocks are moving. So $13 there maybe as a bottom, looking at that 22 as a high. So watch out right now for, it's Sharp Link. I was going to say Starlink. Sharp Link as we go. All right, let's go find out about Robinhood as it's coming down.
Earlier this week, we had got the story that Robinhood was now launching and offering tokenized shares of OpenAI and SpaceX on the private market. These are private companies, guys, for EU users via the crypto token platform. The tokens were not real and are not real equity, but offered indirect exposure via a special purpose vehicle. They're only available for EU users due to the looser EU investor restrictions. U.S. investors are excluded as a result of stricter regulatory framework, but that didn't sit well very much with Altman and crew at OpenAI, did it, Adara?
It really did not, Sharif. So literally more than 48 hours after we got this announcement on Monday. So this was yesterday evening at 4:06 p.m. If you were on the market recap show with Sean and myself, you saw me give this to you guys live. But here's the post from OpenAI Newsroom, which is their official news account. These quote-unquote OpenAI tokens are not OpenAI equity. We did not partner with Robinhood. We were not involved in this and do not endorse it. Any transfer of OpenAI equity requires our approval. We did not approve any transfer. Please be careful. Robinhood actually responded to this via like a spokesperson response. They said the giveaway was a limited offer facilitated through a special purpose vehicle. It was, I will say, also very like public and forward facing, so kind of hard to get away from that. Worth noting, SpaceX, again, the other private company that Vlad Tenev, CEO of Robinhood, touted as one of the tokens. SpaceX has not commented yet.
And I thought this was a really interesting vehicle, guys, to be able to offer privately held companies to the public who are not accredited, I guess, investors. So how do you guys feel about this, and what's the look?
Robinhood. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm looking short for Robinhood. I haven't really. I'm just trying to get things lined up here for Google, as the imbalances are obviously out here as well. So why don't you go over some Robinhood, and then we can look at the imbalances maybe.
Yeah, Robinhood, some solid catalyst. I think the outlook.
Are you muted? That's okay, I can take it. Right now, Robinhood. Look, I was just thinking about Robinhood here. Look, first of all, BBAI, the big one right there. We talked about Oscar Health yesterday as well. So these are some imbalances. There's not much today at all. Very, very light day on half-day trading. But there goes Alibaba. Look at the 200-period moving average. For me, it's a short anywhere around there. You might even get away with shorting the low of the day as well, as as Robinhood breaking through 95. I think that's a decent short opportunity there, breaking through 95 right now on Robinhood. So that would be something for me, and then trying to get back into $90 for a potential bounce, right? I mean, we bounced off $90 just yesterday. So let's wait to see what happens with Robinhood right here. Quickly, Obi, 45 seconds.
Yes, sir. No, I think it's a good look. Again, the trend is showing an uptrend. We did get some aggressive selling both on Tuesday and then at the end of the day, or mid to end of the day yesterday, some after hours levels. But you can see it's holding that anchored view up pretty well off of that event. So that $90 kind of consolidation double bottom here, I got that on watch, and maybe some highs. But again, bigger picture, we know what this is doing on the weekly. It is aggressively pushing higher and higher, multi-week runner on this one. So I'm going to look for more of the same here. Only about 10 seconds left. Thank you very much. And the bell brought to you by Beta Pro by Global X. Don't forget. 8 times, does that say 8 times daily leverage to ETFs for Canadians?
Yeah, okay. We are also long right now. We just got long on Google. Google does drop down a little bit here. So now we're long 178.57 right now on Google. So here we go. We're long. We like this trade. We're going to figure out what winds up happening here, potentially to the downside for Google. Right now we had marked it down that we were looking at here on our sticky note, which I can put in the chat again, but it's in there. 179 long break or 178 dip buy opportunity. So Big Bear AI, here we go. We just got out at 98 right there on Big Bear AI. It looks like it does want to take it out right now. Let's go through $8. Good trade so far on Big Bear AI. We got it early. We got it out right there. So a nice little bump up there for BBAI. And oh boy, here goes Google. There goes Big Bear AI. Now it's broken through $8. Your boy is long right now, $8. So we got 801s, of course, on that one. So 808 and heartbreaks. Hopefully not today. But here we go. We're going to, I mean, if we can get some out, maybe I should get some out at 808. Let's see what winds up happening here. $8.25, sort of that first level that we'll look at. Let's go, Big Bear AI. There it is right now. Sorry, we're on Google still. Google breaking as well. There's Big Bear AI through 810. My bad, everybody, as we were not on the right stock. But there goes Big Bear AI taking some more out over here. And then, oh boy, we're also long Google right now. It took out the day's high at 179.25s. And we did wind up punching a little bit more long there. There goes Big Bear AI, man. And oh boy, we are happy. Oh boy, Joe. Oh boy, Obi. This is a big trade right now to start the day on the biggest of the bears. It's Big Bear AI. Let's go, baby. This is what we're doing. Again, over and over, every day we seem to have these kind of plays. There goes Big Bear AI again. Big time movement. We're crushing right now. All right. Happy July 4th. I'm out of here, guys. That's the day. Obi, good luck, my guy. The rest of the day. But no, that was a good one right there. Thank you, Obi. Let's go.
Yeah, no, DataDog holding that bid really well, and Amazon with a bit of a breakout here as well that I have on watch. So absolutely crazy. That Amazon was a little bit of just a technical break off of that prior high from on Tuesday, and look at that rip through that level there. Oh boy, that's coming in real hot as of right now. So a bit of a miss on my part. The market is blasting to the upside. Yeah, Google's kind of holding on as of right now, dude. Amazon was the one to kind of push into aggressively there as it continues to go 222s all the way to 235s, 224s almost on Amazon. So oh boy, what a crazy run up on that one there. DataDog has not gone through 150 just yet. So waiting on that one to see if it'll potentially come in here. But it's got a lot of chop. It's got a lot of volatility. I'm willing to give it some room here, and willing also to give it multiple tries before it kind of maybe potentially comes into fruition here. So let's kind of pack our patience with that one. could have been a little bit more aggressive there on the Amazon as well. But yeah, what a crazy morning.
Bitcoin.
Oh boy, it keeps on going.
Forgot about that.
Fours now on Amazon. This market
this is my level.
Strong.
We're going.
23,000 within range.
Dude, we are, this has been, I mean, look what we put out here, again, on our sticky note. We're going to let these things settle down a little bit. We're now long into Bitcoin as well. One day goalie, what's up, goalies? One day goal met right there. Look at this, Google 179 long, it's at 179.40. Nvidia we didn't even look at yet. We got to go over there. Big Bear AI, $8, Amazon long as well. And then we added, for everybody's viewing pleasure, IBIT. So we're going to have to wait to see where that one goes right now, taking out yesterday's sort of levels right there for IBIT. We talked about trying to get into that name. So there it goes, breaking through the high of the day. We just manually punched that one in. So there we go on that. Google's the one that's having the problems, if not everything else. It's because it just got into where we punched long. So we're going to have to try to pack our patience a little bit with Google. We buy, and then we bought again right into here on that pre-market high break. So that's why our average price isn't where it should be all the way down to the downside. But oh boy, Big Bear AI up to the highs again, man. $8.26 right there for Big Bear. So yeah, man, I'm just going to start to pile out of this up here. We were able to. Again, these outs right into here are me getting out from this. So as we go higher, we like Big Bear AI. But it looks like Google is going to be the one, for me, that's going to be a little bit of a problem here early, which is fine. We'll give some back there if it does break below that 178. Let's just use that low of the day there as our out, and we'll average back in a little bit right where we were before, 178.60. So I'm going to use 178, basically 35 there as my stop, and put some more shares there at 178.60, looking for the reload. IBIT, you're in DataDog, so great trade there on the add to the S&P 500. Let's wait to see where that turns out. But yeah, I think, the 200 period, 62.30 or so, if we're wrong on IBIT, we can get away from that one. So trying to dip by a little bit more in Google if we get that opportunity, and trying to wait to see. We got to be patient with IBIT, we know that, so we're going to do that and wait to see if we get something on IBIT. So yeah, that's what we're doing. We have the S&P PMI coming out at 9:45, so that should be something to watch out for. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here in IREN. This is IREN. This is a crypto-related stock, as I mentioned earlier. This one actually announcing the purchase of about 2,400 Nvidia Blackwell GPUs, 12% short float. Another small cap runner on watch here is GITS. That's Global Interactive Technologies. Definitely below its pre-market highs, but trying to bounce. Not any news on this one that I am seeing. In addition, though, Sean, to that 9:45 print, we're also going to get at 10 a.m. Some other data, ISM Services PMI and factory orders month over month. So I'll cover all that data for you. You send it back to the guys.
Thank you very much, Adara. Yeah, this DataDog not really getting anywhere just yet. So you know what? I'm going to just let that one kind of, settle down here. I got involved with a little bit of Amazon as well. Oh boy, that's coming in as well. So yeah, 223s, 224s currently. There's VWAP. Where's VWAP, you may ask? That was a pretty crazy extension right off open. 223.27s. So we're at VWAP right now. Let's see if we can hold, or do we crack? No idea, but 223.30s now, maybe potentially a little bit of an add if we're going to crack that VWAP as well. Oh boy, there comes DataDog. Hasn't really sought me out just yet, but again, I'm going to let that one cook. Markets, though, hella strong as of right now. You can see the spider, you can see the Qs, they're ripping. Amazon is ripping. Alphabet's finally catching a little bit of a bid here, Sean, so that might be the one as well. Really. And oh boy, Amazon's coming in. Oh my God, I didn't even size effectively for this. It wasn't part of my plan. I usually kind of write down all my sizing and everything beforehand relative to the opportunity, and I'm like, okay, this is kind of the range that I want to risk on said stock on the day, and therefore that's kind of what I want to use, and definitely not anywhere near what I'm looking for here on Amazon. Oh boy, there goes DataDog, 147.5. Oh boy,
147. Oh no. Sorry.
Yeah, I was looking for that 150, and you know what? If it's not going to come, it's not going to come. I just got to respect that a little bit there.
You've got Bitcoin, my guy. You don't worry about Bitcoin.
Yeah, Bitcoin's still going. Eh? Okay.
Yeah, we're pretty hot fire right now on BTC, as there it goes, man. And again, another name that we gave to you. We gave this to you on the sticky note right there, given out 20 minutes ago. There's the break right there. Look, I even pointed out once, twice, thrice. There goes crypto, or there goes Bitcoin to the upside, 62.60. We take our first out there for 10 cents. We got a 61 fill happening right there. All right, well, Google's about to, Yeah, stop me out, I feel like. We're going to be wrong on this one, that is for sure. We won't give back our whole day here, but we will give something back as right now not working out, man. This was going to be a top idea for myself. I thought we were going to play the momentum strong from, there it goes, the momentum strong from yesterday and even into the close. I thought, you know, the fact that we were above this 178.80, thought there was a chance for this to work, but we're going to stop out at right here, a break of 30, we're out. So this will be a pretty big fail early, really, for me there. So yeah, that sucks. I'm going to flush it down the toilet right there. Just not a good read on Google. So we're getting some out, and then be disciplined, get that trade out of there, and we don't worry about it. But yeah, Google, nice downside push. Maybe we can get long at some point, but I just, when the theory breaks, right? And it's not working out. I'll try one more piece down here because it's slightly lower than where we were in. Watch out for 178 coming in. We'll take another one at 178. Then a break down here, we're gone, man. 177, like 80s. If we can break lower, then we're going to be out of this name here for Google. But IBIT's working out. Oh yeah, and then Big Bear AI. I only have 20% left. You know, we've gotten some more out here around 10s. It is having a little bit of a problem right now on Big Bear AI, so let's be careful with that one right now. Google's coming in right now into support at 178. So yesterday right here, this is that level of I didn't think we would get here. Like I should have stopped out at 178.50 and then waited for this level. But yeah, right now we're just gonna try 178 again. And then if we lose that, then definitely, man, we shouldn't have even be anywhere near this 200 period moving average, but obviously we are. So there goes Google right now back into the downside. We don't wanna make this a mess today. You know, we've had a great week, an absolutely bang-up week. My out for BBAI is this break of 90 as well. So if we wind up, look, Big Bear AI is a huge winner, so it's fine. But there goes Google again, huge loser right there, breaking through one. Well, what? I shouldn't have got stopped out there, I don't think. All right, I don't know why we got stopped out there, but a little bit of a wick down for us on Google. Let's just buy a little bit back in there and just to see if that's true. 945, remember S&P June PMI read. So be careful, man. We don't want to be too stubborn with all of this, but that broke real quick and then came right back. So I'm not, yeah, I guess it does break that 80 level. So too bad for us there, getting stopped out at that low. I don't think we should have, but we did. All right, there goes Google. Let's wait to see on that one. You're still in Amazon. Great trade. I can't believe that's at 231 right now.
Yeah, got out of that DataDog again. Didn't really hold that opening range. I guess not really opening range low. We're still kind of holding that opening range low as of right now. 147 is the day low, but we came in and kind of clipped it right there. So I was like, if we're likely to start pushing into that low, Google, I do want to get out a little bit before that and kind of reassess here. But yeah, 147s. Let's see if that holds on the day. But it tried to hold that VWAP. It tried to hold 148. We tried to hold some of these reference prices where we got that bid coming in off of some of that morning session as well. But you know what? We'll wait and see. Wow, look at that top wick on the Nasdaq, dude. Absolutely wild. That is crazy. Kind of like a drop back in on the Nasdaq. That top wick may be a little bit telling. We'll see. Alphabet, there it goes to the downside. Oh boy, there comes some selling. Let's see if the TQs or the ES can go a little bit green to red on this push here. So that's what I'm watching for.
What do we think is
Amazon
happening here?
holding that VWAP pretty well. And again, we got a little bit of an economic number coming out pretty soon, so got to be wary of that one there. Maybe there's follow through, maybe there isn't. Who knows? Are we gonna? Can we expect a little bit of volume? Yeah, maybe. I think so. I think it's fair to expect a little bit of volume. Let's see if that can come in with any real sort of umph for us here. Let me just get right back into this and give it the appropriate risk on this one there, 147. So that bid coming back in, maybe potentially off that 147. There's the bid getting slammed on Amazon. Oh boy, definitely didn't have enough on that one there, but we'll see what happens here with these economic numbers as the market rages back down to the downside here. That top wick is absolutely crazy, but raging is Amazon now. Oh boy, we're at the club.
Yeah, okay, good. Oh, then you get this, then you get this. I thought you were long Amazon. Oh, you went, you got the other way. Okay, good trade there on Amazon. Yeah, the whole market, flush city right now as we get ready for that PMI number. We're just long IBIT and trying to hold on for dear life right now because we did get stopped out of that Google. We should have never got back in. That was stupid to get back in right there. But right to the downside right now, trying to bounce off 177. I have no idea what's going on. Trump meeting with Putin at 10. So let's go find out this from Madeira. Was it a Derek call? No, okay, so I heard in my ear Trump 10 o'clock meeting with Putin. So we're going to find out if there is any sort of a bump in the market on that. I don't know. He's claimed to try to get this resolved with Ukraine. I think if they do, I think that should be a pop-up at some point in the market. But we'll wait for right now. Bitcoin trying to go, breaking now through 110 right there. So stay hydrated today if you are on that. Let's just find out what's going on with Robinhood as well. There it goes, man. We talked about that 95 break. That was a great one. We should have had that 95 break right there. It does go all the way immediately down to 94 and just trying to bounce. I'm going to be patient right here and wait for that number at 945. We do have Chicago PMI services coming out. So let me just go through that. It might not be services. Hold on a second. I'm going to get that for you based on, yeah, it is services PMI. So the number that we're looking for is 53.1. S&P services PMI 53.1, composite PMI 52.8. So we'll wait to see what gets going with all of that. Big Bear AI, look, man, thankfully we got out of the majority of that on the way up. We held, like I said, that last 20% and got out there for flat on 790 break, but there comes BBAI right back into the downside. And there goes, again, it looks like we missed that complete bottom there, capitulated bottom, I guess, on Google, but really no volume. So I guess it wasn't too much of a capitulation, but now we have only 30 seconds left until the number. So let's go find out from Midday what's good over there with the PMI.
Just going to go over what we're expecting again here. Sean did mention it. So S&P Services and Composite PMI, these are not the most closely watched PMI numbers. That'll come at 10 a.m. with the more closely watched ISM Services PMI. But for 9:45, we are expecting 53.1 for the S&P Services PMI print for June. S&P Composite, we're expecting 52.8. Both of these would be in line with the previous prints. We're going to have to wait and see what happens here. In case you guys missed it, we did get better than expected unemployment. So lower than expected unemployment and higher than expected non-farm payrolls that came through at 8:30 a.m. They did bump the market a little bit. And now in just 2 seconds, we're going to be getting these S&P numbers. So S&P Composite PMI, a little bit better than expected, slightly here, 52.9 versus 52.8 expected. S&P Services PMI, also 52.9, a little bit below estimates of 53.1. So services lower than expected, composite higher than expected, market a little bit of a bounce here. So here's the Nasdaq. Continuing, honestly, this uptrend, higher highs and higher lows. Again, stay tuned. At 10 a.m., we will be getting that ISM services data. Also, yeah, I just wanted to confirm as well, Donald Trump did say that he's going to be speaking to Putin at 10 a.m. Before that was announced, there were reports suggesting they were going to talk on Friday. Looks like they're going to talk today. Back to you.
Okay, good. So that's good news there. What about Nvidia right here? Nvidia had a nice move up to 159 and then stopped. So I was thinking about this name as it's up 0.73 right now. So those PMI numbers come out both higher. Actually, composite 52.9. 52.8. It looks like Apple's getting a pop right here as well. 213 and change. Look at that size there at 213.25. Watch out for Apple. Nice little pop right there going higher. Right now goes AAPL. Nvidia downside move, but Apple popping right now through the high of the week right now, 213. I mean, looks like a good healthy move there for Apple. Gapping right there through 213. So someone liked that price and bought that easily up again. Google, yeah, man, we shorted a little bit, got out there. Now we're trying to get right back up in through 178 again. I think we'll leave this name alone. We lost too much money on this already. We did get out some good names, good levels on IBIT. 73 was one of our outs there, as now we're fading back out. I have no idea where that chart is. I'm going to go find that for you. But right now, that's what we're dealing with here has been, oh, that chart closed for me. I'm going to open that chart back up. So that's my 5-minute chart. But right there, IBIT trying to go. And I was really just thinking about Nvidia breaking 159. I think that's a good level. I had written down here on Nvidia that we'd like the 157 long, but that didn't really come in. It came to 157.60. We should probably look at an all-time high break right now of 159 incoming potentially for Nvidia.
Yes, sir. And oh boy, kind of chasing this Amazon down. That was an aggressive kind of a pullback into, you know what, I'll get out of that one there. That was an aggressive pullback in. So I did get aggressive on the push back in, but if it's not going to have me, that's fine. I was looking for that day low. I was looking for the opening price as well to get kind of clocked. Didn't really get that just there, but yeah, a beautiful kind of push down in on Amazon there. I did get a little too aggressive near the low, so I had to kind of cover most of that, as I was just like, all right, if we're gonna really pound into this, I'm only taking break evens, and it didn't really follow through. I was looking for that. The aggressive selling that came into that day low, I was like, all right, if we crack day low, guess who's offside? Anybody and everybody who's been long, and I'm already short off of the 224s, so I like that. But you know what? If it's going to kind of base in and consolidate, I know the chart is not the best. I got a lot of arrows on there as well right now. So let's pull up the other chart so we can see it a little bit better. So let's go down to the 3-minute chart because that's what I'm using. Amazon, hello. We're taking some swings on this one today, as absolutely crazy. So the technical breakout that I was talking about here, I did have it on watch, just this one right here. So aggressive selling, double top happened here. Look at the aggressive volume and the price action that we get on the breakout of that, pulling up into it in the pre-market and then blasting off. And I'm like, oh boy, where are you running? Why are you running? I don't know, but I like the reversion. And the 22401, I like the little bit of a failure to follow through that level as well. Let's see if we can make any distinct sort of lower highs. It's 948, Sean. We still have another number coming in about 12 minutes, so got to be wary about that one, Sean.
Yeah, we're getting out some more. We're going to watch out for Nvidia right here, but we have to remind everybody that if you're a savvy Canadian trader looking to boost their exposure, you can now tap into the Nasdaq 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily levered ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging, which is so key today. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. And there it goes. Scan that QR code, everybody. Get into that. Figure it out, man. The 3 times levered ETFs, especially if you have an inkling into what the market may do. Great opportunities there. So thanks to Beta Pro there in Global X for coming through with us on that. So there it is. Yeah, good opportunity there for Canadian investors. All right. So yeah, I hear Joe getting excited over there. Yeah, our trade of the day for me, for sure, is BTC. So there it goes. Another upside play now for Bitcoin as it just continues to get more excited here upside. Wow. Okay. Getting excited is what I'm doing right now on crypto. There it goes, man. Another out high side. Let's just let this thing try to run a little bit. You guys are, I mean, I kind of feel some kind of ways. We're almost done our show right now. It's going over to, it's almost, that's what I'm telling you. We're done at 10 o'clock, my guy.
Time flies when you're having so much fun.
That's why it flies every day. I mean, I cannot believe this right now, how much fun we are having today. Join Sharif, Joseph. We'll still be here hanging around and for the midday show starting at 10 o'clock, which is like right now. So get ready for that. But oh boy, we got a good trade on again for crypto, and we're waiting for Nvidia to go. Google has made its way back right now. So yeah, bad out right there, I guess, but whatever, man. It got rinsed out, and I wasn't sure what was going on. The market has bounced off of that. Feels like the TQs right there, or the Qs, the Nasdaq, would have been a good trade off of the 50-period moving average. High, buy. So there it goes right now, trying to get back up into those highs. You got to take profit sometimes when profit is there. And although we were excited about crypto, Bitcoin, we were able to get a decent spot out there as well. So we only have about 25% left of this trade. So far, so good. Obi and I back at noon, but it'll be Joe and Sharif coming through very, very soon. We'll stay here for the number. We'll throw over there 10:05 or so on that. But yeah, looking forward to a big show there from the boys. Midday guys coming 2 hours or an hour early today.
Yeah, for sure. It's gonna be exciting, and what a crazy morning we've had. DataDog hasn't really done too much. There's that bit of a push, I guess. Whoa, look at that. That's coming in real hot. Why is it not stopping me out here? Oh boy, I definitely got to stop out of that one. That's crazy. Amazon coming in with a break. I don't know why my stop didn't hit there. Probably because I had that prior stop in and it got canceled. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I had a stop from before and I took a bit of a more of a cut than I really should have on that one. That's fine, whatever. Next trade is what I'm looking for, guys, and hopefully again, a lot more in store for that one there. So yeah, Amazon, I kind of had that stop in at the consolidation high right there, and it just rips up to the next dollar. I'm like, all right, I spent 40 pennies more than I really should have on that one. It's okay. Where is the next trade is the question right now. But Apple, with a little bit of a continuation, maybe it's over there. Let's take a quick look at that one. So what I was looking at here on the 1 minute right here. So this consolidation high, I did put my stop in, but I guess it canceled my stop because I still had my original stop from my first trade up here. But it is what it is. So let's go quickly take a look at Apple and take a look at how it may potentially be doing a little bit of continuation on the day today. So nice little hold of that anchored VWAP in the pre-market. But yeah, look at that consolidation from yesterday, attempting to break out right now. Now again, we had that catalyst come in late day Monday, and we got that continuation coming in right off of the open earlier on in the week. And Monday, Tuesday, and I guess, no. This is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and now Thursday, attempting to push for some fresh highs as well once again on Apple. So let's see if we get that nice little continuation. The market tailwind is definitely on your side if you're looking for those longs there. But some of the constituents not really behaving as of right now. I can see that Google below its VWAP. I can see Tesla below its VWAP. Yeah. I don't know what Meta is up to, Sean, but we were looking at that one a little bit in the pre-market as well. Let's see what Meta is up to real quick here. Here, boom, Meta, let's go. Okay, so Meta to the downside as well. Oh boy, so this is looking similar to that of Amazon, but maybe even a little bit better of an opportunity. Here's the thing, Amazon extended price action off open. Meta didn't really do that. Meta started extending in the pre-market. So maybe I have to get a little bit better with those ones where I'm like, okay, if it's doing enough volume, relative volume was almost, what, 9 times, sorry, 0.9 times, so almost 1 times in the pre-market session, building up into the open. We get a little bit of a pullback there. But Meta, oh boy, again, pretty aggressive on the higher time frame, and seeing some of those buyers step back in is definitely a good sign for that higher time frame kind of push. Oh boy, DataDog 149s now, Sean.
Boom.
That 150 might be coming in. I'm waiting, I'm being patient. Let's see if it'll have me here. And I'm glad I got out. I'm glad I punched out of the Amazon when I did, because we're trading all the way back to VWAP. I almost was like, I know I'm definitely wrong here, because when I'm, the places where I was punching into, I'm like, I like the reversion back to VWAP here. I know I'm being a little, I guess, aggressive. That's why I wanted to take that break-even stop when I was chasing down below. But again, it seems like that comes into fruition absolutely beautifully while the market rips to the upside, fresh highs, 23,000 well within range right now. We're hitting some of these levels.
Let's go.
And this market is blasting to the upside, 6,300 blue passed on the ES as well. Let's see what we got here on the poll. Okay, no, that's not the one. Where did that poll go? Okay, right here. Poll woke up and the market is already wild.
Yeah.
What's the first move? Slamming the buy button, LFG, it's a trap, shorting everything. My portfolio's still asleep. Still asleep. Just here to watch Obi and say, oh boy. I think I'm gonna go with oh boy on that one there. 27%. Let's go. That's awesome. Thank you guys for that one there. Yeah, make sure you vote in the chat, and don't forget to like and subscribe, because that's the only way you can get into the chat and continue to get the awesome entertainment that you're getting here with the whole team. 149 halves now on DDOG. This one is definitely a little bit of an underdog today, with choppy sideways action off of the open, but the bid's finally coming in. I'm looking for that 150 to blast. Like I said, we have the market tailwind, Sean.
Yes, sir.
We're just not getting that kind of follow through here on DataDog, but this number's coming in about 4 minutes. Maybe we can expect.
Yeah, we definitely got a little too excited there about Google and should not have gotten back in that second time. But the thing is that we're back into a strong name that we wanted to have, and this is on our note as well. It is, of course, Nvidia. So here goes Nvidia. Let's just be patient here. See if we can get a bigger winner now. We are long in the 20s. We just got some out in the 60s. We've gotten some out on the way up here. This high doesn't seem to want to break. I'm sitting at 75 to get out of a much bigger piece right now of Nvidia, but it doesn't go, then it doesn't go. But yeah, so far so good there. 35 cents in the money on this one. 35 cents actually also in the money on IBIT, as Bitcoin right now 110 change, starting to go back up to the upside. I'm really disappointed in myself about Google. We should not have gotten back in there, but that's okay. You know, we'll live to see another day, obviously, as well. Yeah, we talked about Apple trying to rip up to the upside there. Is Robinhood continuing its downside push? I see some people in the chat there. Make sure, no, $95 now coming back up through that key level of $95. So again, make sure that you hit the subscribe. That's the only way to get into the chat. So when I'm looking up here, LIXT, there goes Robinhood fading off again. LIXT, thank you, Tisha. So here's another example of a trade given to us by the chat, and this is what the chat we're talking about right there. Room to 440, LIXT. So nice move higher there on this runner. And again, trade your book, right? Like, I mean, if this is not something that you're looking at right now and you like these low floaters, I assume this is a low flow runner. Watch out for $3 right there for a pullback in on LIXT. But there goes Nvidia finally. Yes, sir. The money's coming back in just a little bit. IBIT right now, huge move up there as well. So we're cruising today. Disappointed in the way I traded Google. But yeah, really happy with everything else, man. Big Bear AI. That's one idea that's worked out for us today. It's my largest P&L name. Well, actually, IBIT is right there. IBIT, the #1 P&L name for me today. As there's 62.50, we brought that to you at 9 o'clock. We showed you that little breakout level there, and it worked out. And now we wait for Nvidia and see if we can break 159. I'm going long on a 159 break here on Nvidia. Look at the market, man. Nothing slowing this thing down. We talked about IBIT going. We talked about the Nasdaq. Really glad to be long the indexes here, but we are working out right now. But look at Nvidia, man. Having a hard time. We take out something else here at 69. Watch out for IBIT also trying to fade out a little bit now. So some of these levels, maybe we just got a little too excited there on the upside. So I'm going to start to piece out a little bit more here. But so far, so good. We do have, again, the PMI number coming out again, factory orders coming 10 o'clock, and ISM manufacturing PMI coming out at 10. Only a couple minutes left until we go over to the show on the midday, 10 to 12, and then Obi and I back for the last hour. So we're switching things up just a little bit.
Yes, sir, for sure. That Amazon came back into VWAP, and I'm like, that was a beautiful reversion of the reversion back into VWAP, and guess what? Off of the VWAP, I got back into the reversion of the reversion. So good luck to you all, and we'll see you guys pretty soon, right, Sean? I think we're going to just pass it.
Yeah, we're going to go back over to Adara. We'll see you guys after the noon hour. So we're going to go back over to Chef Joe. We're going to go over to Joe. What's up, Chef Joe, in the chat? Good luck. Joe and Sharif. Well, let's go over to Adara for now. I'm still going long Nvidia, breaking 159.
In addition to ISM PMI and factory orders coming through at 10 a.m., we're also going to get the call between Trump and Putin. Starting ISM services PMI, we're expecting 50.6. Factory orders month over month, positive 8.2%. Now, what did we get here? ISM services PMI, 50.8. So that would be slightly higher here than estimates of 50.6. Factory orders month over month, exactly in line with estimates here, 8.2%. Market just continuing to grind higher here on these numbers. Again, better than expected. ISM, and then in line here for factory orders. So nice push up here for the market. But what stories are we watching today, guys? DataDog being added to the S&P 500, getting a nice little boost here, gap up for its efforts. It'll be joining the S&P 500, replacing Juniper, effective the start of the trading day on July 9th. That'd be next Wednesday. Robinhood on watch. We know they announced their tokenized stocks here for some of these private companies, including OpenAI and SpaceX. Well, yesterday, OpenAI responded on X. They said that they did not approve of this and they did not endorse it. Before we send you over to the Bash Brothers for our special half-day stream, we're going to thank our friends at Top One Futures. Are you looking to trade futures like the Nasdaq, SPY, or even Bitcoin? Because Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path. Instant funded, challenge, or pro account, and start trading your way to real payoffs and even a live account, because in the last 90 days alone, they have paid out over $10 million, and they've earned 1,000 plus 5-star reviews from real traders. So use that discount code TTV, that's TTV, to save on any account. Scan the QR code or head to top1futures.com and start trading towards your next payout. Send it to the Bash Brothers.
Oh, and
ooh, it's all good. It's all good. What greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is your boy Joey Options. And I'm Sharif. And it's kind of hard to follow that energy from Adara because she had it. She was lit there. Get it, Adara, man. That's an ad read extraordinaire. Good morning, everybody. Let's see who's here. Joseph, shout out everybody, because yesterday I was in a position I couldn't do the roll call. Yes. Oleg. We got, who? Oh, man, this is moving too quickly. Zeri Zusk, Northwest Sasquatch. Shout out to Eric Havzi. Mary. Swirling Brain, DJ, we got VXS Ray 2885, we got Jaguar Knot, absolutely amazing. As a Jaguar owner, I absolutely love that. We got Marius Colossus, Roger Noonan, Farm Trader. It's been a minute since I've seen you, Farm Man. Goth House, May Reyes, Mr. Nye, why not? We got, who else? Omar, Sean Hodge, the Roaring Griffin. How about Bilal Khan and Raven Starfire? What else? Abhishek. Abhishek, I told you, bro, stop chasing after me in high school. You caught that whooping, and you should stay there. Hamster One. We got Adrian, Kirk D, Jose M. Gonzalez, Ayo Lewis, Rob K, Who Blaze. We got Omar, a different Omar, and then we got Grey Worm, who I absolutely love the name because it always reminds me of Friday. Shout out to Big Perm.
Big Perm. I think Grey Worm is a Game of Thrones reference.
Oh,
yeah.
well, I wouldn't know.
But we can go with Big Perm as
I
well,
wouldn't
too.
know.
Hey, well, anyways, guys, let's go here. We were talking a little bit about IBIT this morning. Haven't put on too much today, but we bought some calls last night when I was just doing some things, I was doing my TA, and I buy some calls on IBIT at, I don't know, somewhere around this neck of the woods, or where was it, or after 2 o'clock anyways. But regardless of that, we're starting to cook up here. So yeah, that's looking pretty good. I'll post up my my swing trades now on X momentarily, or later on in the day. But that's what we have here. I'm looking to maybe short NVDA. Once again, I took a couple stabs at it this morning. Why? Just because of that call wall, but I'm not going to try to stand in front of this, right? So until it displays itself, I've taken my 2 stabs on the trade, and they haven't worked out for me. But we will figure it out if it does. It's either it comes into play or it doesn't, right? So you can see that we rejected about 159 there. I'm like, all right, let's get short. You get a little bit of a move, and then it comes back again, so you stop out. And same thing again. Once it cracked that high a day, I'm just like, see you later. I'm not going to try to stand in front of this name that's been continuously trending for the past couple of days, but I'm just trying to play with the options chain is telling me, and I think at some point we will get this fade, but the Nasdaq is really, really strong, and the closer that we get to 160, the more I like that potential fade, but you have to wait for those indecision prints at those highs, so going to be patient on that one. Sean Longing with day now wants to short. Yeah, well, he can do what he wants, and I'm going to do what I want, so it doesn't, I don't understand what the issue is there, and that's just how we trade. I can't just mirror. Yeah, so don't annoy me bright and early in the morning. Appreciate it.
He's comparing your trade to Joe's. You were going the
yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Adara, what do you got?
Here's the market. It's pushing higher. We have apparently comments as reported by NBC from Iran's deputy foreign minister. The deputy foreign minister of Iran apparently saying that Iran is not planning stopping its enrichment. We know that's a big issue for the U.S. However, Iran's deputy foreign minister, according to NBC, also said that Iran's not going to retaliate further against the U.S. So potentially some easing of Middle Eastern tensions, though again, Iran's deputy foreign minister did say that the country is not planning on stopping enrichment. Market pushing to new day's highs. We send you back to the Bash Brothers.
I got to cover this.
Yeah, go ahead.
BNMR. She's back. Boom to the high side. That's okay there. All right, guys. I tried to punch in at 78. I really did. I gave this thing about a 45 penny offset. It wasn't having me. This thing is on the rampage. It's already $5 higher than where I tried to punch in. $84 HOD. My man. Whoever is sitting at that $45 area, run for your life. You are about to get run over. So we got about an 82 and a third right now, zigging and zagging. You know I'm going to keep my eye on the top screen because that's where we're looking for the micro pullbacks. This one's got umpteen amount of higher highs and higher lows. So I'm just going to show you how the 5-second chart looks. There is the support at the 50 exponential on the 5-second chart. It also happens to overlap with that $80 area, which had been that previous area of resistance. That had been the high of the day until moment ago, below 80 we go. Now the current candle is forming in a topping tail fashion, but as we know from trading these small cap gappers. Almost every day, the topping tail candle is not the end all and be all, and it is not the same type of signal as you would see on a large cap name if it was to put in that. Doesn't mean that there's not going to be localized selling. What I'm trying to say is that $84 level, even though it is forming at the topping tail right now, it could get taken out later. Right back below 80 we go, Joseph. The previous candle low is $70. So it's not like we can base an out here on prior bar low, on the 5 anyway, because that's $70, that's $11. South of here, back above 80. Keep your eye right now on BNMR. Try to pick it up on the micro pullbacks if you're interested in trading it. If you're not good at these ones, or if you're newer, maybe this one is not the best one to start with. It's very volatile, it's very dangerous, and it's very, very spready at the moment. So it's about a 60, 70 penny spread. This might fit Adair's qualifications over here. Adair, you might have to start trading BMNR. It trades on the Amex network, guys. AM, keep your eyes out on there. No real catalyst, my brother, shadow wrap on BMNR. This is a former convict. It's been running for a period of days. A lot of traders have been keeping their eye on this one. It's been one of the biggest movers in the market as of late. Having trouble with that $80 area, as I mentioned earlier. There's other small cap gappers that are on the move right now, or small cap gapper-like stocks that I'll get to in a second, but I was trying to really execute here on BNMR. I don't like the look of the 5-second chart at the moment. We're making lower lows and lower highs. There's a seller here of note at 81, and I want to really stress that I'm keeping my eye on this 5-second chart to be able to spot localized area of resistance and support in the way that you would use the level 2. The beautiful thing about the 5-second chart is it doesn't disappear. You're able to see where the resistance was. And look at this. We have been rejecting 81 over and over and over for the last little bit over here. For the last, I want to say, I don't know, 10 seconds? I'm kidding. It's a 5-second chart, right? So keep an eye on that level. 81 top, about 78 bottom within this range. Let's see if it can take out 81. If it can, I think this could be a squeeze candidate, Joseph.
Ooh, good look there. All right, guys, let's pull up the options chain just to see what I'm thinking. You can see that we're moving pretty aggressively here, so we want to keep that in mind, right? So you don't want to stand in front of it. Take your stabs by all means, but if they don't work out, don't be stubborn and just hold on to the positions, all right? So this is what I'm looking at. The size has drastically dwindled. We seen yesterday that it was sitting at around 140,000. So some of those positions have closed. But between these two strike prices, that 157.5 and 160, there's a congestion of OI. So I'm looking for the market makers to start selling shares against this, or if they close it offside, then you're just going to have to accept that on the fact. So the higher and the more parabolic we go, the more conviction I'm going to have within this setup, because I'm going to look for any indecisions at extreme highs, and that's going to give me more conviction in that, and that's exactly what I want. But guys, behind us, things are starting to clear out. It's looking good. I mean, it's only a matter of time until we're all sitting together, but Studio 8 is that play. The construction's in absolutely complete form right now. And yeah, we're going to be patient and see what we got going on, but things are looking really, really good. And we're off to a great start with the new renovations. Things take time, right? All things that are good do take time, and you don't want to rush them. So yeah, that's what we got going on. I'm glad that Nvidia is working out for Katina, man, because this thing is roaring right now. But I really want to see how we start to react around 160. If we breach 160 and continue to go higher, then by all means, man, that's a big time move. But I seen he was long around 158.27 or something along those lines, and it's just continuously going. So a nice 1.6% day here on NVDA, but just keep an eye out for that 160 level and how the underlying actually reacts around that neck of the woods there, Sharif.
Oh, sorry, just give me a second.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. But see, here we go. Let's pull it up now. You can see it a little bit better on this chart. Where are we rejecting right now? Right? So there we go, 159.83. If this closes as an inverted hammer, I think there's going to be a short to be had right here. And I'm going to be patient and wait for this 5-minute candle to print. If it were to close exactly like this right now, stop high of the day, boom, and you look for that move right back towards the volume weighted average price. So yeah, Joe is so What does that mean? Oh, Mike, it's my guy, Mike the Writer. So there it is. That's right. I know you're saying something positive. Yeah, I hope you're having a good weekend. I know it's the July 4th weekend for you guys, so make sure you guys are cooking up a bunch of hot dogs, sausages, burgers, cracking those. I know the Americans like the Bud Lights, unfortunately, but that is okay. Hey, wait, you like Bud Light too?
Do not diss Bud Light. I am from Winnipeg. They love the Bud Light Lime. Shout out to Bud Light Lime Maritas. I wish they still made those. It's a margarita and a Bud Light in a beautiful little container. And that's like literally, I think, my first alcoholic beverage. So do not be dissing Bud Light in front of me.
Boo, Bud Light. That stuff sucks. Okay, before I send it to you, Sharif. No, before I send it to you, Sharif. You guys know, like that last little bit of the beer, right? We call it monkey something, right? If you take that on multiple bottles and pour it into one can, that's what Bud Light is. It is just garbage. And yeah, that's exactly what it is. I don't want to drink water. I want beer, Sharif.
All right, here we go, Joseph. Oh my goodness, there it is. Boom, man. We got size on 2 here. Let's see if we can take out this level. Boom, we are $3 in the money on BNMR. Give me my money, man. Let's go, baby. All right, into the high we go at $85. We're close, Can we take it out? Boom! Into BNMR on the day. We still got shares. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we're gonna have to calm the hell down here over here, Joseph, because this thing will turn against you in a hot second. I'm flattening out there because it was coming topping till. Boom. That is my biggest winner on I want to say the last 3 weeks or so. So boom, very happy with this trade. That's a big move. So added here, let's talk about this one. Added initially 81.50, entered 81.50, added at 80, and I have the exact bottom there. This one feels the absolute best into that $78 area. That's prior bar low. So I was like, all right, look, if I'm gonna add, it's gonna be literally right at the bottom. And then that way, if it fails, I get up prior bar low. Prior bar low was exactly 77.51. I added there right at 78. So I'm very happy with how I executed this trade. I probably would have been holding a little bit more had I not been on the show, but it's really super hard to do the show and to trade these insane ones right here. I'm actually happy that I got in. That's my best winner for a very long time.
I'm really rich.
I'm not, but it's fine. All right, so we're having a good time over here. That's a big win for me. All right, so I'm pumped up about that. All right, so let me calm the hell down now and take out all my previous orders so that nothing triggers. So we're gonna keep an eye out here on BNMR. Now, if there's another trade to be had on this, I'm gonna get involved. We're up 50%, 51 1/3 right now. So I'm keeping my eye on BNMR, but let's talk about some other ones because maybe not everybody's interested in trading about a $100 name now that's moving insane, okay? RGC, I was gonna talk about this one, but this one seems like it's not respecting trend. So it's up 56%. It's a good look. There's no question about it. The volume is a little sus, but that's okay. What I really don't like about this one is, number one, the range per candle is prohibitively wide. That's step number one, or issue number one, excuse me. Number two, I can't discern trend. Can you? I mean, we pop up here, we drop down here. We're using VWAP almost as a line of best fit rather than support or resistance. So RGC, I'm going to keep it on the side chart, but it may lose its place very, very quickly. BGLC, this one's lost it. It lost the volume weighted average price. It's of no interest to me anymore. Wolf, this one's setting up real nice. Now, the only issue that I can spot with Wolf is it's still very much near that $1 area. That $1 area is, and you know, we've talked about this many times, that informal area of support and resistance. It's a different trade north and then south of $1. And I'll submit to you, it hasn't cleared it by a substantial amount yet so that we can say, oh yeah, you know, this one, the dollar level is well behind it. No, we're literally at the dollar now. Now that's the bad news. The good news is this is putting one hell of a bull flag on right now, wouldn't you guys say? That big, move up right at 930, and then we're getting the consolidation component, that sideways component of the bull flag. And what's really keeping me optimistic about this one is the higher lows that we're forming on the bull flag. So this is a good look here for WOLF. We'll keep tabs on that. IPA, another one that looking real good, very bull flag-esque. Started moving, looks like at around 925, so right before the bell. But as you can see, the volume profile really starts spiking right at the open. And this one has VWAP supported at $1.17. So I'm going to keep my eye here on IPA. If it sets up in the right way, we'll get in. IREN, I liked initially this one, but it has since given up the ghost, trading below the volume-weighted average price, and has been putting in lower lows and lower highs since 5 minutes after the bell. And it's now 10:15. So that's basically 45 minutes of lower highs and lower lows. Not exactly a glowing endorsement. Last one here, Joseph.
Yes, sir.
Sunrun, RUN. We've seen lately that, solar stocks have been strong. Maybe the market priced in some more cuts in the big, beautiful bill. Maybe they didn't manifest that way. So solar has been doing well. You've seen the TAN ETF. I was asking Adara why the hell FSLR was up 3.5% in the pre-market. We didn't really have news on that. But the point is that solar stocks have been strong. And Sunrun is also putting in a very similar shape to WOLF in that it's got that bull flag shape above the volume-weighted average price, and the flag component of the bull flag has higher lows. So you can see the buyers are in control here. And this one is not suffering from that $1 affliction that WOLF is. So I'm very interested here in Sunrun, but I need it off a key technical area, Joseph. We'll be keeping tabs on that.
Oh, $10 from Tyler versus my guy. What's going on? More beers and wings for the 4th. Thank you guys for the guidance, analysis, and fun you provided for this channel. Stay awesome, all of you. Adara page, we can get some more puns today. Hearts, 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 hearts. Absolutely. Adara will give you those for free. There's no questioning that. Have a great 4th. My guy, David Trezak. I seen you say something in the chat the other day that just made me absolutely laugh, but I can't remember what it is. Never mind all that, Assassino. Pull up the screen. Let's go CCL. That's all that matters. Why is Joe trading CCL, Shreve? Because it's one.
Because he's making money. That's why.
Spin it. No, don't
Absolutely.
spin it.
No.
All right, there we go. Yeah, sorry. I thought we could hit the dollar club there. We're not there quite yet, but we'll take it. Do. All right, have a great fourth friends chat.
We get
and
to
show
David's?
at 5 p.m. your time. I'll be on a 44-foot catamaran, my guy, yacht with 12 friends, eating and drinking to the USA. Happy trading. We love America. We love Canada, obviously. Just a little bit more because that's our spot, but we love our neighbors to the south. Well, what, am I going to lie?
We're going to get in trouble here.
For what?
We're going to get in trouble.
Why? From the chat?
No, I don't know.
We can't say we love America, but
No. The America thing and the comparison with Canada thing,
Why? We're friends.
We're friends? All right. Oh, Adara's coming in hot.
Ooh, in my
Adara,
eyes.
look, if you want to get controversial, you're going to have to weasel in.
Okay, what I had said was, in response to your, American, I said in some people's eyes, because I know there's been some beef lately. Also, while I'm here, I'll direct your attention to Summit Therapeutics, SMMT, up 6%. Look at this topping tail candle on the 15-minute chart. Sharif, this might be this is like $24. I don't really know if this is your cup of soup, but it does have a $17.6 billion market cap, not really a small cap, 27.5% short float.
Adara, what's with that topping tail candle?
Well, yeah, and it has a news catalyst too. Apparently, it's in a $15 billion partnership with Astra, potentially. That's a report. So keep an eye here on SMMT, and I'll slam the door like J-Pow.
Man, people are really nice in the chat today. We need to come on at 10 a.m.
Yeah, they're loving us up here today.
Usually, if we got controversial like that, we would have gotten a little bit of,
Canada, America, the strongest alliance possibly on
no question about
the planet, guys, right there. Never mind all that tariff talk. Us, the common folk, love each other. All right, but let's see if we can break this high of the day on CCL, and then we're going to start to piece them off. You can see I'm starting to get really aggressive. Nice bull flag pattern. I would have liked to get in at the lower end of the range, but I didn't catch it in time. So we break through that, then let's go. And let's go Bitcoin. Yeah, we're still sitting in that position as well, too, guys. So the two trades that we got are starting to work out for us. That breach of the high of the day, we start to take off 20% here, 20% there, and 20% so on. But how is my guy IBIT doing? Are we back to that break even? Almost. Let's see if we can continue the strength. And it's just the most basic TA. We did this before, guys. It's just like now that we've cracked this this lower high trend, now we're on the backside of it. We've held it this morning. That's why your boy decided to buy some calls. And I'm like, all right, let's see if we can get that move into 120 or such. But there it is. IBIT starting to work out for us. And then now I'm going to start piecing some out on CCL there, Sharif.
All right, guys, Wolf is breaking out now. So there is that $1 clearance. It is a 109 high. It is up now 40%.
Oh, so, no.
Go ahead.
I added by accident.
Okay. No. Yeah, usually that's me doing that, right? Like, it's me. Well, I don't want to say it's nice when it's somebody else, but at least it's not me today, right? You're still killed.
Yeah, we're all right.
All right, guys. WOLF taking out that 109 area. There is a seller of note here with big wattage at that 9 penny area. We can't shake him quite yet. And in fact, they're adding to their position because you can see more share size come in on the gateways, and there it goes. That buyer just decimated that 109 seller. It feels like, anybody standing in front of these small cap gappers today is going to get run over. There is prohibitively large size here on WOLF at the 10 penny area, but I also said that about the 9, so who knows. All right, guys, I perceive this one to have support in and around that $1 area. I'm going to be picking this up 105 to 103. I'm going to be looking for a dollar hold. So let's go ahead and do that right now. We're going to wait at 105. That will be my first entry, and then I'll defend. I'll defend if I have to into that 103 area, but I'm looking for that dollar hold. Now, the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 is at $1 on WOLF, but the volume weighted average price is at around 96 2/3 pennies. So it is south of that dollar. So if you're going to base your trade off VWAP, of which Wolf has been respectful, by the way, then you need to give yourself a little bit of room south of that $1 area. That's my submission to you. All right, I talk crap about RGC. I said, look, it was losing the volume weighted average price, this, that, and the other. And then I finished my little speech, and then look what it did. It jumped off 1450 and made a new high, well, close to the high date. 1840, Joseph, from 1450 to 1840, quick as you freaking like. Still south of that high of the day at 1873, but RGC's on that good stuff. Be careful with this one. It is up. I don't want to say it's expensive. It's $17.5, but it's another one that's kind of spready. So gonna keep an eye on that. I know, Adara. I don't know. RGC. These you might have to trade small caps, Adara, from now on. I better watch out. Adara's gonna start trading small caps, and I'm gonna look like small potatoes. So we're gonna keep an eye out on that one. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, good look there, guys. We're cooking up here on CCL. I honestly meant to take some off right here, and then I added by accident. But that's okay. We'll take a little bit off. I only have exactly 50% of my position remaining on this. So maybe if we fail to hold this high here, then I'll just hop out of this trade. But yeah, that's what we got going on. This one's working relatively well. So we like CCL, and this is what I mean, right? Like look at this underlying, look at this stock here. It's just really strong. So you just want to look for the continuation and strength. And we've seen that the overall sector is pretty strong too, because RCL is making all-time highs, and it's like, who's trading that name? We don't trade it very often, but yeah, that's what we have. Let's go IBIT. Let's see if we can break the high of the day. That's going to be the second name that we're in here. So if this works out, we held and bounced off of VWAP relatively nice, and I got some size on right here, so I was willing to give it some room. And then if it decides that the momentum wants to pick up and we head towards the top end, then we'll be all right. Yeah, let's pop this up here. Oops, sorry, Assassino, I got a lot going on.
You want me to help?
Yeah,
absolutely. Of course, I'll take over here. I'm in Sunrun, guys. Here we go. We're in at 1010. Here, and we're taking prints. All right, we've got a couple of prints here to the high side. Now I'm waiting at 19, and then we're waiting at 25. Joseph Wilson.
Good look there. All right, we got another behind-the-scenes look at Trade the Pool. But this time, we're diving into the community side of Trade the Pool. As you know, each trader gets his or own hub, and inside one, you'll find Trade Talk, a powerful charting and analysis space where traders map out strategies, break down setups, and share predictions with the community. And if you're looking for real-time interactive, the Trade the Pool Discord is where you want to visit. It's a full active trader sharing insight, trades and tips to grow together. At Trade the Pool, you're not trading alone. You're joining a firm that invests in your growth, technically, mentally, and financially. Head to tradertv.live or scan the QR code. Check that link in the description.
Check it.
Check it. So yeah, there we go. CCL starting to come back in a little bit here, and Bitcoin's having a hard time. One thing to note, guys, we got to look at this. It's starting to form these lower highs, right? So that's not a good sign there. We need participants to step in and push us through that lower high. I'm gonna hop out of CCL here, guys. So I'll just flatten out of this trade, and then Bitcoin's doing its own thing, not wanting to participate in the overall market. Sick stuff there, IBIT. But then here it is, guys. Look at this. You do not want to be standing in front of this. Look at this volume print, Sharif. That is crazy on NVDA. Why are we seeing so much volume as we punch through 160? We've seen this multiple times before. We have call walls there. Pug life. Look at this volume. I know you're paying attention to this. For me, now we have half of the participants who own those 160 calls are offside. Why? Because those contracts are now in the money. And guess what? By the end of the week, congratulations. congratulations, you're short that many shares of NVDA. And I don't know if you necessarily want to be. So keep an eye out on this thing, and we want to see come next week where those contracts roll over. But NVDA is absolutely still cooking up a complete money storm, and I'm glad that Katina Man is short. I took the 2 attempts, Katina Man is long. I took the 2 attempts short, and I'm like, that's it. I'm not going to be standing in front of this name. I don't want to go against it. I had a thesis, and then sure enough, on the day that I'm like, hey, let's try to take advantage of this, it decides that it wants to climb higher. Sorry, 1 second. I'm trying to pull this up here. And there it is, right? Like, so imagine I was short here and I just decided to hold it because I had a thesis that didn't work out for me to 160, and you're looking for the rejection. No, that's it. Your day was be done, and chances are your month would have been blown up as well too there, Sharif.
All right, there's a lot moving right now, but I need to get to some of these super chats. Thank you very much, Lisberto Calvo, $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. Reads as follows. What do you see on Tesla? Also, do you see the SPY touching $700 this year? Thanks, OB. I don't know what that says. I think it's OB. Thanks, OB, for the lessons that you guys. Thanks for the lessons that you guys give. Much love. Thank you very much, my friend. So I'll cover Tesla, and then I'll leave Joey options to do the SPY. So here's what I see on Tesla. Let's talk about the TA. I obviously have 2 different views on Tesla. One's a technical view and one's a fundamental view. And sometimes you try to kind of keep them together, a little bit harder to do at times. Let's start with the daily on TSLA. So let's zoom out a little bit. So yeah, we're still in the midst of the lower highs, and that's displeasing, right? Because there's your area top from the election trade, and lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. You see where I'm going with this? Lower high, lower high. So the highs are all lower. That is very glaring from a technical sense. Now, is there an opposite view here? Well, you definitely got some support at 225. So you can say that 225 was well defended. Obviously, it was breached intraday, but look where the closing prints are. They're all very much near that 220, 225 area. So that is one thing to look at. The other thing is we're straddling right now, Joseph, the 200 exponential or 200 simple on Tesla. So it's really holding on to that. Locally, obviously, below this 220 area, this was obviously the sell-off because of tariffs, and then we had the drop down with Elon Musk and what's it called, Donald Trump in early June. Get it, yeah, as Adair I like to say there. That one was defended at 270. What really stands out to me, though, is the lower highs. They're unbroken. There's really no higher high that you can say, oh, look, trend change. That's an issue for me. So with respect to price action. So I don't know if you're asking intraday or whatever. Intraday, obviously, we're not looking very good. Now, fundamentally on Tesla, it's one of those ones where it's really obvious that Elon is a special person. Now, whether you can absorb the volatility that comes with that, and whether or not you think that he's able to get autonomous right. I think that, even though he's invested in robotics and there's that whole Optimus thing coming out, it really is going to be, at least in the short to intermediate term, autonomous that's going to move the needle. We've seen deliveries down year over year, basically in every jurisdiction. So you're really going to have to be a proponent of that autonomous as well as a partly robotics. I personally am. Now, having said that, I haven't added to Tesla in almost over a year. Right? So it's been a really long time since I've added, but that's only because I didn't really want to ruin my cost basis. And again, I don't need more volatility in my account. I already have plenty of that. Joseph, anything on the SPY?
Yeah, on the SPY, yeah, let's talk about what the SPY has been up to, guys.
I'll get to Ian Rispetto's chat after.
For sure. Yeah. So, guys, look at this run the market's been on. I think at this point, again, we are going to come and test this previous high, I think, at some point, but it's just pure liquidity grabbing. All the shorts. I like what Michael Noss was talking about the other day as well, too. He's like, there's still so many individuals short, and I don't think that's going to be a good thing, right? Like, especially right now, because if you've been bag holding from here to the short side, it's just like, how many percentage points are you willing to let this market run against you? And someone in the chat mentioned yesterday is that the market can stay irrelevant longer than you can stay, or irrational, sorry, than you can stay solvent. And it's so true. Like they'll continuously squeeze you out, liquidate. And then sure enough, eventually once you're just like, you've expended not only your capital, but your mental capital, you're like, I don't even want to try this anymore. Like, and then sure enough, it'll make that move shortly after. It's just how the market is. But we got a super chat, but right after we get back from Midday, guys.
Apologize, I'm a little late here because I wanted to get all my ducks in a row. But Sharif, I want to comment a little bit more on Tesla with regards to the volatility of the stock, because Elon Musk himself has actually opined on it in terms of how hard this one is to hold. During an earnings call on May 2nd, 2018, I made an infographic about this a while ago. He'd actually, I guess, told some analysts, quote, "We have no interest in satisfying the desires of day traders. I couldn't care less. Please sell our stock and don't buy it." He also said, he basically just said that if people are concerned about volatility, they should definitely not buy Tesla stock, because he's not here to convince you to buy the stock. Don't buy it if volatility is scary. There you go. So I just wanted to comment on that, because Elon Musk himself, and this was the reaction here post-market on this pretty insane earnings call, where he also called some analyst questions, quote, boring and boneheaded. So yeah, there you go. Elon Musk is certainly a part of Tesla, for better and worse. You could tell in the stock price. Just wanted to add that little sprinkle. Back to you.
Elon can't be president of the United States because he's not born there.
No.
Elon for prime minister.
Ooh.
He doesn't need to be born here, Adara. We don't have that requirement.
Oh.
I know, right?
Boy. Would you vote? I know you would. I don't even know.
In a heartbeat. But you know, I'm very pleased with Mark Carney. Let Carney do his thing. You know what I want to call him?
Cooking Carney?
Chameleon Carney.
Chameleon.
He tricked everybody into thinking he was going to govern from the left. Yeah. Oh boy, did he trick everybody.
Did he trick on me?
And then all of a sudden it's econ on me this, extract this, build that. That's all I want to hear about.
Well, common sense Carney. That's what we're going to call him.
There it is.
Bang. All right, well, the short's working out here right now, guys, on Nvidia. So let's go. If we get back to VWAP today, that will be nice. But again, okay, yeah, let's cover that there. Thank you, Andre, for reminding me, because that's exactly what I wanted to do. Super chats are flowing today. You did Lisbetto, right?
No, I didn't. Let me do that one now, man. Sorry.
You didn't.
I didn't do Ian. Let me look at that. Okay, so guys, I'm long Wolf at 105, exactly where I said I'd be long. We're taking prints here into 110, but there is a prohibitively large seller at 110. A lot of the size has been taken off 110, but it seems to be making its way back on. Be careful with this 110 level now. That's the dangerous part. The good part is if you squeeze above 110, you might get a nicer squeeze into that high day at around 13. That's why I've layered my orders in this way. But look at that, just replenishing their size on the ask side of the equation. On every gateway, there is lottage. Okay, so be careful with WOLF. Ian Rispetto, thank you very much, OG. OG Ian for the $4.99 super chat. Thinking of buying some Oscar for the long term. What's your read on this one? Thanks. I did that one. Do you want to do Oscar?
Yeah, absolutely. OSCR. Let's pull it up here for my guy. CCL is now ripping back towards the top side. Oh wow, a big spike there in CCL, but never mind CCL. Let's pull up OSCR for our good friend Ian Rispetto there.
Get it, Ian.
OSCR. Ooh. Gotta love it.
Workout.
Workout.
BNMR is going to take $100, man.
Dude, let's go. Take it. Let me cover this first quick, Sharif. Okay, so thinking of buying some OSCR for the long term. What's your read on this one? Thanks. Okay, today we're selling. You can see in the past couple of days since the 1st of July, we've been in this steady downtrend here, but always when there's blood in the streets is a good time to buy. I don't know enough Oscar Health. See, that's the thing. I stay away from these health names. That's just me personally, right? So, but ask yourself, do you want to be involved in this type of volatility? For me, the answer is no. But again, you got to make your own decisions. Do I like this from a technical standpoint? I'm just going to be honest with you. Absolutely not. If I seen this chart, I would be personally just like, okay, scroll next chart. What's next? What am I going to analyze next? But for me, there's too much sideways price movement, and there's not enough like definitive trend here, right? I guess eastward is a trend, but for me, that 23 level, continuously rejecting it. You had the inability to even touch that level on this previous attempt on that. Now you have a multiple gap down days. If you are looking for the long, wait for some indecision prints like this here, some indecision like this one right here, and over in this realm, but wait for this to bottom out. You can slowly start to allocate, but then once you have, then that's it. Accept the position and have your stop loss. One more super chat here, Sharif, before we send it back to you. Thoughts on AAPL, Joe? Options call wall 215. I was talking about this.
You know what? Like that. You're not going to shut yourself out, but I'm going to shut you up for that. Your boy Joey Options hit that trade right after Apple got.
Absolutely. I'll show. Actually, I can do that momentarily. I just want to make sure. I don't want you guys to see obviously my account information, but I'll display you guys what I have going on for swings momentarily. And just how I am. I tell you what it is. I don't disclose. I don't hide anything. Everything's full disclosure, and that's what we got going on. But Apple looking really good off of those bottoms. And I told Sharif, I think a lot of the bad news is priced in here. So now when you get anything positive, Anthropic, OpenAI, sure enough, you get a nice move from 200, now heading towards some key resistance zones on AAPL.
All right, guys, we're doing it freaking live right now on WOLF, man. We got bottom wick right now at 105s. I'm taking Prince into 113. I don't have nearly as much size on WOLF as we had into BNMR, so we're gonna look to execute technically here. But the size is getting taken off here. We were at 700, 800 some odd lots. That's now down to 1 here on BAT and BATZ. Those are the largest 2 postings, but you can see more size coming in there on the level 2 as the shorts or the profit takers look to post at that level. I'm talking about the 113 level. We took out 110. That guy's done. He's probably shut down for the day. Now we're going to have to keep an eye on the guy who's selling here at 113, replenishing their position. It's probably the market makers, just taking both sides of the trade as they always do. Anyway, now we've got 800 lots where we had about 120 moments ago. So you can see those just got taken down to 200. So the shares are churning here, guys. We're almost at 90 million shares already on WOLF, and it's barely 10:30 right now. So I'm posting my orders. I'm waiting at 114. I'm waiting at 116. We're looking at taking out the high of the day. This is what the 5-second chart looks like. So you can kind of see, if you guys have ever traded buyouts, if you ever traded, worked at a prop firm, you know exactly what buyouts look like. And they look similar to this, where it's very, very condensed price action, usually between 1 or 2 pennies. This is exactly what it's doing there. It looks like a barcode at a retail store. So that's what I'm looking at right now. It is really WOLF or nothing for me. I'm looking at taking out, we still have shares on here. I'll take out a little bit more. So then we're at an even amount now. So that's my look there. Farm Trader, I'm out. Hope everyone prints. Sharif, Joseph, have a great weekend. You have a fantastic weekend. Happy 4th. Happy Independence Day. God bless the USA. My sister's American. I happen to love America. So that is my look there. Joseph, we're going to keep an eye out on that. And we want to tell you about Sunrun, because this makes my trade on Sunrun look like a horribly paper-handed trade. Look at this thing go, 1045. I had several entries in and out of Sunrun. So that's my BNMR trade. Let me show you my Sunrun. So we got in at 1010. We scalped all the way up to 1025, added back more into 1013, scalped up back again. But this thing is breaking out right now. It goes by the ticker RUN. It's all gas, no brakes, and just something tells me that I know that this one has likely a higher short float here. So we're going to check that one for you guys quick as you like on Trade Ideas, ticker RUN. It has a 30% short float, 29.48 on a float of 193.5 million shares. So some people could be in a lot of trouble here, depending on where the shorts are stacked up. We're 17% in Greensville. Let's keep an eye out on this one. Boom! Again, Joseph
cook it up,
on 114. We're taking out levels here. We're about to take out 15s right now. There's 15. We're likely going to see 16 soon. Spin the dang money. Joseph's already doing it with his hand right there. Boom! Up to 48%, Joseph.
Let's go. All right, yeah. See, guys, this is the shorts working out. What do you got?
Obi's tapping the ass, bro. Tapping the ass.
Is that how you do it?
Show him, Ob.
Hey!
I'm having a great time today.
It's a long weekend. We're gonna party. I haven't partied really in a long time, but since Do West Fest, that was a good time.
Oh my God!
So if you guys ever have the ability to come to Toronto in the summer, we got amazing street festivals, and Do Fest West is absolutely one of them. What a time that was! The whole street, Dundas, one of the. It's a very large street here in the city.
What's that square called on Dundas again?
Huh?
No.
Is it not? Nathan Phillip?
Woman, it's Dundas Square. Now it's called Sankofa. That's
Sankofa.
the beast.
No,
okay.
Never mind Sankofa. It's
I like how she shuts the door on that.
it's Dundas. We call it Dundas Square
I'm not
around
calling
these
it
neck of these
Sankofa
woods.
Square, I'll tell
There
you
we
that.
go. Bang. We take a little bit more off there, but yeah, Dundas Fest, a great time. The whole street during the day, you can walk around. There's music, but then as soon as it starts to get a little bit of dark and you see that sun going down, the whole street dance party. The best music. You can go to this tent over there. It's house music. You can go to R&B over there. Brazilian music, Assassino's telling us. They got everything. Whatever you like, we got it down here in Toronto. So, but we also got these trades on as well too, Sharif. Oh, Joe, why are you shorting a thing when Katina Man is long? Well, guess what?
Joe goes after the chat.
No, but seriously, no, I'm not. I don't want to be malicious or anything like that. But you got to understand, we got to think for ourselves. You have to think for yourself, and that's exactly what we're doing. You understand? Have you ever heard the saying, traders going two separate ways, long and short, and both have the ability to be profitable? I had a thesis on NVDA, and it's starting to work out. You take those stabs. Look where my first entry is. I get stopped out. Beautiful. Take a second entry. As soon as it broke that high of the day, okay, no problem. Well, guess what? You let that run go, and the more extended that it gets, the more conviction that I have. So I just put on a little bit more size than both of these trades, and then sure enough, now we're starting to get that breakdown right here. So you got to pay attention to what the options market is telling you. It did squeeze north of that 160 strike area that I was referring to. Not a good look. But don't forget, there will be some downward pressure because the market makers or whoever's on the opposite side do not want those contracts to close in the money, because now you will be essentially short NVDA from that, and I don't know if you want to, Sheree.
Well said, Joseph. All right, 118 now, high a day on on WOLF. Best print, 17s. I'm posted at 18s. It got to 18s. It did not cross, so we didn't get the print. Now this pullback, I just want to make that very clear, guys. So this is an area top. That's a topping tail candle that rejects at 104. So to me, when I see that, I immediately see possible support at 104 once it clears. Now, where did I get in? You can see there 105. Well, why is it 105 and not 104? Because it gets to be a crowded trade. Number one, at the level. So if it was to come back to 104, there's a lot of other people that are looking at that same level, and so you may not get the fill. That's number one. Number two, when you get down to 104, the ask has to cross into 104 for you to get the print. It's not sufficient for the bid to be at 104, so you got to get that ask. So meaning that the bid has to be at 103. So that's my thinking there. Put it at 105 so you can ensure the fill. So that's why I'm in at 105, not 104, despite the fact that the technical level of resistance or previous resistance now support is that 104 level. Let me cover some other ones here that are moving. RGC is on the warpath to the high side. Here comes that $23 area. It's at 22.89 high. This thing closed out yesterday, guys, at 10 1/3. It's about to take out $23. So that's a $10 move. Quick as you like, just like that. RGC up 120%. Keep your eye out on this one. Also, oh my God, Obi, are you looking at BNMR, man? I mean, Obi's looking at it, man. This is he hasn't seen any backside yet. That's because it's 10:45. Wait till you come outside at around noon. You might see a couple.
Or you hit you're hitting the club.
It's a hot market, and there's a lot of opportunities. We are not using innuendos at all here, people. You should be looking and taking us very literally right now. We're having a good time. I hope not offending anybody. It is a 102.50 high on BNMR. This thing is on a rampage. Guys, we closed out at about $58, give or take. We're taking out $100 now. 70, the 104.50, Joseph. It's $2 higher. BNMR is on the warpath to the high side. Be on the lookout here. Fantastic day for small cap gappers. Joseph Wilson.
Yes, sir. Oh, it's my turn. No, I'm only playing with you. I knew it was on to me, but we're cooking up here, guys. Let's go. I think if we can hold this to VWAP, then we're going to be sitting pretty. I mean, this was a big-time move. I hope that Katina Man had those orders out along that big-time run. But again, I'm just going to what the options chain is telling me, and we're working on these playbooks, and I think they're beautiful things. You just need to be patient enough to wait for them to actually set up. One thing that's absolutely sucking is Bitcoin, and it's really frustrating me. I got in some calls, closed the calls. I buy some more calls, and it doesn't really want to continue. And so it's just like, you got to be patient on this one. So one thing that I was looking for as well, too, though, guys, is that because we had a strong session yesterday, so I was thinking like, okay, yeah, you usually get that overnight kind of secondary move, right, as soon as you move into those other markets, but that wasn't the case. We just hovered around that 109 and that 110 area. So yeah, we'll have to be patient on this one. One thing to note there, Gaurav Los Polios, my guy Just Living, Tyler Verse, DJ2IM, Mike DeRider, Pug Life, etc., all my guys in there. Look at the volume here, right? It's relatively cool, right? So we can continue to hold on to this if it decides to pick up, but I'm also long again on my second attempt. If it cracks the low of this candle, then I'll just hop out, and I put on some more shares as well too. So if I'm wrong here, I'll just give back what I made on essentially on NVDA there, right? So got to be patient. As long as we hold that specific level, I think we'll be okay. But if it wants to tank, then we have no issues getting out. Nothing personal. It's just business. It's just business, and that's how you have to look at it as, all right? So that's our game plan. VWAP is going to be our final target on NVDA, and then we'll just hop out all out of that trade. Maybe we'll leave a little bit of a runner, but nothing too much because we want to lock in as much potential profit as we possibly can.
Man, BNMR is 106.50 now. My God, my goodness, guys. Look at this thing go. Where's it at? 106.50. It's up 80%. It keeps on going. Shout out to everybody holding here, but just be careful, guys, because this thing can quickly turn. We know how these things work. Be on the lookout for those technical signals that, denote upcoming selling. We're talking topping tails, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, they're not end all and be all on these, but you should be looking at them as signals. David O'Mara, thank you very much, my friend, for the €2 super chat.
Let's go.
You guys need to check out HR with that talk. Oh. I was literally going to pull up a ticker called HR, and then it hit me. All right, you know who the phone call goes to when we call HR? No, I'm playing. It'll probably go to Katina Man. That's the thing. So
is Katina Man HR?
Well, it's just a smaller company here.
All right, I gotta complain about something.
You got.
It's cool in here, man. We gotta turn the heat up. You know what I mean?
You did this to yourself,
I have
right?
My sweater.
You realize you did this to yourself,
man.
right?
Show the people.
You did this to yourself.
Yeah. That's fair.
Ram, come have a look at your boy Joey options over here before we show everybody else. Look at your boy Joey. By the way, I love that. You see the Face ID thing on the pictures, woman?
There you go.
Hold on, woman.
I like. I've seen the
library. Here.
There.
This is Joey. This is Joey Hands right here, sitting over there, covering, shivering. This is your boy Joey Options right here. Love this guy, bro. All gas, no brakes, my guy. You see that? All right, shout out to Joey Shivers, aka Joey Options.
Yeah, Mew Life, exactly, Mew Life. Exactly, Artem. That's how we keep it, baby.
I love it. I was actually gonna look at that HR stock. I was all ready to look at it, and then I got the joke. All right, guys, we're going to keep an eye out on that one. I'm still holding here on WOLF. The best print we have on the day is 19s. I'm waiting now at 20s. We still have several L's.
Hit the dollar, my guy.
Absolutely. Say less.
Dollar Club on NVDA.
You hitting the club this weekend?
No, sir. Come on, man. You can't go to the club north of 30.
I might find myself at Sunnyside tomorrow. I'm thinking I might weasel in to the beach. Did you see the eco lie was a little bit high there yesterday?
In Lake Ontario?
Different beaches.
Sunnyside was in Lake Ontario?
No, but I want to put my feet in, cool down a little bit.
You even touch that water?
I do touch that water.
I've lived there my whole life. I've never touched it.
I got to check the water reports, though, before you do it. That's what I was telling you about the eco lie.
I would never, ever.
I mean, it's not a mystery. They do tests like this guy.
But it's disgusting. Yeah, I know, but you could get
Have you been in the lake, Ram? Every lake.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, Lake Simcoe.
She goes until she can stand, and then it's risky, and then she comes out. But can I say something to you? The water's cold in Lake Ontario because it's a deep lake. Find yourself a shallow lake up north, and those ones are always warmer bodies. Always.
They heat up relatively quick.
And you can actually hang out in them for a minute. Jonathan Canny, how come you decided to move to trade small caps? Brother, I started my trading career following RC. obviously, and trading small caps during COVID. And then when I got on the big show here, there was a spell, obviously, during, let's say, the early Biden years, late Biden years, that small caps kind of dried up. I'm talking about 22 when the market was down. Small cap gappers were almost non-existent. And then I want to say about a year and a half ago, maybe. Adara, how long have small caps been kind of moving now a little bit, would you say? Like a year, maybe? Maybe a little bit more? I know she's eating. Sorry to interrupt you, Adara, but like your memory's a lot better than mine. Okay. Go ahead.
Sorry, just enjoying the quiche that has crust. I'm going to give a quick read for the quiche. But no, in terms of how long small caps been hot for, I think we started exclusively trading them. Again, at least, like to my knowledge, I would say September or October. So it's been almost a year.
But
yes.
like they've been running for a little bit now, no?
They've been running for a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, when I started, so that would have been August 2023. I remember they had that Tempest PST, and that one was like up 3,000%. So I would say maybe that was kind of when we had the comeback, you know, when Jerome Powell started exclusively wearing purple ties, maybe around that area, like late 23, perhaps.
Gotta rely on Adara's memory, baby.
Oh, no.
So that's what we're looking at. Yeah, I know. I mean, I dabbled, obviously, in the large caps. We were trading futures for a little bit. And the NQ for a little bit, but now we're just focusing exclusively on small caps. I don't trade large caps, and I haven't really on the show. I'd say now maybe going on 6-7 months, something like that. But just trying to keep my focus on one thing here.
Yeah,
but your boy Joey Options is going to cover that for you. I mean, he's always on these large caps and some of these other medium caps as well.
You mean they were going to go to
take over if you need.
No. I hopped all out of IBIT. That thing's garbage. I'm on, like, I'll tell you how you are straight to your face. It's not trading well at all today. You had that morning run, but there's no continuation in that. For me, that's not a really strong asset. I'm actually kind of mad at myself that I decided to buy some more calls on this breakout, but we just got to be a little bit more patient. There it goes. We take some more out. I'm leaving a small bit of a runner here for Nvidia. That short worked out relatively nice for us, right back to the volume weighted average price. But Adara, what do you got for us?
What I have here is a Nasdaq that's maybe a little bit top heavy. Fed's Bostic. I was seeing he was supposed to start speaking here at 11 a.m. Apparently now he's just starting to speak, so almost an hour late. Keep an eye on comments from Fed's Bostic. Back to you.
So that's what we got going on. I'm all out of the IBIT trade, guys. I tried 2 attempts on this one, and I'm not going to take any more swings. Now we're slightly negative here on the session, and you can see, I don't know, that's Nvidia over here. So yeah, for me, it just didn't hold up how I wanted to. There was a nice 5-minute hammer right at the volume weighted average price that I thought would hold up, but the volume wasn't supporting it. Now that we cracked it to the downside, I think we give up a lot of the move that we had and endured on yesterday. So just keep that in mind. Where did I buy some at, roughly around here? Yeah, so this is where I bought the contract, roughly around here. And it's a far expiration cycle, right? So for me personally, it's like, okay, I can sit on this, but I'm just in such a mood as of lately that I just have zero tolerance. I have zero tolerance. If you're not doing what I want, then see you later. I'm not marrying any of these things because essentially they don't care about us. So if you're not working out for me, boom, you're gone. You're gone. See you later. You're working out. Guess what?
What?
You get the privilege to stay in the boys' portfolio. Like it even matters who I am. But at the end of the day, that's just how I'm thinking, right? It's like you're working, bang, we're gonna add some more. We're going to keep adding until we've hit our target. You're not working. See you later. On to the next one. On to the next one. On to the next one. And that's all I got, Sri.
I like it. I don't even know what song you guys are singing, but Dara knew it. You knew it.
Yeah.
I have no idea. What
on
was
to the
that
next one by Jay-Z.
Yeah.
It's Jay-Z.
Come on,
I don't know. How does it go? All right. You see how I kind of, okay. All right, guys, everything's good. Everything's fine. RGC says, Marvy Earth. Don't I know it, baby? Been looking at RGC since it started, and it is taking out levels to the tune of 170%, 27.97 HOD. Just this one 5-minute candle has a range of 23.23 to 28. Okay, this thing is absolutely rocketing up. This is going to be a halt. Let me have a look at the scanner. RGC, it's not halted yet, but it's going into that halt parameter. It's a $28 high. If it stays this way for a few more seconds, this will be a halt on RGC. It is now halted to the upside, 170.27%. At the even dollar level of $28. Is this on the NQ? The answer to that we shall find out 1 second, so we can find out if it's Well, I don't even have it on, so we probably need to put it on before we can find out RGC on the NQ. The answer is yes. The theoretical auction price showing me in $28. So the halt level is the top at the moment. It's going to be at least a 5-minute halt. It halted at 10:55.14, so the earliest it can open is 11. Right at 11, and then the 11:15 seconds, not 11:15. Let's go to the trade that I have on now, because now we've got a 3-candle red setup on WOLF. Alas, we are still above the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, and there has been a lot of respect right now between WOLF and that 10 EMA. So the question to me, or for myself, is, do I add? I still have shares on, that's the thing.
Do it.
Yeah, I know. I know how you feel about adding it to winning positions. I mean, there's no secret about that. But that's what I'm looking for there, guys. It looks like this candle might make a new high. So the buyers are already stepping in. They're seeing what I'm seeing. They're seeing that 2-candle micro pullback on the 5. And then they're hitting that buy button. And we're making a first 5-minute candle to make a new high. We're 2 pennies below the high of day. I was waiting more for a 111, 110 retracement. But as I said, it gets to be a crowded trade. So 112 is as bad as it could do on that pullback. And now we are 1 penny off that high of day. WOLF, it's not the biggest mover, no question about that. That's for RGC and BNMR. But the beautiful thing about Wolf, it's done several 100 million shares. So, let me just double check that. It's done 110 million shares. So the thing is, you can get in very safely here with 10, 15,000 shares. There is just enough liquidity at every level to account for that. So you can make substantial sums of money from very small price moves. And look, it doesn't have bamboozlement too much on the chart. That doesn't mean the bamboozlement can't come fast and furious. The point to tell you is it hasn't been bamboozling on the day. Case in point, the ones that make new highs, Joseph, and then quickly retrace very much to area lows. Those ones can be tougher to trade and harder to size into.
Bang, love it, guys. All right, I told you what I was going to do. I didn't post this, nor am I going to, but I just took a quick snippet of what I got going on from swings here. And I told you guys, I have full disclosure. These are the positions that I have: swing, Nvidia, Apple, Google, and this garbage 62 January 16th IBIT call. So thanks a lot for that. No, it's not really like $16 in that. So, or that's just the daily. But other than that, man, we're just sitting on these things. We'll lock in some profit here momentarily. I'd show you guys more, but there's more personal information in that. But that's the only positions I got going on from a swing standpoint right now. So yeah, there it is, unrealized. We can lock some of that in.
Hey, look at this guy. He's got a couple $1,000 bucks. That's good to have under your wings.
You know what I mean? But that's the thing, right? And that's what I was telling everybody. Like when you're swing trading, what happened? It's going nuts. When you're swing trading, right? Like you just want to lock in as much profit as you possibly can. Like you get nice moves going in, you just lock it in. You just keep locking stuff in, and then exactly, because that's how you get really. That's what the name of the game is. You take what the market gives you, whether you make a $500, $1,000. Like if I were to close the positions that I was thinking that I was going to do today, it's like $300-400. But I'm not going to be greedy on the factors. Like we executed the trade. Did we do it to 100%? No, but we took the shares, we put on the position, and it worked out for us. That's the really thing that matters. But Vaughn Clark, should I stay or should I go now? Says F. Okay, yeah, let's take a look at that.
Get it, Vaughn.
See, that's the thing, right? Everything we can just have. I think he was actually meaning to mention that in the song, but I don't know if that's the exact one. But Ford has been on a big time run, right? Ford has been looking good. And I was mentioning this yesterday. An individual, was it you, Vaughn, who asked the other day, who's just like, yeah, what do I do with this? Is it Ford's looking good? But I'm like, hey, look at some of the zones that you've cleared on this, right? Like, here's resistance, the level it held. You have those higher lows, which is a positive thing. But then you crack through some of these resistance areas with momentum and nice, healthy, strong candles. And then sure enough, you break through this key resistance zone, you get the retest, and you hold. So what is that next level? And this is why we have these marked out from before, is that once you enter that gap, expect a little bit of selling pressure, but as soon as you enter it, look for about 50%. Look for about like 50% of a gap fill, and even a little bit more. But slowly start to piece them out. And if it starts to come against you, you've locked in some profit. But that's also going to allow you to buy some more if you really, really have conviction within that setup. And I think that's really important to know. All right. So whether you're swing trading, intraday trading, or whatever you may be doing, just follow the plan. I said this yesterday. I'm going to say it only once again today. how to plan the trade the plan, right? And just try to stick with that. And I promise you, if you do just that and try to simplify your system, after a certain amount of time, you're going to go through a trial and error process. It's rinse and repeat, but eventually you'll be able to catch enough momentum and steam to realize, okay, this is working. We can add into this position. Oh, this isn't working. Piece of garbage. See you later. We'll come back another day. And that's just simply how it is. And guys, I'm obviously being sarcastic when I say
and
garbage.
You gotta exaggerate for effect.
Right,
obviously.
exactly. Right. Like, I don't mean Bitcoin's trash or anything like that. It's just not working for me personally, so I'm going to call it trash. It's just me venting and I like expressing my feelings to that thing. But at the end of the day, you just want to keep it from a business aspect and not let it too personal. Even though I call stuff trash, I'm only joking.
So Joseph, we've been on a very upbeat mood this entire show, but I want to take a pause now to kind of talk about a sad passing in the soccer world.
I read that
off camera.
Yeah.
There's a soccer player, a footballer for Liverpool by the name of Diogo Jota.
The Portuguese guy.
He passed away. Yeah, him and his brother in a sad and very, very sad car accident. My old man's obviously a Liverpool fan, and I don't cheer for Liverpool, but I like Liverpool because of Mo Salah, obviously.
Yeah.
And I just want to,
He was just married. He was like a couple weeks married.
Broke my heart, bro.
Yeah. That's sad.
That's the first thing you open up your eyes to on your phone. I hate that.
Yeah.
I hate that.
Good.
Like you open up the phone,
and
then you kind of see that whole thing there. So rest in peace, Diogo Jota. Obviously, very, very.
How
sad.
old? He was only like 28 or something like that, right?
Late to mid 20s, something like that. Yeah.
So
breaks my heart, man.
Yeah, it's really sad stuff when you see that happen. And I mean, it's weird because, and I don't want to get too deep into all this stuff, but I had some friends that passed away at young ages as well too. And it's weird when you look at pictures of them. It's like all my friends around us we're growing, we're aging, and it's like they're frozen in time.
Exactly.
Right? And it's just like, all right, I wonder how that individual would be doing.
How would he be looking like?
Right?
How would he be
I mean?
acting?
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. That stuff chokes me up for sure.
Totally agree with that, man. Anyway, Artem, he was cheated from his life. Yeah, it makes no sense. Everybody's posting.
He was in years to the touch. Did you hear what happened?
So I didn't actually hear the details. Can you tell me?
Yeah. So he was in Spain. He was trying to overpass someone in the Urus, and then apparently a tire blew, which sent them into the ditch, and then the car just.
Was it on a mountain?
From I seen from pictures, it looked relatively flat. So I don't know, but then again, I could obviously be so wrong with that. But just from the pictures that I seen, it didn't look like overly mountainous.
Yeah, it's a tough one there. All right. Marvy Earth, just assuming from the way you expressed your win on BNMR today, just curious if you were still on this with the same number of holdings, then would that be your best trade of the year? No, it's not my best trade of the year, but it's a good one. I'm happy when I get these like locally good trades, the last month, the last few weeks, something like that. Great question. Speaking of BNMR, forget about me for a second over here. This thing's halted up again. It's up at $130. So this makes my trade look like absolute crap, but I don't want to trade this one on the show if I really don't have to. This was a really good setup into that $80 area because I had pulled into the 10 exponential, and that's the last time, guys, it actually touched the 10 exponential because it's really been getting away. You feel like the algos are on today. They're on that good stuff. Someone gave something to the algos they shouldn't have given them this morning. 122%, guys. We're halted at 129.86. Let's see if this ends up being a 5-minute halt or a 10-minute halt. On the other side of that equation, we get that $28 area on RGC, and now we halt down 25.20, but still well extended away from that 10 EMA on the 5, which is just a little bit below that $23 area. So RGC and BNMR, they're on that good stuff that we always say is illegal on this side of the border. Oh my God, Wolf Speed. Can't stop, won't stop. And now he's out.
He's out.
Well, he's not out yet. They denied him bail yesterday, but that is the end of the trade.
But he's
for
still
Wolf Speed.
he could face 20 years still or something.
Yeah,
like
but
that.
I don't think he's going to get slapped with that because those are the maximums.
You think you give him time? They'll give him time served.
We'll
obviously.
We'll find out. He's been in custody, like 6 months, 8 months?
Maybe,
something like that.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I look at that guy and I just want to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, he's something else.
Yeah, he is. But you're cooking. Continue.
So the BNMR, Wolf guys, is taking out highs. It's at $1.29. This thing is on the rampage. There has been almost no breach. In fact, there has been no breach of the 10 exponential on the 5. We are now exhausted all our shares on this one. We're out at the best there at 128. Keep your eye out on this one. Now it is going to be incumbent upon me to find what is the next trade. Wolf, RGC, BNMR, Run. All of them are continuing in the with higher highs and higher lows. And let's not forget IPA.
It's not
the beer. But this is a fantastic look here off that 10 exponential. This could be a 125 hold and another attempt at the high day break at 129. So trade these carefully. As I always say, they're not around for a long time. They're around for a good time. But Wolf is squeezing here, guys. 132 high
nice
now.
Trade there, bro.
I appreciate you, my guy. I appreciate you.
Look at that entry there.
Yeah,
too,
bottom
man.
whip.
Bang.
Feels good. So yeah, we're done. We're done our trades. We're gonna keep an eye out on this. But Joseph, go ahead.
Yeah. All right, guys. Traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading?
Yes.
Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. All right, guys. So I've told you guys before, I've just been working on this playbook, and this is why. Let me step back. I could take a couple steps back here. This is what you get out when you're supposed to. Imagine I was holding the amount. If I were holding the amount of shares that I had on here all the way down here, I'd be shut down and I wouldn't be able to trade anymore. So that's why you have to just follow your risk measures and get out when you're supposed to. But why was I short one of the strongest names in the market today? Some people are like, Joe, that's crazy. Like, what are you doing? What are you thinking? Yes, it could have worked. It may not have worked, right? You've seen my earlier attempts didn't work for me, but I was patient enough to wait for that stock to be extended, to be overly extended, right? So this is essentially what Pug Life and I, when we're talking options chain together, he's telling me 57.50, Joe, and I'm like, yeah, you're right. We have, We have that 60 call wall as well, too. And then sure enough, look what happens. You have 100,000 here, and you have 111,000 there. 218,000 current open contracts at that specific strike. It's like, okay, wait for the underlying to come to those levels or anywhere around those levels, and then look for the reversion. Because what's happened, as Neil would like to say, the hedgies are going to start selling that position, start selling shares against that position to push price down, so they're not getting assigned on the contracts. So they want it to close below those levels. Now, I get it, 157.5. Are the chances of us going below that today high? Probably not. And how am I gonna determine that? Like, Joe, how are you going to say this? Well, I can tell you right now by using our delta. What does that delta tell us? That's 0.9. So that's going to tell us that we have a 90% chance that this contract is going to expire in the money. So what does that also tell us? That there's a 10% chance, or 11 to be exact, that it's going to expire out the money. All right. So using your delta as a percentage metric, all the veteran traders do that, and then we can just go down the gauge and be like, how, Joe, that doesn't really make any sense. But let's go down a couple of strikes here. So you can see that we have a delta of at the 148 strike. That's a 99 delta, so almost a 1-to-1 for every dollar move in the underlying. You're getting a 99-cent change in the contract. But that's telling us that, okay, Nvidia is not going to go down to 148. There's literally less than a 1% chance that that's going to happen. We go higher, and then it's the inverse of that. There's essentially no chance that these contracts are going to expire in the money, and that's just utilizing your delta and using delta as a percentage metric of the probability of which that contract is going to expire either in the money or out the money. Adara, what do you got for us?
I just realized that with this little throw, we didn't really do some of the segments, and I want to talk about crypto because, especially because I think it is maybe one of the most interesting, and there is a trend with these small caps that I've talked about a lot lately, which is they're all starting these crypto treasuries. Maybe you've noticed. SPET, not really nice run actually yesterday if we go back to this 3-minute chart. Beautiful bull flag. It broke out in the aftermarket and the pre-market, but it couldn't really sustain that. SPET, SharpLink Gaming, at one point had they were the largest publicly traded name within Ethereum Treasury, or I guess they have the largest publicly traded Ethereum Treasury. But now we have our friend BMNR, and they have that Ethereum Treasury as well. Wow, they are at 132 high of days for BMNR, a Bitmine. They pivoted towards an Ethereum Treasury strategy, and Tom Lee, of course, noted bull, has been appointed their chairman. So yeah, just kind of a trend here in these small cap names, I think, to be aware of, kind of tying in small cap and crypto and just reflecting on some of the trends within both. Here's BTC. This is the 5-minute chart, as you can see, running into some resistance at 110.6. But if you look at the daily, it's still kind of, we're making, yes, we had some lower highs here, but then we bounced off that 98,000 level. Let's see if we can reclaim that 110.6 that we just rejected earlier, and then 112,000. Definitely BTC still potentially pushing higher. So we said you back to the Bash Brothers.
Thank you for that, Dara. I was talking to Dara this morning at the big desk. I was telling her I wanted to weasel in to. Thank you, Sassino. I was talking to Adara today at the big desk. I was telling her I want to weasel in to a couple of, I don't want to call them altcoins, but like something other than Bitcoin, like a Solana, an XRP, not ETH, obviously. Yeah. So I hadn't really come to terms as to which one.
Which one you want?
I wanted to get into. Anything that you're thinking of?
I own a little bit of XRP.
A little Fartcoin, Ram. Fartcoin hasn't done that bad, as Michael Noss has been showing us on the level.
Yeah, I just have a little bit of XRP, and then the rest I'm just
Can I ask why you chose XRP?
Because everybody likes it.
But there was okay. Fair.
I mean, it's Ripple, right? But it's backed by a bank. I'm pretty sure from when I read it. Ripple is backed by, I think it's BMO or something along those lines, something different. I could be wrong on what I'm talking about, but XRP, just because it had kind of that institutional background, and it was a fan favorite as well.
And am I wrong? Are people talking about using XRP to, for remittances and stuff like that?
The thing about
money,
the thing is, so Bitcoin with transactions are very slow. Right? They're very, very, very slow, right? They only can do so many per second when you have the likes of Visa where they can do tens of thousands of transactions. But Bitcoin can't do that, right? But XRP is fast. So like you can get really, really fast.
What are the fees too to transfer? Like it's cheaper.
It's crypto, right? So you would just probably play a little bit of your broker fees, and that's probably most likely it. Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah.
What do you guys think in the chat there? Like which non-Bitcoin, non-ETH cryptocurrency are you guys most interested in? Is it the XRP? Is it Solana? Is it Dogecoin? Is it Fartcoin? I mean, I'm being funny, obviously, but like the idea is like honestly, which ones do you guys think is the best one? Throw it in the chat there. I'd love to hear what you guys have to say. If you guys want to include possibly maybe a reason why you're interested in that one over others.
There's a lot of XRP in the chat already.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing. I mean, like there's got to be a reason for that, Joseph. It can't be.
It's the transaction speed, right? Here, I got a good idea.
You got your friend Copilot there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why is XRP
Well, very soon, we're going to have our very good friend ChatGPT with us via voice. So we'll be able to inquire with our friend Chat as to what's going on. Jacques, I only have BTC and Shiba in case Musk says something about it. Okay. I mean, I don't think that that's such a bad idea if you've got a little bit there and you're, you're being wise about how you're holding that up. You have at it, baby. Sports and stonks.
Here, Sharif, so here's a couple things, right? So XRP transactions are settled in seconds, as I mentioned before. Fees are extremely low, so make it ideal for cross-border transactions. And then real-world use case designed by Ripple Labs at Bridge Currency for international money transfers.
And that's what I keep hearing that about it, right?
Exactly.
Like, for example, Egypt, they have a shortage of US dollars. So anybody working in the Gulf coming back with money or wanting to send money back to their family, has a problem bringing in U.S. dollars. The government's kind of put a whole bunch of regulations on the exchange and the bringing in and the taking out of U.S. dollars out of the country. So a lot of what people have been doing is they're sending back money, remittances, vis-a-vis crypto. And so that's kind of how I got wind of it, of why it was being, or what it was being used for. So yeah, I'd love to hear more about what you guys think is the best out there. VV says Egypt is a good country for crypto mining, cheap energy. I didn't actually know that. I didn't know that they were cheap energy. They seem to be having like issues with energy. From my understanding, they have like rolling blackouts. Oh, who else has that? California.
California. Oh, yeah. Do they have constant blackouts? You get that.
They call them brownouts or something.
Yeah,
I don't know what they're calling them these days.
They're rolling in some
blackouts.
Countries, they just shut the power off for a couple hours.
Well, that's exactly what they were doing in Egypt. Exactly, to conserve. Yeah, absolutely.
I know some Caribbean countries are like that. It's like, okay, you're getting the power shut off for a couple hours, and that's it. So
I like Kanye East. Sharif, I'd rather own firewood than crypto. Tell me how you really feel, Kanye East. He wants firewood, Adara. Let the man cook.
Yeah.
Buvin should look at XXRP ETF for XRP. Thank you for that, Buvin. That is actually going to go on the site. XXRP, Buvin says, is the ETF. I see it there. I don't even know how to say the name of that company that issues the XRP. I'm not even going to bother. But thank you for that, Buvin. I'm going to keep that there. 27.32. It's trading at, give or take, right around there. Micah Wolf. I know, man. I'm done my trade on Wolf, my friend. We were way out of that from 105 into that 128 area. We're all done Zeno. But yeah, good call out. Why? Why is it interesting here? Because it's at the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, and it hasn't touched it for a while. So here's the deal. We're going to get in micro shares over here just to get in on the technical trade of things. And a breach of prior bar low, which is, I believe, a breach of 17, we're gone. Okay, simple as that. So we're going long. We're doing it live. Let's set up at 22s, and then we're going to set up at 25s as well. See what we can get. We won't get upset. Shout out to my man, Neil. Hope he's having a great time on vacation. And oops, we're just going to throw in our stop right there, Joseph, and we're all good there. So we've got that stop in play. I'm also involved, as you see on the screen there, back into Sunrun. It's at the 10 exponential, but it's not exploding up, and it's having trouble clearing that $0.50. So Sunrun, here we go. We're in Sunrun and we're in Wolf right now. Okay, so these are, oh, there we go. Now we're taking out all the levels here on my Sunrun trade. Good luck, good luck. How am I doing on Wolf? We're showing 22s, but we're unable to clear it. So back into two positions here. BNMR is going to be at least a 10-minute halt. It's halted at 112.31. And RGC has opened up from its down halt. It's back at 24.30, just south of that $25 area. The halt level, the down halt level on RGC is 25.20, 25.15. So be careful with that level. We've talked about this before, where these halt levels act as intraday areas of support and resistance. Oh, baby, go, Sunrun, go. Here we go again. Let's set up over here. I'm going to wait at 63s. And then you know what? We're waiting at 69s. Let's see if Sunrun wants to take another attempt. I was going to say a little joke there with the sun, but I think it was going to. Exactly, Adair. It was a little too on the nose and not that good. So that's the situation. Right. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, guys. So yeah, I know Bills was asking, hey, did Katina and Joe both make money? Absolutely, man. Like again, you got to trade your own style. Katina Man has his. I have mine. He was making money long. I got to short here to VWAP. It's just how it is, right? You've heard that saying before. Traders can go in the opposite ways, and they still have the ability to put on some decent trades. So Gaurav started petition. We'll add more. Okay, you're long NVDA there. All right, let's see if you get that bounce there, Gaurav. That's going to be a potential nice one. Apple is continuing to climb higher there, guys. So a big-time move in AAPL. Now north of the VWAP, a nice hammer candle right there, and then we're continuing to climb. Yeah, big-time move in Apple. I think the street's liking that Apple's like willing to start spending some of that cash on the sideline and just like try to maybe put together this talent pool that you see the likes of Mark Zuckerberg doing and some of these other CEOs. So if Apple starts to participate on that front, just considering they have over 100, maybe a little bit less now, but 100 billion in cash, is just like, yeah, we could just spend it on whatever. It's essentially, it doesn't mean anything. But there's the downtrend. It's just basic TA, right? It's like, why did you get into this swing, Joe? The stock stock has been in the dumps for some time? Absolutely. But what I think is, and I said this to Sharif and I've been talking about, is that I think the market priced in a lot of this bad news. And then now that you're getting some positive news, it's like, okay, you crack that trend line, you hold it, you buy some. I'm like, I just want to get my hands dirty in this one involved, even if I don't get the amount of shares that I want. I put in an order, didn't get filled, but it's just been on this continuous run. So I have absolutely essentially nothing to complain about other than the fact that I'm not fully sized into the trade. But Adara, what do you got for us?
Keep an eye on CoreWeave. They just shared a blog post today. Apparently, they're doing their first Nvidia GB300 NVL72 deployment. It's going to be housed within Dell's integrated rack scale system. So CoreWeave and Dell, I guess, working together in some Nvidia deployment. And if you're thinking, hey, that's a lot of tickers for one catalyst, I have one more ticker for you that is going to be VRT. Vertiv also entwined here. Apparently, they're part of this partnership with Dell and Circle, or sorry, not Circle, CoreWeave. I was reading through the blog post. So VRT, CRWV, DELL, and NVDA. What a catalyst today, guys. Back to you.
Really?
So, Maximus, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. It reads as follows. It's not really a technical question, but, you know, I'll give you my opinion the best I can. Why does the market continue to climb when most people, or when most, can't afford to buy a home or a new car? Thanks. Yeah, you know, it always does feel, seems to feel that way, that the market leaves a lot of people behind. And I want to give a little piece of, a little anecdote. When we had really high interest rates, and a lot of people, you know, they had higher mortgage payments, they had higher car payments, obviously credit card payments go up as well. And so the people who were carrying a lot of debt really felt that load with higher interest rates. On the other side of that coin, the people who were holding cash couldn't stop counting their money because all that cash was now bringing in 5.5. I saw some people getting 6% on shorter term, 6 months or a year, guaranteed 6%. So all of a sudden, the people with a lot of debt have trouble, but the ones who hold cash don't even have to throw their money into the equity markets. They can leave it in the money market almost, I don't want to say anything is 100% safe, nothing really is, but a lot safer, especially in terms of volatility, and they're getting a huge yield. So, capitalism is not a fair system, my man. It just isn't. There's going to be the haves and the have-nots, and that's what it is. That's genuinely how I feel. And yeah, it's not a good feeling for so some people on the other side of the trade, Joseph.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's another super chat there.
Yeah, cover it there, brother.
All right, AAVE is gold, Sharif. USA's top DeFi and Trump's holdings for a meme. Pudgy penguins. The NFTs and Walmart sells them. They're plushies and NFTs. Do your own research. Good luck. I don't even know how I knew.
How did you know that?
I just thought of it on the spot.
That is crazy.
I figured because he was advocating for something, so he probably had to qualify it with a bit of a caveat
that is
there.
Crazy.
Thank you very much for that super chat. Let's look at what I have never heard of it before. AAVE. Let's have a look. So it's a crypto. All right, so let me just read what this is. AA is an Ethereum token that powers AAVE, decentralized non-custodial money market protocol where users can participate as depositors or borrowers. Depositors provide liquidity. Interesting. Nothing that I can comment about now, but obviously it's saved up there on the side chart. I didn't even know that IBKR offered this. Look at this, AAVE. I thought they only had like a few different, cryptocurrencies that we could chart, but looks like there's more here, Joseph.
Yeah, very
thank you very much, Text Terex.
And our guy, Nimrod over there.
What did he say?
He offered he gave 10 memberships. 10 live trading TV live gift memberships. He's always cooking up with memberships.
Always killing it, bro.
Yeah, exactly. So, the world is unfair, Maximus.
It is, man. Let's just get real here. Let's get real. I don't mean to offend anybody with what I said there about debt and cash and stuff like that, but that's genuinely what happened in 2022, 2023 when rates were higher. The people who were holding cash they got a flood of new cash because they were getting all this money from interest rates, right? And then if you were holding debt, you had to pay a higher interest rate on the debt. That's reality. That really is reality. So I'm not saying that, debt is it'll choke you. No, a lot of people use debt to generate new money, and we've been seeing that almost for a decade and a half. When rates were at zero, you'd borrow against your income at tax-free, redeploy that money for capital investment some way, somehow, and then basically reap the rewards. And now that is not the case anymore because there is a cost to that money.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's funny, I was reading my book there. We'll get to that momentarily there, you know. So I was reading my macro book, and it just shows kind of the graph of the exponential growth of the American GDP. But then you actually have to look deeper into see where all that money is actually going, and it's going to the 0.01% of the individuals. It's just how it is.
I hate to put it that way, guys. We're not going to get into a sociology lesson, but like that's what it is. That's just the truth.
The majority did not go into the hands of the common folk. It went to the people who already had a bleep ton of cash. But okay, I'm not going to read that there.
Who is that?
It is T for Tiger.
You get it.
Oh, maybe we can read it. I don't know. Is it?
Look,
can we read that?
Go ahead.
Can we say that or no? I don't know. Did that? It's not. It's not.
Why would you? What are you talking about?
Yeah. This guy's crazy. Can we read that or no?
Oh my God.
If I get the go ahead, I'll read it out loud. There's no.
You can say what you want.
Yeah, you can say what we want around here.
It's not a trigger word.
It's not a bad word. X-Hamster is playing on the TV behind you guys. Thanks, Tiger.
I don't know what that is.
I didn't. Well. Sharif, you sly dog, you. Yeah, I mean, take a guess on that one. So, no, it is not X-Hamster. But Kanye East, 1775, that is a peculiar number, but we'll take it. Oh, there it is. 250-year anniversary today, July 3rd, 1775, when George Washington took control of the Continental Army and began his career as a day trader taking scalps. Let's go.
Bang.
Let's go. Yeah, there you go. Shout out to George Washington. Actually, yeah, I'm not going to shout him out. I don't even know who that, well, I know who it is, but I don't know him. So, yeah, there
George Washington.
X-Hamster.
I don't know, Katina, but he's the guy that comes up every time we hit this.
Oh.
Get it, George.
How was the sandwich, Katina, man?
Roast beef? I can get behind some roast beef, Katina, man.
I heard, Obi said he's bringing to the barbecue sandwiches.
Turkey, okay. Essia, hi, Joe and Sharif. I have a question about the 10-minute market imbalance. Oh, what happened? You just took away your question, brother. All right, I was reading it. You took it. Oh, there we go. I have a question about the 10-minute market imbalance. This might be for Katina, man, because I don't really know anything about imbalances here. My Tasty Trade brokerage doesn't offer that option to view that data. Is there any way I can access it? Please help. Pardon me? Okay, so I want to tell you that eSignal has the order imbalances. So this is the platform we're talking about right here. And we've got a great offer on for you guys. eSignal, you can get with code TraderTV. You can get some money off there. eSignal is a fantastic platform. Obviously, this is provided to us by the company. I'm not paying for this. This is the company giving me, a complimentary account, but it's very, very robust. The Katina Man's using it for how long now, Katina Man? You've been on that. He's been on it for over 20 years. Pardon me? 1 month free, Assassino reminded me, by the way, Essia. You get 1 month free with code TraderTV. Katina Man, show him what you got there. What is that, broccoli? Plain broccoli. It's plain broccoli. Katina Man is very disappointed with that. He's like, yo, give him something there.
Dip that in something
to be able to dip.
Oh, he used all the dip, though.
I've done the dip. Well,
you got to use it. Yeah, I know how it is sometimes.
So the dip's been exhausted. So it's not really, So the answer to your question is, eSignal, fantastic choice if you're looking for imbalances. Personally, I have it provided with the company here, P Pro 8, the software we use provides us with imbalances, so I didn't really need to get that. And that's what the Katina Man shows you every morning at 9:25, give or take. He's showing you the order imbalances, and that's the exchange pegging the buy and sell orders.
Exactly, and there you go. And they do it at 350 as well.
Again,
too.
yes.
So the dual imbalances there. Yeah. So that's what we got going on. I think I'm going to be looking for a reload here on Nvidia. Want to catch the top end of the range. With that being said, I'm going to post up right around 159.85. because I like that number, 85.
You like that number,
Yeah, 85.
Why? Was there any reason?
Any specific level? No specific reason there, brother. I just the way it rolls off the tongue, I think it sounds pretty good. No, in all seriousness, you can see that we do have a resistance zone right around here, guys. So I'll wait for the rejection of that level. If they do another liquidity grab, which I feel this may be, then now you're in at the top end of the range, right? And then now you're looking for the lower end of the range. So that's essentially the game plan there. So yeah, we were short up here, looking for that reload. There we go. We would have caught a fill. Be patient on this one, but you can see the weakness really start to step in on the tape. But there it is. We're short up here at 160.67, and then we take out the majority of it as we get down to the volume weighted average price. Now I'm gonna be maybe I'll be a little bit more patient and wait for the curl over. But the TQs are going on back-to-back days here of just like, hey, it doesn't look like they want to sell. So another monster run leading into the pre-market or in the park and then leading into the open. And then sure enough, you're hovering around that 85 level. And the pullbacks are relatively shallow as well too, guys. So take that into consideration that you might not get that because if some of the other big names are going to be continuously strong, then you just, yeah, absolutely. So guys, enough talk about the TQs. Studio 8, you know what we got going on here. It's going to be a complete renovation. Soon it's going to be, I don't know if they're going to call us the Brady Bunch or whatever name catches, but it's going to be a lot of fun. Big changes coming to Trader TV Live. A lot of format changes as well, too. So, guys, I know you love the channel, but I promise you, it's going to be even more fun. You got Katina Man swinging large size. We're putting on these trades throughout the day. It's going to not only be great content, but it's going to be educational and entertaining as well too. So there's a lot to come. You got Obi and the whole team here. You guys know I feel like we say, yeah, we're having a lot of fun around here every day. Just watch out, because when this stuff really starts to come, you're going to see an exponential growth within the channel, I believe it personally, and also with the trading alongside everyone. Neil, Sean, Obi, Sharif, Ramin, Adara, Assassino, Fabian, myself. There's a lot going to be happening. When is Studio 8? We don't know. Like, there's Sharif. He's just walking through now. It's a nice, easy gander from that door to where we're currently sitting. So, I mean, there's a lot happening, and it's going to be entertaining.
Someone.
There he is, man. Do it one more
Katina,
time,
man, you're blending in with
elevator,
the blue
elevator,
there, brother.
Escalator. There we go.
There
Escalator.
There he goes, baby.
And there it is, man. Just stuff like that all day, every day. But most importantly, we're going to be trading because that's what everybody in this room loves to do. Hate it or love it, the underdogs are always on top. Oh, one question before I send it back to you.
Yeah, man.
You're going to a barbecue. Sorry to steal this one from you guys. You're going to a barbecue. What are you bringing?
What am I bringing?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm bringing a couple of...
No, wait. I'm getting at something here. Okay.
So I'm bringing
this guy's
two
too
things,
much.
Katina,
This guy's
man.
too much.
I'm bringing a fruit salad, and I'm bringing meat. Okay?
Right.
So I'm bringing two components. There's a sweet component, and there's a real food component. What are you bringing, Katina, man?
I mean, I said that I would try to bring the beer. The beverages.
Okay.
Whether or not, we'll bring some bubbly, we'll bring some beers.
I love it.
You know, but also non-alcoholic as well.
I had an issue with Obi's.
Joe, you have issues with a lot of stuff.
He said he was bringing sandwiches to the barbecue where we're cooking up meat. We got salads. We got everything.
Obi wants the mic. Obi wants the mic, bro.
And Adara said raspberries.
Yeah, but to be fair to Adara, she got caught, right? Yeah. She wasn't ready for that. She wouldn't have brought raspberries. Adara,
all right. Everybody will get their chance to defend themselves. I want to hear it.
What's wrong with sandwiches, dude?
Bro, no one wants a sandwich.
It doesn't. Like, think about it. It's simple. You can even assemble it at the picnic because you can bring all your stuff. You know, you got your sliced cucumbers. You know, you got your nice whatever spreads you want to throw on. Maybe you want to keep it basic and just put on some ketchup mayo. You know what I mean? But like whatever.
You can make a sandwich. I don't mind the bread at the barbecue.
Easy.
You don't mind the bread at the barbecue.
You know what? Do the barbecue. Throw it on a sandwich. Come on, it's versatile. You can do whatever with it. Just bring some slices of bread. Maybe you'll find something to make a sandwich out of.
Look, man, if I want to have sandwiches, I'll eat it at a dang picnic.
A picnic.
If this is a barbecue, bro, I want steak, I want lamb, I want chicken, I want sausages, baby.
This is a barbecue.
What's going on over there,
Pause.
There's no picnic.
That's the whole point.
Barbecue.
There's the Derek.
Oh
So
my
was
God.
the whole point of the question not a picnic anyway?
It was a picnic. These guys have lost their ways.
Now I just feel like I'm on one of those Indian news shows where like you got like, you know, 5 people screaming at each other all at
This ain't no
once.
picnic. Come on.
How could she slap?
Got Obi's mic.
How can she slap?
That's hilarious. Go, Obi.
There we go.
Adara,
There we go.
now that you're back on and you've got another chance, would you still go with raspberries, Adara?
Well, I mean, for a picnic, I have them on me more times than I'd like to admit. So I would say probably raspberries, but there's actually another really random contender that I also sometimes have had, for whatever reason, in my purse before on hand, and that's cocktail shrimp. Is it a good picnic food?
No, I can get behind
I
that.
don't know.
Too warm.
But, I mean, I like cocktail shrimp.
Look, there's protein in
Who's
cocktails.
bringing the cooler?
You can't travel
my
with those.
question.
You can't
Who's bringing
travel
the
with those.
cooler?
You can't travel with
Someone
those.
has to bring the cooler.
Bro, yeah,
Come on.
absolutely.
All right, when I initially asked the question, Adara already gave the best answer, and that was raspberries. All right. Cocktail shrimp, a little weaker of an answer. You cannot store them. Hard to travel. All right. But if it's a barbecue,
you could just throw it in
completely
your
different
purse.
story. No, you could throw the shrimp, but cocktail shrimp you don't barbecue, right?
Katina Man, though. Look, if we're going to a picnic, Katina Man,
Yeah.
I want some PB&J sandwiches. That's what I'm going to tell you.
PB&J
If I-
sandwiches?
Yes,
Thank
at a
you.
picnic.
Thank you.
Not
I mean,
a
we-
barbecue.
this-
At a
Dude,
picnic.
those are so blessed.
These guys have no idea what they're talking about over here.
You know, you've been playing at the park. You're at the picnic. Maybe you're playing some volleyball or
Yeah,
whatever. You
100%.
come back to the picnic spot. A
100%.
quick PB&J, dude. That's
100%.
energy.
Oh, I'm
Let's
gonna-
go.
We're just top 2 boxes are absolutely
Don't
killing
even
us
hate on the sandwiches,
right now.
Joe.
Picnic, not the
Sandwiches are
barbecue.
versatile.
Bottom 2 boxes are not it
No,
right now.
No.
I got like 4 conversations.
They're not
That's
it. They're not
that's
it.
below the bid.
All right, we're back in 20 minutes.
Oh boy.
They're back soon. Hey, look, the people have spoken. Here,
What did they say,
Christopher
Joe?
Mulligan, 279 super chat. Obi might be my favorite on this show, but Obi, sandwiches are weak, bro. The barbecue.
He wants to come back.
Let me hear what you have then. What's your counter to the sandwiches? You're saying barbecue?
Yeah.
I'm saying sandwich to barbecue. What do you mean?
Oh my!
Well, look, hold on.
Listen,
He's got a point.
I'm gonna help him out.
I mean, if you're going to get
stop in? I gotta check if my stop is in.
are you not going to put it in a bun?
That's fair, right? That's fair. But we don't bring any cold cuts. Don't think about bringing cold cuts to my barbecue.
No.
Nor are you going to bring
Agreed.
any peanut butter or jam to my barbecue. I won't let
Not
you
at a
in.
barbecue,
I
but
will
at a
not let
picnic,
you in.
brother.
I will not let you in.
Dude, it's a picnic. It's gonna be outside.
No,
What are you gonna do?
barbecue.
Fence the park?
But will I be allowed in with my cocktail shrimp and strawberries? That's the real question.
Yes, absolutely, Adara, the cocktail shrimp. But listen, to counter what Obi's got going on, for the sandwiches, bring the bread, because we're going to jerk the chicken, and then we're going to make jerk chicken sandwiches.
Okay, now we
Because
can
of
get behind that.
barbecuing.
We can
there
get
we
behind
go.
that, baby.
Now he's allowed in.
Now he's allowed
Now
in.
he's allowed in.
All right. What? Oh,
Whoa.
wow.
Chicken.
Whoa.
Chicken. Chicken.
You can even sandwich that.
That's what I just
Listen,
said.
you're gonna tell you. Listen, if you're gonna counter me, I'm gonna counter the counter. I'm gonna revert the reversion.
Oh!
Trust me.
But you're not getting me with the peanut butter and jelly sandwiches at a barbecue. I can tell you that right now.
They'll
All
be
right,
there.
Simple
They'll be
Sunshine,
there.
$2 super chat. Thank you very much. Did Obi suggest ketchup on a turkey sandwich?
Right?
He didn't.
You said
He didn't.
ketchup and mayo. You said ketchup and...
I wouldn't be putting ketchup on a turkey sandwich.
No,
I would
there's
never be doing
no
that.
way I'd be
You would
doing
not
that.
catch me doing that at any point in time.
Crazy.
Okay.
Okay.
We know you to be a very finicky eater.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
You don't like pie, some
Yeah.
cookies. You have an aversion to.
Yeah.
Now,
yeah.
Joseph.
Yeah, what am I bringing?
Are there any types of sandwiches that you like and that you will not have? So ones you're very top and ones that
One I won't have is an egg salad sandwich.
you don't like.
I don't like that. No.
I don't know who this guy is. I have no idea who this guy is. What's going on here?
But when am I top?
Egg salad sandwich you don't like.
Yeah, I don't like.
Okay, so
Egg
right
salad.
away you know how I feel about that because you said
Okay,
bad things
that's
about
fine.
eggs.
But hey, I never
Okay.
said. I said egg salad sandwich. All right, there, it's done. The show
The
is
show's
done.
over.
No
It's over.
no to the egg salad, but give me a California sandwich with some extra tomato
I can-
sauce.
You don't like BLTs?
I like a BLT. I'm a big
I can
BLT.
do
We
BLT
can get
any day
behind that.
of the
But No to the egg salad.
Diss the egg, man. Yeah, man. He's talking smack about eggs, bro. Shut the show. Shout out to Dangerous. Joby just caught a win. Really? Was that a pun? I'm assuming. Did you hear what that one, Adara? Well, you didn't seem too excited about it.
Well, Joby's actually up 2 as well.
What's that?
So,
I like that.
So I think it was actually like a double, triple entendre or something. Yeah, Joby is actually pretty strong today, Sharif.
Let's have a look, Adara. You know how I feel about this stock, obviously, and this whole industry in general. JOBY setting up shop out in Dubai. I did not mean for that to rhyme, but we all know that I didn't mean to do that. In any event, let's look at Joby on the daily. Yes, we just got into highs, breaching that 1060 level. JOBY was a little bit flat yesterday. I want to say it kind of sold off there in the pre-market, caught a bit of a bid at around 10 o'clock right after the opening bell, then basically traded sideways. Today, we take out yesterday's high. Let's look at the 15-minute over here so we can take a gander at the localized trend. That was the day that we got the Dubai headline. We basically sold off the next day. What the beautiful thing is we held the prior day lows, and we've basically been defending this 9 3/4, 9 2/3 area. There has been a buyer there, where prior to that, there had been a seller there because that had been an area top. Now, look, there's a bunch of different names in this space. There's Archer, there's Joby, there's a lot of private companies as well that are all involved, and this has caught now a bit of a local tailwind as a result of your friend Donald Trump signing into, or not into law, but signing an executive order for the acceleration of the kind of air taxi, larger eVTOL industry. And you know, obviously that's a great tailwind to have. It's nice when the government supports your cause. So Joby, for sure, intraday, it's at day's high, so look for it on a technical level. But that's not really my modus operandi to trade Joby intraday. I'm feeling more, I'm more bullish on this in the long term. I think, you know, still got a bit of a runway, so to speak, before we see, you know, that profitability and scalability. Adara.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny we're talking about eggs, and someone in the chat mentioned this stock is running here. EGG, Enigmatic is the name of the company. I guess they play an enigmatic, but egg here, let's see, we're up about 36% in the day. Only about 1.7 million shares traded, so the volume is kind of negligible, to borrow a term from Sharif, but it's about an 8 million share float. Apparently, they had their IPO on June 17th. That's when they announced it. Then they closed it. $15 million IPO. That would have been on June 20th. No news, again, about an 8 million share float. So kind of mid in terms of size. But EGG running as we discuss eggs. Back to you.
Thank you for that. Anything else you want to cover there, Sharif? All right, cool.
I'll just.
I'm short here. I reloaded on this NVDA here. I didn't have too much left. We won't hold this too much against us because considering how the market is moving, that the Nasdaq is just continuously making new highs of the day. But one thing I will note is that the price action seems to have cooled off here on NVDA, sorry, on the TQs it is. We're continuously making new highs, but NVDA, the price action seems relatively weak now, and the volume's starting to cool off as you're enduring this pullback. So you can see that stair step down and a lot of indecision within those 5-minute prints. The thing is, if we crack through this support level, then I'll just have to hop out. I'm not going to give myself too much risk, only about 20-30 cents on this trade. And if I'm wrong, then I'll just get a better price. But I'm looking for that move back towards VWAP just because of that selling here. So it's just a continuation of this move to the downside. A beautiful engulfing candle led by just the next inside candle. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I think this is going to be a good opportunity for a short. And then that's when we decided to take it. We obviously took 2 stabs at it earlier, but I'm going to continuously do so until I know I'm extra wrong. But yeah, so there it is. But see, that's the thing, right? Small loss, and then you get that longer extended move when you short it from all the way to the top, right back into VWAP. So now we're just looking for that move back into the volume weighted average price, which will give us about 50 cents or so. So I think that's going to be the primary target. If we head south of that, that's going to be even better for us. So we'll be patient on that one. I think that downward pressure in NVIDIA is there, but we just got to be cautious on what's going on around us because Google's heading back towards the opening price or north of opening price, sorry, I should say. And Apple's almost going to put in a new high of the day as well, too. The SPY and the Qs are absolutely buzzing, so we don't want to go too heavy against this. And you can see that we're starting to sell here on NVDA. Let's see if we can, okay, so 159.60, initial target, final target. going to be VWAP. Anything south of that is bonus. So that is the game plan. Robinhood selling now to 92.86 there, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
We breached. I know Katina Man took the $100 break there. That was a really nice trade. We're selling now. So what was that? $100? You get almost $1 on that one there. But then you can see in the post market, the sellers step in, right? So people are probably just taking profits on this name. So just keep that in mind, that it's relatively weak. And I know a lot of people in the chat were asking me like, hey, Joe, I want to start buying this name. If you're looking to allocate a decent amount in this underlying, CSPs are the way to go. It's just dual benefit, right? So it's either, okay, I'm going to sell 85s. If I get filled at 85, those contracts close in the money, then so what? I own the stock at the price that I want. If you don't get that fill, then congratulations, you just collected premium anyways. And one thing to note, that you're going to be collecting some nice premium on these. We're going to go over that. We're going to go to Adair in 1 second. I just want to pull up the Robinhood premiums on those 85 strikes expiring. We'll give it a month, so we'll collect a little bit more than that. So today is the 3rd. We're going to go to the 8th of August expiration cycle. Those puts, what are they paying us right now? Those, oops, I'm on the wrong stock. Sorry, Adair, bear with me here momentarily because I want to bring in those 85s. The 85s you are going to collect, and it's not giving anything extremely. Oh, that's a 0 DTA. We're going to try this one more time here. Sorry for this. You're going to collect $5.20. So $500. It's either those are going to expire worthless, or you're going to own the stock that you want minus the premium. Adair, what do you got for us?
Keep an eye on AMRZ. This company is called Amorize. They've recently, as of, I guess, June 23rd, 2025, they spun off from a Swiss company called Holcim. So Amorize is basically the North American business side of Holcim. But either way, AMRZ, already nice little rounded bottom today, but getting a bit of a pop as well. Barron's, the publication, calling AMRZ a long idea, saying, quote, why it's time to buy this rock and cement spinoff stock you've probably never heard of. AMRZ, nice little look. Back to you.
One more thing before I send it back to you there, Sharif. I told you guys right around that 159.60 level, we're going to take approximately 20% of our position off, and that's exactly what we've done. Anything south of that, we'll take another 10, 20%, and then VWAP will take a bulk of it and then leave a little bit for a runner if we do decide to break VWAP. And I mentioned the market's slightly extended, so if we get a pullback on that one, then we'll definitely see some more continued selling pressure on that one in the overall market. Wow, okay, 1,000 yen. Thank you for that. Can you analyze DJT technicals around 19 level? Now, did you want to do that?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I want to let you know that Scott Bessent is on CNBC right now making statements. So be on the lookout for some market volatility if he was to say anything market moving. So Scott Bessent on the other news network. Let's have a look at Donald John Trump. Just allow me a second to keep my eye on this position. I just weaseled into Sunrun 2 again, a second time on the day. Hey, it is 4th of July, so well, tomorrow anyway it is. So that song is very apropos. All right, here's the deal. What the hell is DJT doing? Okay, it's up 4.5%. Nice breakout there above 19. Good higher highs and higher lows. These candles are quite strong, taking out that 18 3/4 area top on Donald John Trump. Now, what does he want around the 19 level? Okay, so let's zoom out a little bit. Let's see if we've encountered 19 as a critical area of resistance. This is the 15-minute chart. And you can kind of see that, yeah, 19 has been an interesting level. It was certainly support back on June 13th, resistance certainly on June 17th, again on June 18th. It also had trouble clearing 19 on June 23rd. Again, over here on both June 24th and June 25th, 18 3/4 was a resistance level. Then we really lost the bid there, dropping all the way back down to about 17 1/4. So 19 is an interesting area. Certainly no question about it as an area of resistance because it was previously support. And as you can see, late June, it did act as a resistance, but we're already above it. 1910 or 1909, excuse me, high a day. There's nary a red candle here on the 15. In fact, this candle over here ended up being very, very mildly red. Look at that. Look how small the body is there. And then subsequent to that candle, we made higher lows and higher highs. So the trend is certainly intact what I'd be looking for is a retest of it around 18 3/4 to about, 18 4/5, give or take. This is the breakout area. So if you look at this area here as the initial bull flag, well, that's the resistance area, at least on a half an hour basis, right? Let's flip to the 5 and see what we're seeing here on the 5. Any more nuance? Yeah, so certainly at around 18 3/4 to 18 4/5, maybe even front running that, I'm buying at around there. Now, that will necessitate a loss of the 10 exponential moving average because the 10 exponential is essentially at 1890, okay? So you're gonna have to be okay with that. Now, what you can do is you can split your position up in two. You can size in at the 10 EMA, wherever the 10 EMA may be, and then look to be dollar cost averaging into this area of technical support. Now, if you lose that area, I tell you, don't dollar cost average into an oblivion. Let it stop out, take the loss, and look for the next trade. 1915 high, Joseph.
Good luck there. All right, guys. Yeah, so the reload here on Nvidia took a little bit more off as we bounced off of this 159.50 level. Looking for this breakdown. I think if we crack that 50 level, then we can head into view up, and then we'll just take a little bit more off there, guys. But yeah, working out relatively well. I'm curious as to when this market's going to cool down. If it is, it might not even, right? I had this suspicion that leading into today that you would see this type of price action. It's either chop or a nice appreciation. I didn't think we were going to tank, especially leading into the July 4th long weekend. So a really, really nice look in the overall market here. The TQQs continuing to climb higher and higher. So that's what we got going on. VWAP is going to be that target. And let's just focus on the tape here. What we can do is also do some quote highlights to see if we have any form of imbalance on the level 2, sorry. And that can tell us a lot. So you can see the size is really starting to pick up. It's nothing substantial. We can always reduce this a little bit. We'll put this to 1,500 shares. That will tell us a lot more. But you also don't want to be congested, right? You want to be able to identify the imbalance. And then sure enough, you can see the a slight ladder to the downside, as we would like to call it, on the bid, right? So this is what you would want to look for, and then you have size, and you can see them continuously hit there. But a much stronger ladder here currently on the bid side. So we'll keep an eye out on that. And sorry, I don't always turn on my quote highlights. For me personally, I like to use the tape a little bit more. But one thing I will note is that you can see that we're not overly reactive to the flushes on the ask and above the ask. I think that's really important to note. And then the underlying is reactive to when you clear those bids. It's like boom, 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 boom. Those bids are hitting, and you can see the price of the stock start to move down, all right? So just keep that in note, especially when you're analyzing time and sales. And then there you go. Look at this flush. Here, I can bring this up here right now. Look at this flush. Look at the size right here through all of this. Look at that flush, and then you've seen what the stock was going down. Like how it moved down. And that's what I was referring to earlier. It took me a long time, and by no means am I any form of a perfectionist at reading the tape. But I mentioned find a stock that dumps at the open, find a stock that rips at the open, and then find a stock that moves sideways. And with that, just watch what the tape does, and then it'll help you be able to identify a bunch more. We're going to Adara.
Just keep an eye here on KLTO getting FDA orphan drug designation for its myotropic adeno-associated virus therapy. So nice little look here for KLTO pop, and then a bit of a drop. It's worth noting as well, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent making some comments here on CNBC. As Sharif mentioned, he's on CNBC. He's basically saying that with regards to the impacts of tariffs, he's going to, quote, stick with the market's take, not economists, and that, quote, what we've seen so far is that tariffs haven't hurt. Back to you.
I love that statement, Adara. I'm not going to listen to the economist statement, but the market says, isn't he an economist? Adara, is he an economist? All right, Adara's going to do a deep dive, and trust me, we're going to find out exactly what he does and what he had for breakfast this morning.
Oh, breakfast.
So shout out to
We're
Scotty
cooking
B.
breakfast.
Yeah, man, I am hungry. I
You
saw
are
those,
hungry
those
today?
sandwiches
I had
that the cantina man was yamming
I
down,
hope mine's
bro.
turkey, because I'm not the biggest roast beef.
You're not a roast
sandwich
beef guy?
No.
Why?
Well, I prefer turkey, I think.
Okay, I respect that, but you don't
why?
like roast beef.
No, I never said that. I said I'm not the biggest roast beef
all right.
guy.
I can get behind anything with protein that tastes okay.
Yeah.
Right, as long as it's got protein, Joseph.
You're good with it.
And we're good
How
with
was
it to go.
how was your dinner last night?
It was fantastic.
Yeah.
Can I tell you what I ate for dinner?
Yeah.
My protein treats,
exactly.
baby.
That's what I'm talking
That's
about.
all I ate.
You didn't even. Oh,
No,
okay.
I
So
don't
you
know
ate
why.
the
I just got
You ate
lazy.
the chicken breast?
Yeah.
Okay.
Adara LePage.
Yeah, so I looked into this, and it's interesting. He might, he's worked in the economy, but it is worth noting, Sharif, he's mostly worked for hedge funds, and oddly enough, he is not at all an economist in terms of what he was educated for. He got a Bachelor of Arts degree in political science from Yale, and I am not joking. So that is really interesting. Also, I mean, he was actually considering entering the Navy after high school. Like, none of his aspirations early on in life, at least, seemed to have anything to do with the economy. Now, of course, later after graduating, he basically only worked in economics. So it's kind of interesting with that political science degree now, I guess, coming more in handy than it would have at the time. He worked for Jim Chanos. He actually joined Soros Fund Management. And actually, in 1992, while he was still with Soros, he apparently was a leading member of a team that bet on the Black Wednesday collapse of the British pound, and they got over $1 billion for the firm. So he does have an interesting pedigree. His educational pedigree has nothing to do with the economy, which I was not expecting. Back to you.
And as a poli-sci major myself, I can attest to its absolute. Exactly. That's exactly what you get from a political science degree right there. Nothing.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. Okay, so poli-sci.
I didn't glitch, I swear.
Yeah, no, I thought you glitched there for a second.
Oh, no, man.
But I'm like,
wow,
then I realized
I'm telling you, I learned nothing other than.
You know, someone's going to be mad at you.
Who?
Randy.
No, this is not. This is Stir Stick. Yeah. But this, to be fair, though, this desk is getting replaced. Right? So yeah, no, I'm kidding, guys. I just don't. Look, I learned how to write essays in political science. I didn't learn anything about life. I didn't learn any technical skills. I don't know, man. I'm a big proponent now of getting these degrees for technical skills, not for arts and all that good stuff there. That's just my opinion. Adair LePage.
Yeah, we have some comments here, Sharif Gobriel, coming from our friend Scott Bessent, saying, and I quote, countries should be careful. Their tariff rate could boomerang back to the April 2nd rate. So threatening countries that basically don't make deals with Liberation Day type tariffs. Interesting look here coming from Scott Bessent. He also said, quote, we'll see what we can do with the EU. We know the EU said earlier today they're considering being in talks here to tariffs. He also said that tariffs could lead to a one-time price bump. Back to you.
There you go, baby. Donald Trump. Scott Bessent, excuse me. I was showing him and something on the Donald Trump account there on the old Instagram account. All right, guys, we're back long here on Sunrun. We're doing it freaking live. Currently, a bottom wick on this candle here at around 10:35. Looking at taking a bunch of prints into the $0.5 right now. We've got layered orders, though, above said $0.5 at 55s and then 65s. But this has been, full disclosure, lower highs, and more lower highs. So we will need to break trend. I believe we break trend if we can get above that 55 penny area. It has been kind of a thickly traded name as of late. I want to say around that 11:05 candle, it stopped putting in new highs and has been kind of consolidative. So anything now below my entry at 10:35, I get out of this one. But we're already positive on it. We'll keep an eye out on this one. Also, last thing here I want to mention before we send it back to Adara, who has more information for us at the big desk. WOLF has just returned to the volume weighted average price. This is the first time it's touched VWAP since 9:55 this morning.
Okay, Sharif, let's talk here about mRNA. With just an article here for Daily Mail saying that there's apparently a new COVID Frankenstein variant. Apparently it's doubled fourfold in recent months. And I guess also this could be the most infectious to date, according to experts. So this article coming out, mRNA, getting a little bit of a pop. And we also have more comments from our friend Scott Bessent, who we've discussed quite a lot in recent minutes. So Scott Bessent here, U.S. Treasury Secretary, saying that Donald Trump will determine if these countries are talking in good faith. So it sounds like not only do they want cooperation, but they also, I guess, want good faith cooperation. We'll have to wait and see how they determine that, but it's a pretty interesting caveat to these trade talks. Back to you.
Thank you, Adair, for that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Adair, for that. All right, guys. Yeah, it looks like NVDA wants to break VWAP here. So you can see we're starting to head a little bit lower. Look at that reload up there. So there it is. Just trying to catch the top end of the range. That one worked out. So we just posted up there, and then now we're heading back south. But obviously, full disclosure, we took 2 stabs at it earlier. Didn't work, but then there we go. You try to take more size, you get that move to the downside, and then now you're kind of getting that move. This is a key support level, and if it's cracked, then we want to see that volume and that momentum really start to pick up, and then boom, 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 as you flush, that's when you really want to start buying back, as you want to buy back into that weakness, and there it is displayed, Sharif.
Are you looking, guys, to trade the futures like we're talking about the Nasdaq, the SPY, or even Bitcoin futures? Well, if you are, Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there, guys. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital, and you pick your own path here. You can choose instant funded, you can choose the challenge, or you can even choose the pro account and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. And just in the last 90 days alone, they paid out over $10 million and earned over 1,000 plus 5-star reviews from real traders. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, use the discount code TTV to save on any account. Bless you, Joseph. Scan that QR code on the screen or head on over to top1futures.com and start trading towards your next payout. You already know what that means.
Hey, buddy.
You guys heard it.
You see me?
You guys heard it. And you guys see what that clock says right at the bottom of your screen right there. It is 11:59:47. Raquel rang the bell. That means lunch is ready, and that means we are seconds away from sending you over to the big kahunas, Sean and Obi, and they're going to be taking you through the last hour on this shortened trading day, Joseph. Any thoughts before we go over to the big boys?
Yeah, my guy Nimrod, 30 shekels right there. Super chat. My PhD is in poli-sci. I use the same statistical models I've created to predict voting probabilities successfully in my swing trades.
So you did stats. I didn't do stats. Fantastic. That was obviously a miss by me there. I think that would have certainly helped me in trading, especially like more quantitative stuff. Agree with you 100% on that, Nimrod. And with that in mind, we're going to look over that way. Obi and Sean, see you guys later.
All right, there we go. We're back. Yeah, welcome back. One more hour left before we get to party with some July 3rd festivities, getting ready for July 4th. Thanks, Sharif and Joe, for that entertaining 2 hours there. So it's nice to be back here at 12. Normally we're back at 2. So it's quite a difference here today. That went so fast at the beginning of the day there as we counted down the minutes to throwing back over. We were only on from 10 o'clock. We still have this, I mean, our Nvidia trade that we put on right before we left you guys. I mean, this was really the haymaker there for me, able to make back the sort of that Google flop from this morning that we had. There we go. We waited for it to come back into VWAP. Boom. We didn't get anything out. We were actually waiting at 161 flat. I wasn't here. Never wait on the flats, man. Always wait at like 80s or 90s. But it came back in, and now we started getting some out here at the top. We're still long. Okay, good. It shows it there. We're long Nvidia. And I just went short Amazon. I don't think this is, I was kind of just looking for a trade, and I just saw Amazon actually made a top right there. I was kind of thinking, like, I don't want to hold it all the way to 224, that's for sure, but I'm going to play it off of this little top right now. Get a little more short if we get closer to 223.50. But this is a place that I'm going to be in right now. I think this is dangerous. I just was thinking about, like, either I'm going to go long something here. Like Nasdaq's 23,000, by the way. Wow. But I remember when Nasdaq was 17,000 and 20,000. I mean, 20,000 wasn't that long ago, of course. 17,000 was the dip, right? There's been lots of opportunities. But anyways, we're going to still continue to go short here on Amazon. Just see if we get a little bit of a pullback here into the afternoon. We just went down into 20s there for some reason. So we'll wait to see if we get a little bit of a move down here on that. We were able to fight it out on IBIT, which was a really good trade. We went long there. Then we went long again when it came back into basically that area that we like, 62.30, that little bump up area right there. Able to take some profit. Then we dipped out. Disappointing though in Bitcoin. Back down to 109. So I thought once we took that 110 there, we could have been up to something there. So yeah, that's about it for me right now. Amazon and Nvidia, one going one way, one going the other. We'll see if we can come up with anything. You were still lamenting about the DataDog trade, and you nailed that one, but
yeah, no, I was just
talking
to Wayne about this as well. It was just like, yeah, the continuation very much a strong trade. But again, there was another trade as well on Amazon. I'm getting chopped up, or I was getting pretty chopped up here on TQs, trying to get short on this aggressive strength. But we'll talk about it right after we get back from it.
Let's talk here about some of these rare earth names. This is USAR, USA Rare Earth. There's also MP. These are on watch here. We're seeing that apparently China is going to be shortening rare earth export approvals for certain European companies. So yeah, keep an eye here on rare earths. Apparently, China is going to be shortening these rare earth export approvals for European companies. Some of these American names might not be reacting the best. Back to you.
All right. Yeah, me and Sharif just heard China, and we went China right there as we get ready for Donald Trump and some more China talk. See you, Sharif. Happy 4th to you, Sharif, you and yours. Have a good one. Happy 4th of July, obviously, to you, Obi, as well. China. And to everybody out there, right there. There goes Sharif. See you. Sharif, see you later, alligator. Right there as we go. Is there any fun sayings? Like yesterday I said, that's a fact, Jack, and see you later, alligator.
Somebody in the chat, what was it, Mike?
Mike P. Ryder just keeps on riding that one there all day. Right now. Yeah, we did talk about the effect of news flow. So we're going to keep our ear to the ground there. You know, we've got different polls up about, you know, which sort of style are we trading? What are you looking for? Are you going pedal to the metal? Things like that. And right now, I think heading into this last hour, wow, what a move up for Nasdaq, man. I mean, this has just been quite the first half of the year for the NQs and for the ES, for everything. We hadn't looked at bank names yet again. What? Okay, wow, things working well, man. JP Morgan, look at the stairs here for JP Morgan. My wife doesn't like heights, like climbing upstairs. Yeah. She would not like JP Morgan, but if I told her that we were long at 230, she'd be happy. Yes. But there it goes, man, 295. What a rip there. All-time highs for JP Morgan. As banks, banks make money, interest rates high, interest rates low, but really it's the economy that's moving along right now. We got the PMI numbers were good. We got the jobs numbers were hotter than expected, meaning that we got 149 jobs versus 114, something like that earlier today. JP Morgan continues to work the XLF. Poor Neil sold out of it before he went on vacay there, and that's just straight up as well. Look at the XLF. Neil sold out of it a couple weeks ago when he found out, and for good reason. I mean, I'm just talking different positions here. Was nervous that Visa and whatnot had that news from the stablecoin that an Amazon, a Apple, whatever, Meta, a lot of these different companies were working on stablecoins, and you could see that had hit with the Genius Act. That had hit Visa, and wise on looking into what's in the ETF. If you don't want to hold Visa or MasterCard or anything like that, and you want to hold banks, you get into a bank ETF. XLF does hold some Visa and MasterCard and AXP. So if you don't like that space, you gotta fly. But I do, I like it. And then the other one here also, Apple. Wow, what a move for Apple. What a week this has been. We traded Apple through 200 that one day, and we had one of our best trades of the week going long 200, getting out like at 208. Something like that live on the show when we heard about Anthropic, possibly Perplexity, and just them getting their Siri situation proper, right? And so I think once that gets all figured out, there is big upside potential here for Apple, and it's one of those under-owned names, I think, here, AAPL. And what I mean by that is it's been so beat up that it hasn't really made the catch-up trade, so to speak. Not catch-up on turkey sandwiches, like they tried to frame you.
Yeah, exactly.
On the Midday show. Dude, these Midday guys have lost their mind. No. Like Adara and I...
Bring along some condiments if you need them.
I know. I brought that up. So every single market recap show that I do with Adara, at the end of the day, at the end of the show, I ask her for something fun like that.
Right.
And I said, okay, if there's a picnic, a 4th of July picnic, like what... and Adara's asked to bring something, what would you bring? And right. She had said raspberries, I said some beer, like I was just like, whatever, sort of, and then I switched at the end to potato salads. I was like, not everyone, I don't know what everyone likes to drink, but potato salad, mac salad was pretty good. And then you hit some hot fire with the sandwiches. I thought that was
I think
absolutely great response. And then, these guys always looking for trouble there on the Midday.
They tried to revert me.
They tried to tell you all about something else there. So Apple 228, we'll see. Guys, let us know. Make sure you do join the chat ASAP, like right now. And the only way to do that is by hitting your like and subscribe button. So hit the like, hit the subscribe. You know, this has been one straight stream, right? I gotta refresh this and see how many likes we got going on here.
We gotta get
on the stream. We should have way more than whatever we have. I'll tell you that much right now. Is this even the right stream? Am I frozen on there? What is it? Yeah, I'm like, yeah, let's get going right there. So here we go. Party on right here. We'll hit play on this one. 1.2K. Let's see if we can get to 1.5. We have 5,400 watching right now. We're gonna come up with some trade ideas for you ASAP. So get that going there. We can run our little tally to see what we want to vote for. Bull, yeah, Webull. So I was actually looking at Webull today. Thanks for asking that, Ross. So this is in my tax deferred account, not in the swing account. I kind of, obviously I wish it was. I don't know, I didn't make a mistake not putting it in there, but nice move upside there for Webull. All right, we just got in. I'm gonna talk about that in a minute. Amazon I'm gonna have to deal with right now. We just got, basically, we have about 2 units or so here on Amazon. So let's see where we can get this name going down. I don't really have any bids or offers going here on AMZN, but what was that, man? We just closed the gap a little bit there on that. We got a nice little bump up. Okay, I'll take a fill there, 37s. But we just got a 46. Our stop is gonna be 60s, which is right into here. So if we break that top right there for Amazon, we're gonna be out of here. I was just thinking that maybe the futures here into a shortened week, into a long weekend right now, with less than an hour to go. My worry is that the Nasdaq just stays on this trend. But I was thinking that, hey man, we're a little away from VWAP, or the furthest we've been all day on this. Maybe the sellers do come in, try to bring this thing down, in which case we're sitting here on AMZN. So let's see if we can make a little bit of money back here. We have made a significant amount back since our Google trade, so that's been really fun for us. But that's me on NASDAQ right there. Did we even get filled there? Yes, we did. So nice little move down here for Amazon. And we just shorted 50s. So Feds Bostic is still speaking right now. We do have 50 cents in the money on Nvidia. Let's take a piece out right here at 56. So there we go. We get that as well. Short Amazon right now, which is definitely working out for us here. Obi, let's take a little bit more out as it's dancing around just a little bit on AMZN. So we'll put some low bids, but if we can get a little bit of a drip down into 223, that'd be a successful trade and a good way to end of the day. Ross, I will talk about Webull, but I'm going to give it over to Obi. We do have a super chat right here as well. Do you think some EOM July 280 puts are a good idea? What is, I don't even know what EOM is.
End of month.
Oh, end of month on.
Puts on what? What are you talking about? On Tesla? On what's the price
so let's think about what's 280. I mean, it could be Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla's at 300. That's
Let us know, Jackson. Just put it in the chat there about
Softy.
Go ahead, yeah.
No,
All right, what are you working with over there?
I'll show you what I'm working with. TQs right here, right now. Again, like I said, we're going to talk about some of the trades that I took during the midday session there. Shortened day today, don't forget. Happy early 4th of July to everybody there. And yeah, so here's the thing. This is a 1-minute chart. I don't normally trade on a 1-minute chart, but again, very aggressive, strong market. And I'm like, all right, the bid started to dissipate. We started to curl in a little bit. So I got a little aggressive onto the push of these, a little light.
Well,
because
I had
I'm like,
that
I definitely wanted
good.
more size up in here.
I love sourdough.
I started here, a little bit of a stop out once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Trying again, 5th time's the charm, right? I think that's what they say. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Some say that, yeah. CQs, again,
not Joe, though,
are pretty much melting up right now, which is absolutely wild. Amazon was involved in that one. You guys were here for this one. Look how beautiful this looks on a 3-minute chart. Again, I'm getting chopped up in this. Guess what? I got to be patient. I got to cover all of this here because I'm like, yeah, I definitely got to get out here. Re-engage on VWAP, dude. Come on. What are you doing? The selling comes in aggressively from there. And I'm like, all right, I missed the move. What am I going to do? I'm going to be patient and wait for the next trade. Start getting long, start getting long, start getting long. Stopped out once. Had it on the second time. And guess what? I did not reload on this 222 hold. Didn't even give it to VWAP. We came all the way back into this prior high on Amazon. So nice little shake and bake, reversion, and then reversion to 2 more reversions, I guess. So a few missed opportunities on Amazon. Absolutely beautiful price action. Everything else was running.
Let's go, Amazon.
I love the short on Amazon off the open. I love the short off of 244s.
Let's go.
And it worked out so amazingly as sellers stepped in aggressively all the way down into 221 halves. But guess what? kind of came all the way back into a place where it's shown supply on the day. The market's taking a little bit of a little bit of a breather here, but yeah, we'll see if the bid is actually done for now. But that's what I got on watch. DataDog, that was the other one we were involved in the morning session, so let's pull that up as well. Don't need to look at this. I guess TQ's I'm in, so I'll keep.
Why don't you look at right now Von Clark, FFAI.
FFAI.
Fair-day futures.
Okay, yeah.
With the super chat. And it was Tesla.
Okay,
you could take either one. Jackson wanted Tesla or Fair-day futures. I know you're a Tesla kind of guy.
Sure, yeah, I'll take it.
Whatever you want to do. Whatever you want to do.
You said FFIE or
FFAI.
FFAI, another one. Oh boy.
FFAI. That's not Fair-day, is it?
Yeah. The thing is, this thing does not
Fair-day future. Yeah.
Oh, it's actually doing
it's moving
volume.
today.
What? The chart looks like nothing, but it's done about almost 9 million shares on the day. So nice, good stuff there. I don't know. The question was, what is the is something going on? Here's the thing: is something going on? The question I always ask is exactly that. But something to give us confirmation is, even if you don't see any sort of news on it, is there some sort of relative volume? Are there more players than normal kind of interacting with this stock over the past few days? And just looking at the 1 minute chart, it does look like there is. You can see Monday and Tuesday, both strong relative volume, little bit of a pullback into that $1.60. Excuse me, and we're getting that bit of a push there. So maybe a little bit of a short-term liquidity trap if you had high levels of volume and you fail to follow through on the breakdown, and you're getting a low volume push with expanding volume. Look at that breakout happening, expanding aggressive volume through those prior highs. I think the price action and the volume in the chart are kind of speaking for themselves in terms of answering the question, what is going on here? In terms of news, I honestly have no idea on Fair-day futures. I'm sure they may or may not have had something there. But again, the chart literally speaks in volumes. We'll be right back. Going to cover Tesla after Adara.
Here's the Nasdaq. It's worth noting we're getting comments coming through from Fed's Bostic. One thing that's pretty interesting, we know that people keep saying, when I say people, I mean Fed Chair Powell and other Feds, as well as economists. People are saying that we're going to start seeing inflation data, June, July, August, in terms of it reflecting these tariffs. Now, today we actually had, I would say, better than expected data across the board, specifically these numbers that came through at 8:30 a.m., including unemployment and also NFPs. But Fed's Bostic still a little bit cautious, saying that recent inflation data has been at target in recent months, but all forward-looking signs indicate it will go higher. So even though today's data was pretty solid, Fed's Bostic still concerned that the tariffs will show up in data a little bit later. As we send you back to the guys.
Here we go, Obi. This is what we're talking about right now. Look at Amazon right now. We just put this trade on out of nowhere. Boom goes the dynamite here with Amazon. A nice little downside push right now. We had just put this on. We talked about trying to find a trade here, heading into the long weekend. Happy 4th of July, everybody. But this is helping out right now, helping make some of those purchases this weekend with Amazon. Nice downside push right into there. Obi, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
With the long weekend upon us,
yes.
Do you unplug completely? Do you look at charts? Do you build plans for next week? Do you have some fun, like the Friday, the Saturday, get back to work on the Sunday? Yep. What kind of routine does Obi have on a long weekend?
On a long weekend, I'd say, so after the close, I might work on a little bit of the journal, and then maybe review some of the trades on the day while they're still kind of fresh. And then Saturday, Sunday, it depends. If I have a day like tomorrow, Friday, I might just chill out.
Right.
Maybe a little bit of unplugging. But it's like, I don't know. I'm always thinking about something. Things are on the back of my mind. I'm always trying to relate different concepts, because like life is trading is very much like life, and I'm trying to find examples. Back and forth, examples of life that apply in trading, examples in trading that apply to life, and I'm always kind of thinking about that. But so I wouldn't say I totally unplug, but I definitely don't. I'm not necessarily looking at as many charts.
Right.
Maybe not really reviewing as much until Sunday. I think Sunday's the grind day where I'm like, all right, Monday, beginning of the week, we got to step it up. What's on watch? What are we looking at? Reviews, maybe some studying, maybe some stats as well. So that's what I like to do on Sunday. But usually Fridays, Saturdays are pretty chill. I like to go out on Fridays or Saturdays, and then work on.
Going out is like a thing in the past. I'm looking for Coldplay tickets.
Okay, yeah.
Coming through Monday, Tuesday, Friday, Saturday. But we're in some luck because this coming week, both of our kids are away at sleepaway camp.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Let's go. This is the first time in the history of my wife and I being kid-free for a week. We're kid-free for a week.
Yeah.
So we don't know what to do. So we're looking for tickets. We've already got dinner rezos. We've got some patios on lockdown. We're ready to go, man. This is summertime. Summer around here is too short.
Oh yeah, it's way too short.
You know,
I'm like, it's what, it's almost the middle of July. June, August,
almost
September,
the middle of July.
September gets cold. It gets, what do you mean?
Yeah, it's almost the middle of July. Yeah,
almost the middle of July. Yeah,
you realize it's
the
third of the month.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you're not going to get out of this.
Earnings season is literally like in 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, we're not making more babies. The one thing about this is, that's another thing too. Nowadays, you know, age is just a number. Look at this guy. Why don't you make some babies, Joe? You get it. Look at.
I have a fur baby.
Yeah, so do I. I have a couple of those. What's up, Joe? Though. Hope you're doing well, my guy over there.
I don't have any.
How
kids,
was the roast beef sandwich over there? Oh, you had. See?
Yeah, turkey.
So first of all, the guy makes fun of Obi for bringing turkey sandwiches to a picnic, and then he's licking his chops over there about turkey sandwiches. You know, and then he tries to throw you under the bus by falsely accusing you of wanting ketchup on those sandwiches.
No.
Come on, man.
This is condiments.
What? Sean got a Brazilian wax. How do you know that, my guy? And, you know.
That's proprietary information.
That's proprietary for me. we were talking about OnlyFans, but trading fans, you know, something like that, starring Obi. But that would be fun. So yeah, we are big time excited here to head into this long weekend. All right, so just real quick. Amazon, so we did get that move down. Look, I didn't cover enough down there, obviously, as we got excited. We do have a few outs down there, though, 2 to be exact, and then we went back up, and I was like, uh-oh, maybe this is not the retracement back down that we thought. I just put another bid at 06. We'll take that, Phil. That's a good one. Oh, Canada. We had Canada Day 2 days ago, and now we followed it up with Independence Day. We say happy 4th to everybody there celebrating south of the border. I want to know what do people in the chat bring to these picnics? You know, like that was something that Adair and I talked about that yesterday. No, I'm not getting my nipples pierced. I see that being distracted there. Hide that comment right there, because they already are, you know what I mean? But no, TMI. No, they're not. That would even show them, Ramin?
What?
Hold on a second, Ramin. What kind of a thing? Okay, here's the chat right here. I want to know what everybody is doing this long weekend. If they had to bring something to the picnic, you know, something unique that we've already talked about today. What is there something? Joe is not bringing pie, because pie is not on the docket for this man over there. Maybe something else on the sweet side of things there for Joe. But right now, there goes Amazon. Obi, we are getting that oh boy moment. We're going to trade out of this a little bit, buy some 86s now, see what happens to a downside fall right now. Yeah, that's interesting, baby oil. I don't even want to talk about that Puff Daddy stuff there. That guy walked away pretty scot-free there.
What happened with, okay, never mind. We don't want to talk.
No. I think he was guilty on 2 counts, not guilty on 2 others, but then denied bail. So I don't know. Obviously, I wasn't following the case. I don't know. But, you know, that's something that we were doing there. Oh, and you know what else we started watching, which I think is a good watch this weekend if you're looking for something. Okay. First of all, Nvidia is still 50 cents in the money, and Amazon 60 cents in the money, trying to get to the downside right there. We started watching again, and I didn't realize this was out again, The Bear.
The Bear?
Yeah, season 4. I think season 4 was dropped a while ago. You've never seen The Bear? Oh, talking about food right there. I forget the guy's name. He's an Irish guy, the actor, I believe. What's his name? I don't know his name. Ramin has a crush on this guy.
Okay.
Whatever it is. I forget. I don't know his name. But anyways, they do. His name's Carm in the show. Jeremy Allen White.
Okay, yeah.
Got, nice. You know, 3 names. If you have 3 names, they're serious.
Oh, boy.
Jeremy Allen White, and then there was that Michael Keegan Allen Keynes or whatever, and then there's the other guy. Who was the guy that was, not How I Met Your Mother, but Doogie Howser. Neil Patrick Harris.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there we go. So that's how you know you made it. You got 3 names.
Yeah.
Going on. You're too good for one.
First, middle, and last.
But anyways, watch the bear if you're down to anything.
What's it about?
I didn't even get to that. Basically, it's a family. They own a restaurant.
Okay.
So the guy is like a Michelin star kind of chef there, and he ran into, I guess, a couple little hard times, whatever. Opening up a restaurant, runs it with his family. Matty Matheson's in it as well. As one of the friends. It's just a great watch, easy watch, 25-minute episodes. It's on Disney Plus, so you can definitely watch it there. It's on Crave here in Canada.
That kind of reminds me of, have you seen,
it's a good watch.
What's that one? It's like something convenience.
Kim's Convenience?
Kim's Convenience, yes.
That's Canadian.
Yeah. Have you seen that one?
I haven't, but I know what it is.
It's good. It's good. It's really good.
Isn't that, there's a Kensington Market show as well.
Again, you get to see some spots around Toronto.
Not Kensington.
I think it's a lot of fun. Dude, that's a beautiful short on Amazon that you've got there, man. Like, I should be in that short. Like, I had the idea to short this area supply zone, and you can see the executions coming in with Sean there. Same area where the sellers were in the morning. Oh boy, got to keep it simple, man. It's right there. It shows you that the bid is kind of slowing down, and you just got to take it. And you can see that Sean's definitely in that trade right now. I might be getting a little bit of a FOMO, but I'm waiting for these TQs to come slamming down right now. But I don't know, dude. We got like 35 minutes left for the bell. And this market is still holding
corner gas, corner. So me and the kids, you know what we're watching? It's a pretty good show. It's on Netflix. I suggest people watch it. You can watch it with kids. Probably you have to be 10, 12, 13, 14 at least. Mr. D, Jerry Duncan. It's pretty funny. He's a Canadian comic, and he's just a complete idiot. And he's a teacher, and he goes into like a private school, and it's pretty fun. But before we do that, we have to remind you all that we have another behind-the-scenes look at Trade the Pool. This time, we're diving into the community side of Trade the Pool. As you know, each trader gets his or her own hub. And inside that, you'll find the Trade Talk, a powerful charting and analysis space where traders map out strategies, break down setups, and share predictions within the community. And if you're looking for real-time interaction, the Trade the Pool Discord is where you got to go visit. It's full of active traders who share insights, trades, and tips to grow together. At Trade the Pool, you're not trading alone. You're joining a firm that invests in your growth technically, mentally, and financially. Head over to tradethepool.com and please scan that QR code on your screen, ASAP.
Print it.
I thought I was going to turn around and see Fabian there. He was standing there for a couple of minutes there.
I thought I felt someone behind me. There was a presence.
Because it's not Randy. Randy chilling at home today.
Yeah.
So now Amazon, again, look at that bounce straight there off view up. No matter what happens when you're trading, I think you need to respect levels. And I know that we were thinking, hey, maybe we do have like a decent winner here. Maybe the market does fade out, but the market kind of already did fade a little bit. I mean, that's the kind of what we were talking about just off the top, but it's not down anything, man. It's down like 30 points from its high, 30 handles or so. So we're expecting a little bit more of a downside push. I am out of half, actually a little bit more than half. Let's call it, I have about 40% left, 60% out of this Amazon trade. Just easy taking 5% like every time on the way down. So my style is going to be, and we talked about this a little bit, take a little bit more shares and just try to get them out as we drop in, especially on a day like today. Now, we went a little different with Nvidia here earlier this morning where and I'm going to talk about my negative trade too with Google, but we waited for Nvidia to settle down a little bit, and around 10 o'clock, we had that VWAP trade where we busted up to the upside there, and there it went. So we were letting Nvidia settle down, and then as soon as we broke that 158.50 was a level that we liked, we punched long there at 159, and we supported again, and we supported that 158.25 area right there. But we can't just talk about the winners on the show because then that's fraudulent in my opinion. This was a horrible, horrendous trade from me on Google. I thought, what we wanted to do today was play a name that had some momentum from yesterday. I was thinking it was going to be Google. Google started the day off real nice, got up to 179 and change in the pre-market. So when we fell down, we took that 200 period dip buy. That was a great one. Then it ripped back up, and then we busted through 179. I'm like, I'm taking 179. So when we took that, the best we got was like 179.50. So good. We were in the money 50 cents plus on that trade. But then when it fell back down and we started to support again this low, where was the 200 period, then we got stopped out right there on that bottom wick that we had already made at 930. That's when I should have stopped trading Google 100%. I'm upset at myself because this month has been so disciplined, and then all of a sudden I was like, nah, we'll try it against this level right here. But that was like an afterthought. We should not have taken that trade. We bought, lost again, and then into here I was like, oh, we'll try 177.50, lost again. So we have 2 losses here that we should not have had back to back. Then we went short and took like 10 or 15 pennies, but then it started ripping back up to the upside. Undisciplined trading there on Google deserved to get hit. So, you know, we get out when we're wrong and we try to hold on a little bit when we're right. I mean, that was hence sort of that Nvidia trade that we had on board there, right? Try to make that hold. So, you know, we haven't traded too heavy today. We also have IBIT trade, which was a great one. There's that 62.50 that we put on our sticky note. There's the blast up, huge move, then got it back, lost a little bit there. That was relatively flat. And then again, my number 1 P&L name, which will be Amazon-ish now, but Big Bear AI is here right now. And we had that off the open. There's the bump, there's the break of 8, boom goes the dynamite. We hold our 10% to get out there. Big Bear AI, a pretty successful trade, needless to say on that one. So yeah, that's what we've been doing here all day. We're gonna look to find some more trading opportunities for you. And Neil is coming back on Monday. So you can see more of him on Monday, but we'll go back over and talk with Obi.
Yeah, guys, so Beta Pro by Global X. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the Nasdaq 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily leveraged ETFs, featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Thank you very much. The market taking a little bit of a turn here, a little bit of a breather. So hopefully that Amazon's kind of starting to tank a little bit harder there. I'm still waiting for these TQs. This 85 hold is pretty nice for now, but you know, taking some off along the way. No idea whether or not we're actually going to crack. Again, these markets are hella strong. We've seen the kind of strength back-to-back days. We had a bit of a choppy start to the week, but again, giving us that strong close coming into the end of the week here on the TQs as well. So maybe some fresh highs. 85's interesting areas, interesting prices, but we've been bidding up all day, dude. I don't know how much longer this bid is going to last, and it could very well last going into the close. We only have 30 minutes left, less than even, into the close today. I don't know how far aftermarket goes, but we'll still see a significant drop off of the average volume coming in at 1 o'clock. And then I think there's 2 or 3 hours of aftermarket as well that does still happen, if I'm not mistaken. The shortened days, I guess the actual market close being in and around 1 o'clock, and then after hours. I'm sure I can find that.
Yeah, we can find out. I mean, I'm not sure when like Nasdaq will stop trading or anything like that. Generally, probably half hour maybe after. I'm not sure. The imbalances should still come out at 12:50. So there are people asking about when those imbalances come out. So they'll come out 10 minutes before the market close. We just exited out. So yeah, I mean, Amazon is coming back in a little bit, so that's pretty nice for us so far. But we emptied out pretty much on Nvidia. I mean, we broke right there the 200 period. We're breaking VWAP right now. You know what? On that note, I'm just going to get out of everything right there. We'll take it out at 20s and hope for a downside push on the market and on Nvidia. But we nailed it, man. We were absolutely right about that flush in the market. We only held. We were in very light. I mean, this position on Nvidia is from 950, so we had already gotten out. Really, the only new position is you have the short on the TQs, so which is great trading there. As Obi and myself and Joe will be the ones pretty much that will trade on the futures and the Nasdaq. So that's great. But Amazon, we did take. Pardon me.
I'll trade it all.
Yeah, exactly. I trade it all. Yeah, exactly. We trade it all, that's for sure. And right there, a couple of dip buy opportunities. We're able to get 91s and change. No, you did not. I do see it, John Del Segno. I do see SEDG starting to go. So let me just talk about that, and then I'm going to talk about Webull a little bit. But there goes SEDG again. You know, some of these solar names have been pretty hot. I got to get rid of this chart. There's something wrong with this chart down here. This is just, it's only staying on Nvidia right now. So with all of my executions as well. But but no. So Solar Edge, you know, it's been pretty hot. They passed that big, beautiful bill, but I didn't think that would benefit solar names, but it's a nice move up there. As again, some of the weaker names that have been hit in the first half, like solar names, trying to get back upside right now. And actually, as I look at this might be breaking out. Who's doing that, Joe?
What is that? New
Joe
position?
did that. New position? I don't know what's going on. He likes Solar Edge maybe. But let's go. He's happy with the NVDA move right there. Anytime to show the guns, he's more than happy to get that opportunity to do that. But this is why it's called the Bro Show. But you and I are on here talk something else right now. But Nvidia, nice move downside. So good job, Joe, as that's going, man. We'll definitely celebrate that for sure. But yeah, look what's been happening to Solar Edge. I just wanted to sort of zoom back out just to give a good look here. This was a $400 name if you go all the way back here to December of 2021. Now down here at $30. Maybe there is some get up here in SEDG. I don't know, Adara. There seems to have been, you know, like waves here. One wave, two waves. This third wave is definitely getting extended right now, taking out this $25 spot. So $25 goes back into here into February. Then you have a $25 marker right there as well. So it looks like Solar Edge, you know, other names. I always look to best of breed, maybe a FSLR for solar also getting that bump back there up to the upside again. Yeah, another 8%. So obviously there's something going on. Looking at First Solar, 190 there, could possible top. That's 195. The ETF, if you're not sure which ones to trade, why not just go with TAN right now, the TAN ETF. This is your solar ETF up 5% today. Nice movement on this one as well. And it just looks like we had that little bit of a break, turning up here, smiley face, 50-period moving average, trying to break higher right now. So Obi and I got the bangers on right now, man, with Amazon, with the futures. We cashed out of our Nvidia, which is great. Nvidia is my number one. What's up with the walls there? My number one trade of the day. P&L number one on the show so far is Nvidia. So big time movement there from that long. There it is, 158 up to 160.50s. So that's $2.50 we took there on Nvidia. We definitely like that name. And then Webull, you guys want to talk a little bit about that? So I'm long at $11, and the reason why was just taking a shot, really, which is why I put it into the tax-free account. Just thought that maybe we're suffering a little bit here from sort of IPO hangover. Again, remember this name IPO'd right there right here at 14, almost $15. There's the IPO candle right there. We're just back to it now. So if you're long, where we are, 11, 10.50, something like that, nothing wrong with taking something out right now. We had that topping candle right there at $15. We've pulled back in. We just bounced off 14. I'm thinking if you have a significant amount in this and you're a little bit nervous, you're now like that IPO price of $14.50. We've bounced off of that, and now we're heading a little lower here this afternoon. So nothing wrong with skimming some out on Webull in and around this price. Look, if you're long 11, you've got $3 in your pocket. That's 30%. I like that trade. Take some off for Webull. Over to the desk with Adara.
I hear on, these solar names. I looked into this. Really, the only thing that was kind of the catalyst for them, big, beautiful bill related this week, is apparently, I guess, this tax on solar and wind was removed from the Senate version of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Apparently, this could cost up to $7 billion here of a burden on the wind and solar industry. So this tax being removed, again, earlier this week was viewed as a positive for the industry. That's all I'm seeing, guys. Back to you.
Another swing short setup.
Yeah, we're talking. I mean, you could talk about with everybody. Yeah, no, BMNR. People are asking. BMNR.
I'm just like, yeah, this thing is going absolutely crazy going into the close. Squeezer, halter, absolutely wild, going parabolic now. Day 1, 2, 3, day 4 of the move now. Absolutely beautiful. Coming into the shortened week. Again, I guess a lot of fun happening here on the long trade. I like the reversion, but I was like, I need to see some sort of distinct level breakdown, some sort of change in direction or change in trend. Maybe you got a little bit of that here, but again, this is why not only one indicator of trend sometimes is necessary, in my opinion. You can see since the open or since the first I guess push of that move, maybe that volume coming in, you can see we're still holding well above anchored VWAP. It has not given up that trend, if that is your definition of trend. And oh boy, we're definitely going to be hearing some stories about this kind of price action. This is the kind of action that blows up accounts.
Yes.
This is the kind of action that goes parabolic. And you know, like I'm so familiar with this. I told you I got blown out of a couple of accounts, just squeezed out on swing shorts that I thought I was, you know, I might have had the stats for them, or I thought I did, or whatever it is. And you know, maybe getting too early and too aggressive with the front side of the move. And you know, I still do that sometimes on the large caps. But guess what? Hey, there's no way that something like an Amazon or an Nvidia is going to push up 160% intraday when you're shorting it front side. Best believe that. So that's just something to consider here. I think that, again, like I was just telling Sean, when this is done, I think the backside will probably be just as nice as the front side has been. So absolutely beautiful, beautiful runner. BM&R giving us some fireworks right before the 4th of July.
Yeah, we went swimming today. We did 52 laps. It's a 25-meter pool. So it was roughly just under about a mile, about a 0.8 of a mile swimming today. Here's me. Oh, we wrote down here on our Instagram, markets close at 1 p.m. I want to, can we do this again, Fabian or Andre? Like, this is the greatest thing of all time in Trader TV Live history. I actually today, look at the watch. That's, oh, hey, what's up, Neil? I want to pause just to show the word. Oh, where's Neil? There's me, by the way. So I should have wore that hat today. Unfortunately, I wore the Blue Jays hat, but there's the watch. Like, this is what I was trying to tell everybody. Like, this is how accurate Ramin got this. Let me know if we can play the sound on this at some point, because I want to show this to everybody one more time. This is such an awesome short. Very, very proud of this. What's up, Ada Luce there? Holly with your comments in the chat. Sharif as well. Everybody, thank you so much for all that. But it's really funny, like calling us cockroaches and all that. We're going to show this in just a couple minutes. Go find me at Trader TV Sean, both on Instagram and on X. So yeah, I really want to show that again. That just continues continuously putting a smile on my face. That was, when Ramin sent that to me, I was like, oh my God, so good. So that was great. Thanks, Ramin, for all of that. But
yeah, I'm curious to know, like, what about, you know, if there's an individual with a little bit of facial hair, how does the AI kind of interpret that into a baby? Do you just...
I think she just created that kind of stuff, you know, kind of probably put like white baby, black baby, this and that, bald baby. I don't know. I don't even know what AI she used for that, but that was pretty awesome. And then designing the hat and all that. It's more, here we go.
You guys is crush you like the cockroaches you are. That's
what? Oh, come on now. No, whoa, hold on a second. Nice to this cockroaches.
And not wear an Apple Watch on your wrist when you're being a fashionista. That's forbidden. Right. If you really want to go to hell because you happen to have your Apple Watch, do not do that. Only when you're working out it's permitted.
The going to hell might be a little harsh on that one.
You lose your soul and you go to hell.
I'd like to say thank you to Kevin O'Leary, but no. I just love it that I'm the baby there. And thanks a lot, Andre and Fabian, for that one. And it's just like, I all of a sudden turned sad. I'm like, oh, you know, going to hell's a little bit hard on that one right there, you know. And then that was just like, I thought that was hilarious. So thank you to everybody there. The market's actually bouncing back up a little bit right now as we get going. So there we go, man. A nice little move back up there. And remember, we've got news to the ear here as well. So anything hits, we've got a Dara on the desk. But that was like, even when we were on the show, Kevin's been on here 10 times, you know, maybe more than that. And we've always gone back and forth with the watch. And that day, I actually was just wearing the Apple Watch because, again, I like it. Like I was saying, that's what made me think about the swimming and everything like that. Because when I'm trying to count the laps as you're going, sometimes, anyways, I like to wear it. And I'd wore it that day, and we always compare watch. And then that went back and forth, and it was just so funny. Like, the cockroach comment caught me off guard, and then Adair was like, no, he always says that to people on the show. So I was like, okay. And then the going to hell part was there as well, and it was just a fun time. So thank you on all of that. Okay, so I can see how many shares of Amazon that we had on this. We're under 15% right now, and it's like what I was saying to you guys before. When you're coming back into VWAP, like, sure, I should have had another out right there in the 70s, but yeah, you know, even though this is 15% left, I'm still going to give it up to there. you know, let it settle down. We're still underneath the 50-period moving average on the Qs and on the futures. I feel like we could actually almost even average into your position, but I know that that's your position, so I'll let you talk about it.
But right now, as you're saying it, I'm like, I have the trigger finger ready, looking to get more because I have covered, again, like you said, more than 70%. More than 70%. I've covered here on this short, all the way from 85.20. So we did get like 30 pennies. Now 30 pennies on the TQs is about I guess 10% ATR here. So we did get about a 10% ATR pullback. It didn't quite get to VWAP like I was looking for, but that's okay. It is what it is. Pretty much kind of just making back a little bit of all the chop that we went through in here on the day. A little unnecessary, a little aggressive. I was like, oh, okay, it's stopping me out. It's even better, so I'm going to take more. Oh, it's even better. I'm going to take more. Guess what? I took the same here and here that I did here, but if I was using that logic, I should be taking maybe 3 to 4 times more here because it just makes so much more sense. I don't know. I got to figure that out a little bit, and maybe less tries as well. Just give it 3 tries, take more, and then take the most. Here, giving it to the highs there, and I think that's how I can do a little bit better with this one here. Yeah, sure, it doesn't give you everything, but it does give me a little bit of the selling that I am potentially looking for here going into the end of the day.
Oh, that's the other thing. We only have a couple minutes left.
Yeah, we only have about 15, just over 15, 16 minutes left on the day, and the ES is pushing some fresh highs. Nasdaq not quite there just yet, so yeah, maybe poised for a little bit of a slowdown here. That's what I'm looking for. 85, still kind of a churn here on TQs. That BMNR is still going. What did Webull do? Apple did a nice continuation as well. Nike, hello. I got you on watch for
hello.
Next week. SONN. I told Sharif this morning I might actually trade SONN today, but it did not do what I was looking for at all. So I don't think it's ready just yet for me. But Bitmine, BMNR, not ready for me just yet on the intraday, I'd say. But Webull did come in pretty nicely, and it did do what I was looking for there. Maybe a little bit of a pullback after such a strong run. Again, not really bearish on it, but Webull, I think, definitely deserves a little bit of a breather after the craziness that it's been going through over the past few days right here. So a little bit of a breather happening, that 15 to 14, so about $1 of a pullback. But you can see we're still holding that prior day, end of day consolidation really well on the day as of right now. So, oh boy, I kind of want more of these. So let me just do that right there. So let me add it a little bit to the TQs as we pull into this last 15 minutes here. Let's see if we can sustain below that 85 and maybe finally get that little bit of a follow through that I'm looking for with the ES pulling back the way it is. We just started this 15-minute candle. I'm looking for this 85 on the TQs to not even look back. And oh boy, do I have any orders down in the 90s? Okay, no, I don't. Nice, look at that. What a beautiful flush. I add on the 85 back through and it drops 10 pennies, dude.
Yep.
I add way more. What am I doing?
We were just talking. we were talking about that.
I was like, literally, I was like, I'm getting ready for it. It's not looking perfect just yet, but I'm ready with my trigger fingers, and boom, hit it into, what did I get? I got 84.99s. Right there, back through the 85 and instantly back down 10 pennies. Again, like I said, 10 pennies, not a lot. I got about, 15%, 10% of ATR is about 27 to 30 pennies here.
What's your opinion on those hot dog eating contests?
What about it?
Don't they happen in the 4th of July?
Maybe. Yo,
I find them like
this guy, meat beats, beard eats meat or something like that?
Beer eats meat?
Beard.
Okay, I'd never heard of it.
Something like that. But this guy, he goes around and he does eating competitions, and he just blows them right out of the park. And the dude's, he's
Man vs. Food is one of them. I've seen that.
Man versus Food. I've seen.
Yeah, those guys are insane.
Yeah. So this.
Do you think you could do that like a burger? Like I once saw it was like 8 patties or something, and you had like a half hour to eat it.
Yeah.
My eldest son, 23, he loves doing that kind of stuff, like hot food and challenges and things like that. No, but what is it? Who sponsors that hot dog eating contest? There's Joey Hot Dogs or something like that. Joey just. What? I knew it wasn't Joey Hot Dogs. But I don't know. You know what grosses me out? The dipping of the bread. You know, and then straight, I'm not gonna do the straight down the gullet thing because that'll probably be a meme very, very soon. But, you know, pushing that rate back like that and just shoving them down there, I don't know, man. That's, to me, it's like, I don't know, it's almost like it's hard to watch a little bit, but shout out to Joey Chestnut. And then there's Kobayashi, I believe, is the Japanese guy. That there's like a big battle between those two guys all the time. I don't know if age is a thing, but there's probably somebody new on the scene as well. But those are kind of fun. Yeah, there was a Netflix thing about that, wasn't there? Oh, there was a contest on Netflix. There we go. No wonder why Netflix ripping up all the time right now. So, you know, have some fun with that. If anybody in the chat had ever done any of those hot dog eating contests, tell me how that went, because sometimes I see people like just eating like the normal way. Right. You know, you don't have a chance if you're doing that against these guys, man.
No, but this guy,
these other guys.
I think somebody mentioned the guy's name in the chat. 1 second. I think it was. Yeah, Beard Meets Food. That's what it was.
Beard Meets Food. Is that on Amazon? Is it a YouTube?
No, it's on YouTube. It's on YouTube.
Okay, YouTube.
So really, really impressive. But yeah, no, I don't think I could ever do that. You got to train for something like that, I feel. And you also might want to have like a naturally crazy metabolism as well. And
I wonder if you don't eat for like a couple, because it's almost like makes
that is
like makes stomach upset.
This guy will eat all of that food and he'll be like, that was so hard, and then he'll order a dessert.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So he's obviously like, you know, like there's something definitely unnatural about it, but I think it's maybe a little bit of both. Maybe
Something
a little
unnatural
bit of practice,
about it. Yeah, that's
a little bit of genes there.
That might be an understatement. Let's go, Epic Mealtime, yeah, Canadian guys, yeah. Let's go back over to the desk, find out what Adara's talking about, then we'll come back over here.
Imbalances here in just a moment. I have them in my ear, so of course I will share them with the guys the second I get them. But I want to mention as well, just kind of an interesting note here from the CEO of Perplexity, Aravind Srinivas, saying that apparently Perplexity is actually looking to bring sell-side research notes from big banks to Perplexity. So we're going to have to wait and see what that comes, but I just thought kind of an interesting note there. Also, Joey Chestnuts, apparently there was a bit of a spat recently over his ability to enter certain contexts because he's backed by a vegan company. He wanted to do vegan hot dogs, and then he was banned from one of the contests. So interesting stuff. Back to you.
I remember talking about that Nathan's or something was his sponsor, and they're the ones, and then yeah, now he Impossible Foods. Okay, Dara just mentioned there as well. But the other thing too is there's how many 4th of July movies? Independence Day, right? I think is a popular one. Haven't seen that in a minute. Maybe I have to rewatch that one. Will Smith coming through there as well. Yeah. So you know, what did the right hand say to the left? Slap. Okay, right here. Here we go. 1250. The imbalances are now out. So let's just review these as we go. Sell side right now. It looks like maybe for a little bit. Nvidia right there, a buy coming through on the Nasdaq. So we can click over on Nvidia and see what's going on right there. I have Amazon, which is kind of not moving right now, so nothing too worried about there. Intel. Look at these low numbers, man. You remember what was Palantir a week ago? Was 9 million?
It was like 8 million, and then it grew to 9. It was just everything you wanted to see, and it was absolutely
we're not
beautiful.
Getting too much there. We do have a good close here on Bitcoin. All right, Obi.
You still in those shorts?
No, I was never. I was only in long right now.
No, the Amazon short.
Yeah, Amazon short. Yeah. So this is the only trade that I have on right now. We're getting something out here at the 50-period moving average. Look, it's still 30 cents in the money. I mean, your Qs has been hovering around that 20-cent marker, as well as Obi and I put on hopefully two. Well, not hopefully. We do have. I only have one trade here in the after hour in the last hour, and it was Amazon. And look, man, let's just say you made $100 on this trade. You just made $100 in an hour, having a good time, enjoying life, talking with friends, and you know, not putting up too much labor there. So, although I don't mind working a little bit. So I got home yesterday. Talk about value, okay? My barbecue, so I've got a KitchenAid, it's stainless steel, it's a 5-burner barbecue. It's quite nice. I really enjoy cooking on it and all that. But I've only ever cleaned it myself. All right, so like we were talking about, get some of that industrial grade cleaner, things like that, yada, yada. All right, I do a decent job, you know, but stuff gets all over me and everything like that. And, you know, it's a little bit of a mess. So I was like cooking the other day. We talked about this on the show, had a couple flare ups and stuff. So I was like, you know what, maybe I'll get this cleaned professionally this time. So went on Jiffy app, boom, got a guy to come in. Very next day, put the request in at I don't know what it was, let's call it 8 p.m. at night. By 10 or 11 next morning was there, of course. And the barbecue, outstanding, almost as if it's brand new.
Really?
Thing is like 10 years old.
Yeah.
Stainless steel.
Do you have pictures of before and after?
No, but I can't. So, no, but almost brand new.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, it's amazing. So, I don't know. I wasn't there.
Did you see what he used? Or
Completely cleaned up everything. Well, he said he needed access to electricity and water, obviously. So, I guess some sort of power hose, power washing, the right chemicals. But I was just going to say, anybody out there that's thinking about that, and if you have a little bit of a problem throughout the weekend there, look to maybe get it professionally cleaned. Like, generally speaking, I'll do everything, everything myself. But I was like, let me try this out. It was beautiful, man. Almost restored it completely, perfectly. And then yesterday, we had chicken thighs.
Let's go. Look at this market come in.
Yeah, dude. Amazon's not coming in that much, but your trade is coming in nicely. And you know what, Obi?
Chicken thighs. Look at these beautiful legs.
Yeah. Let's
oh my God.
look at those beautiful legs. Yeah, nice one, Obi.
I gotta just hold, dude. What am I doing?
That's okay. The more you trade, the better you'll become. Don't worry about that. But there's that move downside. Great play there, Obi. And I even talked about that right there too, right? When I'm glad that you reloaded it on that 50-period moving average. So both Obi and I went short there. Good call. Oh, we just get a nice little print there as well on Amazon. That dog will hunt. That's from Tiger Woods Golf, like a long time ago. I did not see the poll.
I got a poll right here. So what are you bringing to Sean's party? I picked sandwiches. Of course, I'm going to pick sandwiches right here. But yeah, make sure you get in there and put that
one raspberry.
On. Bud Light, Joe will love it. I like
Why,
that.
Joe drinks Bud Light?
Dude,
all right, Joe.
That stuff tastes like water.
Come on, Joe.
Come on. It is, yeah.
Smart enough.
Get the votes up for purse shrimp, guys. Shrimp from a bag in a container to the barbecue. Also the raspberry. I'm even here.
All right.
I like the prawns. I like the big prawns there. Yeah, shrimp is a definite favorite. Shrimp on the Barbie. Oh, you know what else we had yesterday? So we had the chicken thighs. I just sprinkle it with garlic. So like garlic powder, salt, pepper. And then we have different Kinder's sauces that we put on. There's a nice hot honey sauce that we use for that. But you know what else we did? First time this year, and I'm actually ashamed to say this because I love it, corn.
Really?
Yeah.
Like corn on the barbecue?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's solid.
You can do it husk on or husk off.
So what you got to do is like husk off and then take a lemon.
Yeah.
And then kind of prime it with the lemon. And then I don't know how good you are with the spice, but
I'm great with the
cayenne pepper.
Yeah.
So take some cayenne pepper and then just like let lemon on that, just like brush it off because you don't want too much, and then go barbecue that. Absolutely beautiful, nice spicy.
Yeah. So I did the same thing, man. Garlic, salt, pepper, butter.
Yeah. Oh yeah, butter
bit,
for sure. Gotta have that butter on there. Yeah.
Slap that right there on the grill. What a meal that was last night with a little Caesar salad and fresh in our garden, which is kind of okay. You know what? I'm gonna bring the Bud Light on the poll. I mean, I'm gonna bring it to my own party because if Joe's coming, I'm gonna do whatever he wants, because Joe, any guest of mine will get taken care of. So if Joe wants Bud Light, we're gonna have some Bud Light. But at the end of the day, Dos Equis, is that the X is there? Dos Equis? Yeah, those are I like Dos Equis. I haven't had, in our LCBO, are we selling?
The Douce?
Douce?
Douce.
No, I don't know what that is. Is that beer as well?
No, it's a liqueur.
Oh, no, I don't know.
Sweet.
Oh, sweet liqueur. Amaretto is pretty much, a good shot that I used to drink back in the day, and it was Sicilian Kiss.
Never heard.
Which is amaretto, and I think it's Jack Daniels together. That was a good one. But okay.
Actively covering this position here on TQs right now.
Yeah, might as well get that done. We only have 4 minutes left. So again, no matter what you guys are doing this holiday weekend, man, do it safely, do it with friends, and do it with family. So.
I kind of want to show this chart here. This is absolutely crazy. Like, look at the flight. I gotta elongate the chart because again, some of these legs. Oh boy. So this is the run up that we had on the TQs, all the way from 83 halves to 85s. I just told you that like 10% of ATR is like 30 pennies. You know how much ATR we're doing over here? Quite a chunk. So I'm like, all right, how much more are you gonna extend? I did get a little aggressive, but take a look at the flush that kind of comes in with these imbalances. We saw strong reasons to sell much earlier with much earlier than the imbalances, and then the imbalances coming. That 85 was very telling in my opinion. I was waiting, trigger finger ready, covering. As soon as that 85 kind of broke back down, I was like, all right, boom, it's a party. And then holding some into those imbalances, sure. Might have gotten a little lucky on those imbalances as we flush all the way down to 84. Was it 84 halves is the actual low there? I have no idea, but 84 is 60s for sure. Getting some fills, and yeah, I got a fill in the 85 50s as well. So absolutely crazy action. Getting a little bit of a reversion on maybe that imbalance pairing, but craziness. I was waiting for this. Pretty much not all day, for a good chunk of the day here, since about 10 o'clock. I'm like, all right, very aggressive bid. Do we take some profits into the close? I gotta revert, or I'm looking for reversions, and sometimes it can be a little mean when you're on the front side, but the back side can be real nice if you're, if you have the patience for it. So I am totally out of that one. Safe. Isn't that what it's safe? Right, Coach?
Yay sports, that's right. I got my first warning. I was telling people that I've ever had from an umpire. I was very, very kind and very, very light spoken with him until I wasn't. And no, just arguing balls and strikes, not safer. Well, he actually had a brutal safer out call at home also. But the reason why we hit that is Weed Batman seems to be getting a little excited right here. Because there goes Tilray right now. I don't know if this is a homage to 4th of July. People may be celebrating a little differently. We did see Constellation's alcohol sales and liquor sales were down 17% in the quarter, but there goes Tilray right now, breaking out a little bit. This name was, again, a $350 name or something like that, now down to 50 cents. But Tilray right now trying to break out, back through its April highs. There goes TLRY up 11% right now here today. So, and also my guy Sharif, who's not here right now, I have to ask him because I think he was still in this CoreWeave. He was playing a short here with options, so it's long dated, but CoreWeave just here in the afternoon, upside, yeah, CoreWeave, circle right now. Thanks to everybody in the chat. By the way, get in the chat by hitting the like, hitting the subscribe. Only members that are subscribed, which is completely for free, over 530,000 subscribers right now. Get involved in this, man. This is where we're looking all day for different trade ideas and to have some fun and talk back and forth. Circle, again, also up there. Circle's high, $300 to go. Fabian, what did ever happen to the countdown? By the way, like that was something that was working and then not working. And we were like, oh man, we don't have to worry about it anymore. Now I'm missing it in the morning, but we're not gonna miss it right now with only 10 seconds left. It's Adara on the bell. We wanna thank Global X and Beta Pro for sponsoring the bell tonight with only 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Ring that bell, Adara. All right, man, wow. What a decent day on a half day. We had some big moves in the morning. We traded some big bear AI, Amazon, Google. IBIT also traded here today. The midday show, a couple other random spots. You had DataDog, which was a great trade. You had
DataDog, probably the best trade in my playbook on the day. I definitely fumbled it a little bit, but oh boy, that's I would say that's pushing into A territory in terms of grading of the trade for sure, DataDog. I mean,
Joe sent me something there. His Netflix thing is has dad, mom, and then the investor is his
in quotations.
His name.
Investor in quotations. That's funny.
The investor. So thanks, Joe, for that. That was pretty cute. But yeah, I started watching The Waterfront, which isn't bad. That's the #1 streamed show right now.
Okay, I thought
it's on Netflix. Nice. It's I think we're in fourth episode or something. Like a boating. Family business, and they kind of got into some things, so that's been pretty cool. And then the bear. Anything? Are you watching anything?
No, I'm not really watching anything.
People might want to binge something this weekend.
Let's see, what was good? What's the last show that I started watching? I guess a movie last night. I started watching Suicide Squad.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's a fun movie. It's okay. It's okay. It's a fun movie.
Oh, Squid Game. We're going through Squid Game season 3. Final season.
I think I told you I watched half of the first season with a friend, and then I fell asleep, and then I never watched it again. So.
Okay, yeah, it's some episodes. So I like the episodes where the games are. You got to get to those.
It was actually good. I really liked it. Like I said, was it Alice in Borderlands?
That was the other one.
I really liked that one. That one was really cool. I'm reading this manhwa. You know, it's kind of like a manga, but like the storytelling is absolutely beautiful. Called Tower of God.
Oh, okay. I'll tell my kid that.
If you like comics, Tower of God. Definitely something to. They made like an anime about it, but the Tower of God is absolutely great. Like the storytelling is so like you know, it's encapsulating. Let's say that. If you're into science fiction and stuff, like it's really good.
Yeah. Neil likes that as well. But yeah, we talked about the investor there, Joe. That was a good one. I just saw what you sent me there. So yeah, thank you everybody, man. Go watch that Nathan's hot dog eating contest. I guess that's tomorrow. And
that is a fact, Jack.
Fabian sent me the guy. That's a fact, Jack. Matt Stoney, I guess, was the guy here. This was the guy that Fabian sent me to show me. This guy.
Oh boy.
I don't know. Maybe not appropriate to show stuff like this, but I don't know.
That goes around like
but this is this the guy that you're talking about, the eating guy? No, this is just
I don't know.
But anyways, like that's a lot of food right there. Chef Ramsay, probably not a fan of eating that much food. Matt Stoney is a legend, says Matt Portugal. What do they call a guy with no arms, no legs, but hangs out on the floor? Matt. A floor mat?
Oh, okay. Nice.
What do you call a guy with no arms, no legs, hangs out on the wall? Art.
Art. Okay. Nice. See, I'm not at that level of dad joke.
This is not going over well.
I like my dad jokes, but I don't think I'm there yet. I gotta have a couple of kids to get to that level, dude.
I'm just playing around. All right, so we have a friend named Matty. Yeah, I think he actually maybe told me that joke, and so that's all. Oh man, that was so stupid. Okay, thank you so much to everybody. Yeah, do we find out when the markets close? Maybe an hour and a half after.
Dude, Toronto's still open. Toronto's still open till 4.
Yeah, why don't you just stay and trade it, Obi?
What do you think I'm gonna be doing?
Nice, Obi, attaboy. Okay, we got to get out of here. Thank you so much for everybody. Yeah, now people are doing some more arms and legs jokes there. All right, thank you. Yeah. Oh man, what do you call one in an ocean? Bob, you know, bobbing.
Oh yeah, one in the ocean. Yeah.
Anyways, all right. Thank you so much for joining, man. Obi, have a great weekend. Joe, have a great weekend.
Happy 4th of July to everyone out there.
Same one to everybody at Dara. Same to you, Fabian, Andre, Ramin, everybody, Brendan watching abroad, every single person that's part of the Trader TV Live team. You mean a lot to us, and to everybody watching as well, man. Have a very safe and happy 4th of July. So from everybody here at Trader TV Live, that's Obi, I'm Sean. Be safe, be well, and be happy, and we'll see you on Monday. Ciao for now.
You found the best trading show on the planet. So what are you going to do now? Simple. Hit the like, subscribe, and share it. It's Trader TV Live. We're here, baby.